Oki, Dada Nastada, Ambawastich, and Tansei, everyone. Good afternoon. No, it's good morning still. Good morning, and welcome to the continuation of the April 22nd public hearing meeting. Madam Clerk, could we do a roll call, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Dollywall. Here. Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
I'm here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott. Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carra.
Here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Present.
And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. So we are at the stage where we're turning to questions for administration, but I'm just wondering, is there anything that needs to happen in terms of a presentation, or are we good to go with questions? Okay, we're good to go. I see a couple of people in the queue, and we have one procedural question. So go ahead, Councillor Chabot.
Yes, thank you. I believe we're all circulated with a legal letter recently about somebody possibly not having a bias and not being amenable to persuasion. I was wondering if the law department could weigh in on that before we proceed.
So just so I can get some clarity from you, this was a letter circulated by our legal team?
No,
No.
by an external, challenging the legitimacy of a member of council.
Okay, so let's just make sure that it's clear that this did not come from our legal team. Thank you.
Councillor Chabot, I'm not going to comment directly on that, but I think I will make some broad comments on bias in council. This is a good opportunity to remind you all, and many people sitting in this chair have done it through the years before, that your obligations for planning items are that you are amenable to persuasion. Courts have recognized in the past, including the Supreme Court of Canada, that you guys are, in a sense, politicians, and you don't come to all of these decisions with a completely blank slate, and you may have formed opinions before you get here. But what you need to do is, once you're here and deciding this, have an open mind and be amenable to persuasion.
Sorry. So it's a pretty wide bar is what you're suggesting, that we can have an opinion even before the public hearing as long as we remain open to persuasion?
Yes, Councillor Chabot, you may have an idea of how you feel about the application before you, but you can't come here with your decision firmly made. You come here with the ability to be persuaded, be amenable to persuasion.
Okay, and that's what's being put into question. That's why I'm asking. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. And before we get started, Madam Clerk, can you make sure that everyone's clear on how long they have to ask questions, whether they can have multiple rounds, all of those types of things, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Gondek. So I would turn Council's attention to Section 77 of the Procedure Bylaw, and that section provides the rules with respect to questions. Questions of clarification from members to administration are limited to 3 minutes. The clerk's team will be using the timer to monitor the questions, and within that 3 minutes, responses from administration are not counted. So we will be pausing the timer when administration is responding to your questions.
Thank you very much. With that, we are going to get going. Councillor Sharp is up first.
Okay, I have my questions broken out into categories. So the first one is process and application speed, just to help everybody get ready. Can someone explain what the role of council is and the role for the public in the development permit process?
Hi, Councillor Sharp. Yes, I can. Sorry, the role of council, did you say, or the public? Sorry.
Role of council, and the role is, like, what's the role of council, what's the role of public?
So in the land use amendment process, the role of council is to make decisions. And in the development permit process, we circulate councillors for information for input onto the development permit.
Okay, great. What can be done to reduce the bureaucratic process time for RCG applications at the land use stage if we decide not to go ahead with blanket rezoning today, and at the DP stage either way?
So at the land use stage, there are certain requirements that we must meet from a legislative perspective with regards to circulation, advertising. We can absolutely look at trying to simplify the process. I know there's There's some ideas and suggestions around there. The role of Calgary Planning Commission would be one. That's probably the biggest impact to the overall timeline that we could reduce if council would be amenable to that.
Okay. Does the hurdle of Calgary Planning Commission slow down the process for getting housing built? We've seen some applications go back in the past.
Are we talking about low density residential or all?
In general, but low density.
Let's speak to low density residential. So I can tell you that Calgary Planning Commission has, for the last couple of years, had low density residential applications on their consent agenda. They have the ability to pull items from consent, but they're typically on consent because the nature of the proposal is compatible with the surrounding land use districts. In the cases of HGO, although not on consent, there's specific criteria around where HGO should be applied. And so on that note, Calgary Planning Commission, I would say from a low density perspective, is adding a step in the process before it comes to council.
Thank you. Okay, next section is housing supply, housing affordability. What is Plan B if rezoning doesn't produce the results we're expecting? 1, in terms of failing to increase housing supply, and 2, if it produces unintended consequences.
Do you mind repeating that? And Mr. Director Chase can take that.
Just to say that the housing strategy has 98 actions, and so the intention is that a number of actions are moving the needle on housing supply. This is, as you know, one of many actions, and so we hope that and believe that the other 97 actions will contribute to the affordability and the increased units that we're looking for.
Thank you. If you're targeting 1,000 new applications annually, I'm assuming 300 sites will be for rental, maybe 500 to 600. So over the next 2 years, there is a good chance that you'll be taking 1,000 rentals out of the market. What is admin's plan if this worsens the rental shortage over the next 2 years?
Councillor Sharp, we will be monitoring the impacts of what this is doing over the next few years, particularly before we get a new zoning bylaw that's going to come into play. Anything we learn, we can then implement through the new zoning bylaw. What I can say is that we've learned from other cities that this actually has a really great impact on rents, rental prices, and rental numbers. So if you'd like, we can get more into that, but that's for now.
I think that's something that all members of council will need, regardless of the outcome of this decision. Why is our focus on redevelopment for this one particular kind of low density development? Why aren't we focusing on and encouraging higher multi-residential densities in appropriate areas?
So Councillor Sharp, as Director Chase just mentioned, this is one action of 98 coming out of the housing strategy, and a number of other actions are looking at development around transit-oriented development, or transit-oriented transit stations for transit-oriented development, looking at selling city land for the same, looking at for multi-residential, looking at making dwelling units permitted, to reduce barriers for multi-residential. So there's a number of actions. This is but one.
Thank you. Effects of rezoning. What would stop someone from applying for a direct control district that will allow only single-family residential built forms?
That there's nothing stopping from somebody doing that.
Okay, thank you. Do we have the infrastructure capacity to support this rezoning? And what's the process if new infrastructure is required? How are these costs carried by developers?
Thank you for that. I'll ask Maggie Choi to come on up to the podium, and while she's coming up, I will just remind council that in our recap presentation, we shared that 86% of our established area communities are below their peak population and thus do have infrastructure capacity. And I'll turn it over to Maggie to expand.
Sure. Yeah, I would just add that a key role for the city is to monitor and manage our infrastructure to ensure we're meeting the needs of growth and change. And we use well-established evaluation processes and tools to review infrastructure capacity status. So different levels of detail are looked at during the local area planning and development permit stages, as well as during our routine citywide monitoring.
Okay, I'm going to take it a step further. When we talk about infrastructure, we focus on utility, which is great, but what about additional pressure on the community like recreation facilities, libraries, and parks?
Do you want me to take that one, Maggie?
Sure.
So with that, we do have a number of council approved capital funds, and in fact, there was a news release just recently that I pulled up that identified new recreation facilities, et cetera. I don't have it on the tip of my finger, but I could pull it up if you'd like.
Circulate that to everybody so they have that information.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Blanket rezoning wasn't anticipated as part of completed local area plans. Shouldn't we not be re-engaging with communities on how these changes will affect these plans?
On how the rezoning affects the plans? So I'm going to take this opportunity to share with council the purpose of an LAP, and if Kevin Fraze wants to come up to supplement anything I'm saying. So just a reminder that the local area plan is a policy document. It sits between the municipal development plan and the land use bylaw, and so it refines the municipal development policies down to the local level. It was never intended to rezone properties. It provides vision and growth and the development policies for redevelopment in that area. So if the rezoning, if the recommendation before you today is passed, those properties get redesignated, and the existing local area plans that have been approved would most likely need to be updated to remove the local location criteria that are currently embedded in those 3 plans that speak to where row house and townhouse should go. The HGO recommendation before you right now is completely aligned with the local area plans. Does that answer your question?
Jean, could you turn off the presenter mics? If you can turn both of those off, we have more mics available. Thank you.
Yes, so would we have to re-engage with those communities with that change, and would it have to come back to committee?
I don't believe we need to re-engage. Is Mr. Fraze here, please? No, we wouldn't need to re-engage. And we would likely, though, would we need to come back to council for an updated policy with the location criteria removed?
Yes, thanks for the question. So yes, we have a couple of policies in the local area plans that speak to where RCG or row housing, townhousing is appropriate. What we would require to come back to would be just those 3 local area plans with those criteria removed from the local area plan.
Okay, great, thank you. If this is approved, does the city have enough staff to process applications and perform the inspections to ensure development timelines are not bogged down? If not, how are we budgeting to make sure we have the staff?
From a community planning perspective, we do have the staff, because I would simply put the staff that are currently undertaking all the land use applications on the resulting development permits. I believe I've got my team in here from Mr. Lockhart or Ms. Desjardins, who can speak to development, business, and building services.
Good morning. From the perspective of building, we are in the process right now of ramping up, so we're very well aware of the increase in volume that we're seeing. And yes, we would be prepared to manage it.
Okay, I only have a minute left. We have heard from most speakers that they're not against increasing density, but like to strike a balance. Can you think of any other way to strike a balance without increasing density without blanket rezoning, such as zoning the Beltline to allow higher density or mixed use?
So, Councillor Sharp, I think I've almost already answered this question in that not only are there 98 actions in the housing strategy, and several of those zone in, or no pun intended, I guess, key in on certain areas like TOD and that type of thing. But the Beltline, we've got policy around the Beltline. The Beltline has quite high densities, and that's already happening.
Okay, evaluating success. These are the fun questions. So our understanding was we want to build more housing. We want to work on affordability and increase the housing supply. How are we going to measure success? How will we know this actually worked? What will we be measuring? The number of new units, their prices, whether they're available to purchase or to rent. So how are we going to measure this?
Sorry, I used the wrong button there. It's like ping pong, it feels this morning. Yes, Councillor Sharp, the housing needs assessment will capture that. All of the pieces that you mentioned will be able to evaluate the success of what happens through that. And we're able to tailor that for the next round if needed to make sure that we're measuring the right things.
And what if it doesn't work? How do we revert back?
Would turn how it would if it doesn't work, how would we revert back?
I'm not sure why we would need to revert back. The RCG district is a district that provides many housing forms within that district and housing choice. So it would continue to allow single semis and row houses, which are appropriate. So I don't believe we would need to undo the rezoning.
Undo the blanket rezoning.
Correct.
Okay. And
we would not do that.
okay. How do you guys expect to report to council moving forward if this passes or doesn't pass?
For what, Councillor Sharp?
Like the success of this project. How are you going to report to council?
I believe Director Chase.
Sorry, I'll figure this out sometime. There's a number of ways that we report back to council. Updates on the housing strategy, those are coming next month. So there's a wide sort of space for us to report, but specific to the blanket rezoning, I'm not sure if someone else wants to comment on that.
I would need to know what you'd like us to report back on.
Well, reporting back on measurement of success or any unintended consequences that would need council redirection.
Sure, absolutely. So I think, and Ms. Khan can jump in if she'd like, but we are always continuously monitoring the development and updating the land use bylaw. We had updates here in 2022. Ms. Khan, do you want to add anything?
I would just add that that's pretty much the whole point of my team, is to make sure that the land use bylaw is working, it's working effectively and promoting the outcomes that we want to see. And so I would say it's probably through some of our reporting back, most likely through the zoning bylaw and the implementation of that work that will be coming over the next few months and subsequent years, of course.
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Sharp, if I could just jump in with one other piece, which is the Housing Commission. So that's a different piece of work, but there would be that independent group that will be evaluating success related to the housing strategy, and we will anticipate that they will pay specific attention to this change.
Great. And Kay, my final question is administration going to continue after big projects like this with a what we heard recap? And did we do that for the guidebook?
I believe we did do that for the guidebook.
And moving forward, would you guys do it again?
If it's helpful for council to do so, then yes, absolutely, we're happy to do that.
Thank you. My time's up.
All right, let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. There was a lot of feedback, and I mean, we have a good slide up speaking to about the bureaucratic costs associated with redevelopment. I'm curious, where does Calgary currently rank with other jurisdictions? Because I know there's a study from Altus not that long ago. I'm curious if things have changed, just in terms of as things have ramped up. Where do we currently rank and sit right now? What's our best information on that?
I believe in the most recent report that I've saw, which is from CMRB, is that correct? Is that Calgary ranked third.
Okay, and are we now to some degree splitting hairs in terms of like pieces of the process that we would potentially pull out to get up to number one or even higher? You can't get higher than one, but what do we stand to lose by trying to drive up even higher on that list?
We don't stand anything to
Okay.
lose if we're going to try and do better. We are trying to do better. And I'll just correct myself, it was CHBA. Competition-wise, when you're third, you always want to do better. So
Right.
yes, we have a number of improvements underway. We've got continuous improvements. So no, we've been reviewing that report to look at where we fell down in the scoring and what we can do better, especially in comparison to other jurisdictions.
Okay. Do you have an idea of what path would help you ascend the list higher, like if the rezoning would be more helpful in those ends, or if not doing that. I mean, obviously, the fact that you're bringing this recommendation would hint in a certain direction, but can you give some feedback on that?
Sure. So absolutely, if we actually go to the previous slide that was up with the chevrons, the citywide rezoning helps remove approximately 4 months from the timeline from application submission to seeing housing on the ground. Removing the zoning change is a big step. There's a cost to that. There's time to that. There's some uncertainty to that. So by removing that, then we're starting at the development permit stage and moving forward there. So you're lopping off a good 4 months.
Okay. Yeah. So if we want to continue the velocity, like spool up the velocity, this is one of the best options kind of in front of admin right now.
It is our best professional recommendation when it comes to low density residential.
Okay, perfect. A variety of presenters spoke about the missing middle redevelopment taking labor away from non-market and cheaper versions of housing on the housing continuum. That was a new concern that was raised. Where does that rank for administration in your considerations in terms of, does it naturally mitigate somewhere else? Or that was new for me to think that by us doing this, adding a lot of 70K up to $1 million high-level row houses in established area communities might be taking labor away from other places we want to focus on that actually achieve lower cost housing on the continuum. What's admin's response to that?
Ms. Khan will take that one.
So what I would say to that is that, so I'm not actually too worried about that. I think a lot of what we're seeing in the market is people being driven by how we do our processes. So if we take away that land use process, I think we're going to see more skilled laborers, people coming to Calgary to actually fill that void. And that's part of what we want. That's part of that economic, thriving, active city that we want to create and we want to bring people to. And so removing that hurdle of that land use stage, I think will actually get us more ability to build some of those things quicker and at a better price point.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, it's almost like by having more permitted housing coming to market, we will reinforce that we're the place to be for builders and trades, and they will come here because it's easy to find business.
Absolutely. We've heard from a number of developers that they just don't play in the developed areas game because it is too hard to do that land use. There's too much unknown. So I think by eliminating that, we will see that influx or that increase.
Okay, thank you. What are the risks to the long-term financial stability of the city should the current zoning stay in place for the foreseeable future?
So back in 2020, when we did the MDP update report called Next 20, we brought something forward that talked about how implementing the MDP would have a potential cost savings over time of about $16 billion in avoided capital costs and reaching about $390 million a year when the plan would be fully implemented. So there is a huge cost savings to doing the MDP. This is a small piece of that. This is one of those pieces to get us to that 50-50 goal.
But in terms of the actions available to council too, I mean, I think moving the MDP forward has been notoriously difficult. What are our other options other than, this seems to be a pretty important one. What are the other options that are available to us, high level?
Insofar as seeing housing on the ground?
And moving it, all the stuff we talked about, the TOD, those would be the other options?
Correct. So reminder, council, this is one of 98 actions. It was never intended to be or touted as the silver bullet for all housing, to solve all housing issues. It's one recommendation that provides additional housing choice in the low density residential areas. Right now, 87% of our low density residential properties only allow one dwelling, and that's at 67%, or two dwellings, 20%. So by putting forward the recommendation before you to go to a district that allows single, semis, and row house, we're increasing the housing choice within the parcels that we already have.
Right.
that's one tactic on trying to build housing.
Okay. We heard from a lot of Calgarians about concerns about the worst case scenario popping up on their street. When you think about speaking to people that are concerned about something like Ms. Popowich's experience popping up next to them on their street, how much of an outlier in your, like I've driven around the established neighborhoods, I see the massing. I even, I live in a new neighborhood where I look right into the windows of the person next to me because our lot lines are very close, so we take turns closing our blinds. And when you think about that specific, what are you confident that there's the right processes in place right now to mitigate those outcomes as best as possible?
So we heard the same through our information sessions, and that is why the recommendation before you is recommending that the row house development form, be no longer both permitted and discretionary, right, and that we shift to discretionary. Because what we heard were concerns about, I now know that, say, only a single detached might come beside me, and it might be, whatever height, et cetera, but it's only a single detached. Now I'm not going to know if I'm going to have a single detached, a semi-detached, or a row house or suites. And the biggest concern, of course, was row houses. So by shifting it to a discretionary permit, we have a review with that whereby neighbors are notified via a sign on the parcel. Our development map system provides a portal in to provide comments to us. And also there's the appeal period if a decision's made that someone isn't liking that. And then also coupled with what Ms. Khan said earlier about continuously refining, we did hear feedback prior in the earlier years. And in 2022, we made significant changes to the RCG district, which, as Mr. Keane said in his presentation, haven't necessarily been seen on the ground yet because most of the developments have been approved under the old rules. But okay. So there's all of those factors in play.
And an evolution to come. Okay, thank you. I'm out of time. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor McLean, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, administration, for all this numbers and stuff coming at us. The biggest number I wanted to ask you questions about was we had 736 speakers. You said 70% were opposed and 4,347 public submissions, which 90% were opposed. So we have that data, but did you by chance collect any data on the people that presented that were in favor or against the plebiscite in voting for upzoning?
I'll ask Ms. Ferguson if she did any analysis on that.
We did take pretty good notes, but I haven't pulled it in that way, so we could potentially do that and get back to you.
Okay, we heard it a lot. We've heard a lot of things from the people. I guess that was the whole point of this ordeal. A lot of good suggestions from a lot of different experts in the industry. A lot on council said that this public hearing was a better way to engage with the public. So now we've got all this information and where the public stands on it and some of my recommendations. So what has administration done to take into consideration all this public input to change any of your recommendations?
So Councillor McLean, a lot of what we heard during the public hearing was similar to what we heard through the information sessions. There was some new information. And perhaps, Ms. Khan, did you want to take this?
One of the biggest things I can say, Councillor McLean, is that through all of the discussions that we've had with people, one of the biggest things that hit me was around the discretionary use. It is not typical that I would ever sit here and say we should go from permitted to discretionary, but in this case, I really do believe it's a valid point. And mainly because of the comments we've been hearing from the communities and community associations. I think there's a real validity of working with the community associations over the next few months before this gets implemented to actually think about how does it get implemented and how do they work with us and how do they submit comments and do that in a proactive way. And by changing it to discretionary, we're actually opening up that door to have a lot more of those conversations with community and continue to refine over time.
But basically, from the onset, the administration's recommendations before the public hearing, nothing's changed since after the public hearing, basically.
We cannot change anything between our Calgary Planning Commission date and the date of public hearing.
Oh, okay.
The report is locked down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of the idea of a public hearing, was to hear from the people, and then maybe to adapt and then change your policy if it wasn't popular. Move on. Did I hear you say earlier then that administration would not be looking at or reversing citywide the upzoning under any circumstances, but a future council could direct administration to do that, correct?
Councillor McLean, if a future council directed that, then administration would follow through on that.
Okay. Just to go back to some of the various lawsuits that we've heard that have been filed or about to be filed, I know we can't talk to too much without going into maybe closed session, but maybe you can answer, if, say, a lawsuit was successful, or is there a possibility of a judge that actually says, okay, we have to put a hold on these proceedings? If I'm just not really sure. You maybe legal could tell me. Does the court have that power to say, okay, we got to put a pause in this if they really have the power, I guess?
I'm not sure that there's a plain black and white answer on that. The city will deal with whatever legal challenges come before it and deal with them as they come. And if there was some direction from a court to freeze what was going on, then that's what we'd have to respond to. But there's nothing before us at this point.
Yeah, we talk a lot about risk. This is obviously a big risk. It could cost a lot of money, could pause things. I understand that we couldn't go into the further on that. Most of the other stuff we've kind of already talked about. We've talked a lot about this. So I will pause. That's all I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. Why did we sell this as an affordability plan when we're relabeling land that ultimately gives it a land lift?
Councillor Wyness, I'm not sure that was our original intention, and I reread our report last night, and that doesn't come across. However, there are comments, or we talk about more affordable housing choice, like different price points in the market and the middle, the missing middle spectrum there. And so that has been misinterpreted, which is very easy to do, totally understand that, with affordable housing.
But what we mailed out, like it actually said, I wish I brought it. What was mailed to people's doors was
Mr.
talking
Mueller, do you
about
want to speak
affordable
to
housing.
that?
I just happened to have the postcards with me. The postcards spoke primarily to three things. We wanted to ensure that Calgarians are aware of the work that's happening, that they have an opportunity to get information by pointing them at our website, which also then pointed them at our public information events. And we also wanted to give them the opportunity to submit feedback so that council would have that feedback. And finally, make them aware of this public hearing of council. So that's what was on both of the postcards that we sent out. One was much larger than the first one. The first one was smaller. And the second one, because we heard feedback that people didn't seem to have received this one, that we made the second one much larger so that it would be harder to miss.
Can you put them on the screen, please? And the other side of this slide is on the big mail out.
So these are the postcards front and back sides. This is the first one that was sent out in early or mid-January. Yeah. And the second one was sent out early April. This is the front side, and it has a second slide.
Okay, and we use it like inflammatory words like crisis. Now, when I talk to my community, people who aren't engaged or are not following council, when this showed up on their door, their concern was, I'm losing value in my house through the labeling of their property and rezoning it. So how could we have done our communication better so that wasn't what Calgarians heard who aren't following council?
Councillor Wyness, that is always a fine line when we're communicating with the public, to not overload them immediately with too much information on a postcard, but to help direct them to our website. which did have quite a few answers to questions that were being posed. In hindsight, to make that even more clear, we should have probably had a question saying, will this affect your property values, or is this in any way designed to change your existing property downwards? Maybe we could have been more transparent on that.
Can I just add in there, Councillor Wyness, as well, that the housing is such a complicated, complex city building topic, and so there's a lot we learned from the public through those several days of ways that we can continue to improve and build on our communication to date. So this is not a sort of now we're finished. There's lots that we can continue to do as we work with Calgarians on addressing the housing crisis.
Before we made our comms plan, did we look at any other city in Canada that's currently going through this to see how their communication was better than ours? Maybe learn and then do our comms plan?
Yes and no, Councillor Wyness, because not a lot of other cities in the country have done a communications campaign to the degree that we did this year. So our postcards, especially the second one, is something that was a brand new type of activity or communication tactic that we took. I can tell you a bit about Edmonton, but honestly, ours is way more robust than what I've seen elsewhere.
And I think one of the things missing in the comms plan was you own your land, we're not taking your house. And I think that was a massive gap in how we communicated to Calgarians. My next question is, in the School of World of Planning, is this becoming what we're teaching in university and most planners are coming out with? I'm just kind of curious as to, we hire experts, and I want to know what are experts talking about for their baseline knowledge when it comes to this.
May you please clarify the it or the this?
The planners, the world of, you're an educated planner, you got your designations. What is inclusive zoning the wave of the future? Because it's happening across Canada. Some of the most expensive postal codes in Canada are being labeled inclusively. Is this what all planners that we hire come into the city with the knowledge on?
I'll let Mr. Mueller take this, please.
Councillor Wyness, I'll admit it's been a hot minute since I was in planning school, but the fundamentals of planning have always been about creating complete communities, which is a relatively new term, but communities that offer variety of housing in different scales and different forms. Depending on their locations, they can be much more intense, like the downtown, but also in terms of creating vibrant neighborhoods, Main Streets being a great example of that, and offering housing choice that meets the needs of residents. And that has always been a principle of planning and will always be one. So this may be fairly new to many North American cities that for decades have limited the choice of housing to just one or at most two forms, but it has never been the primary purpose or recommendation of planners to limit like this.
Councillor, I might weigh in on this a bit. And I spoke a little bit to this last Thursday. The reason this is being discussed in every city in North America is because cities have come to understand that the regulations that started in the mid-20th century have substantially resulted in these big problems we have in cities. So whether it's transportation-related challenges that we have as cities, obviously, when it comes to housing, the challenges that we face as cities, but also other things like climate and the relationship between the city and nature. And so it is prevalent in the planning profession at this point to look critically at how cities have grown over the past 50, 60 years. And at the center of that critique is the zoning of the middle 20th century, which we have and most cities have, and everybody's looking at that zoning and saying, hey, this is contributing to all these problems. We have to seek ways to change if we're to address these big issues. So it is absolutely prevalent in the profession and in the training of people in this world to look at zoning critically, and that's resulting in various measures like this one that Calgary is debating right now.
Okay. It was mentioned that builders don't want to play in the inner city, but I've also heard criticisms where builders have brought ideas to the city and we have become the biggest hurdle for adaptation early on. And this predates my time. So how will administration change their mindset so that when we have ideas like carriage houses going in greenfield development, which we've already switched to RG, we won't be the hurdle. We'll say, okay, that's a cool idea. How do we incorporate it and actually grow our city with what market wants?
I might ask Mr. Mueller or Ms. Khan maybe to speak to and using HGO as an example of working with industry.
I'll start first with saying I think one of the major hurdles is just the uncertainty and the process and the cost of the land use redesignation process, which limits the market to certain players. Without that process, the market will be open. So that may have been one of the concerns. In terms of how HGO and that district works better or can be changed, I'll hand it off to Lisa.
I think we're always looking for ways to make that process better, right? And so through HGO, one of the things we did was looked at all those DCs that came in that do take more time, that do cost more money, that do implement more barriers than what a typical land use or a DP especially would give. And we created a new district that council could then put on the ground through land use applications. I think with the HGO, it was really important to make sure that what we were trying to do was the outcome that we would see through development. And I think that's where we want to go from a zoning perspective, is thinking more about that outcome rather than the specific rules that go along with it, right? How do we get to those outcomes rather than how do we make sure we check a box by getting to a rule? And I know the rules are really important. Many of our community associations probably know them better than I do, right? But for me, it really isn't about the rules. It's about how the rules work together. So it's not about individual rules, it's about the whole. And that whole gets us to those outcomes. I think by doing something like this, we've taken away some of the barrier, but honestly, the rezoning for housing project is really what's going to land that elimination of that barrier for most of the developers and builders that are out there.
Councillor Wyness, I just asked that HGO be used as an example because it was industry coming in with a different housing form that, as Ms. Khan said, started with direct control districts and then has morphed into a new district. So we do work with industry regularly on innovations and ways to improve.
Okay, so greenfield development mostly is built off of RG. So where we have all the mixed types, we give a blank slate and say build as you wish. And we have a lot of density out in Ward 2. So why are we rezoning when we've already built at a higher density in our suburbs and not just target our zoning in the areas that we are seeing the redevelopment? Why did you bring the whole city into something when not everyone's going to be impacted by this?
For two main reasons, for me at least. For an equity perspective, we want it to be like this distinction between developed and developing is kind of arbitrary. So we wanted to make sure we were addressing the whole city, not just part of it. The bigger piece for me, though, is for the RG stuff, that's really something we're going to see when those communities start going through that life cycle change. It's something that we can put on the ground now that will have minimal impacts, right? The amendments that are in your package will actually have more impacts on the developing areas that I feel will be positive by allowing multiple secondary suites or a secondary suite and a backyard suite on one parcel. But the RG itself is something that in 50 years is going to help create that life cycle so we're not in the same conundrum we are in now in that time period. And so I really think it's a long-term strategy that's going to get us that gain, not just today, not just in 10 years, but in 50, 60, 70 years as well, when we don't have to have that debate. And so by putting it on the ground now, we're not going to change a whole lot right now because, as you said, these buildings are new. We're going to add a little bit of potential to what somebody can do on their parcel, but that long-term gain of making sure that this discussion has been had is super important for the long-term viability of those neighborhoods.
We had a speaker mention it too, like even in the redevelopment with the nature of the R1 narrow lots, there's really nothing that's going to fit in that because they've built the greatest and best use in our greenfield development. Whereas in the inner city, we did 50 by 120 post-war housing because of a school of thought at that time. So that again takes me back to like the rezoning of the outer communities, they're not going to see this increased density because it's already dense unless you're ripping out an entire block to add in towers, which by the way are taller than what we're seeing in the inner city. Always love to put that plug out there. So how come?
First, I love that you know the bylaw. Thank you for knowing that. That's great. I think your point just gets back to what I was saying about, you're right, not much is going to happen today because you do see those narrow infills and they're not at their life cycle. So the most somebody can do is reinvest in that parcel by adding that secondary suite or the backyard suite, if it's even allowed, depending on the parcel size. But what this can do is in, say, 30 years, 50 years, when those parcels start to change and become amalgamated with each other, that's when you're going to start to see the potential for something that can be torn down and rebuilt and different forms that are going to go in there. So again, it's really that long-term strategy for those RG, suburby, greenfield type areas.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, chicken and egg. We're doing blanket rezoning. What comes first, second, third? Blanket rezoning, LAPs, land use bylaw rewrites, Calgary plan.
So you're asking which one came first?
It should, in normal sequence, what goes first?
So, I mean, if you follow the hierarchy of policy, Mr. Mueller, do you want to take this one? All right.
Sure, I'll jump in. So in the hierarchy of plans, as Ms. Hamilton was about to begin, it would begin with the municipal development plan, which sets the overall land use, urban development vision for the city and fundamental goals. And then it goes to the community level of policy, which is the local area planning level. And then it's important to understand the land use bylaw is a collection of tools. And first we have to decide, do we want to cut something or join something? Are we gluing something? That determines which tool to use. And that's what the land use bylaw is. Our municipal development plan was written in 2009, and it set the path for exactly what you're seeing today, of having diversity of homes in all communities. Local area plans have been on this path also for years doing that. What was unanticipated and which brings this tool change to the fore right now is just the dire situation, not just in Calgary, but in many Canadian and North American cities, to provide more housing now rather than slowly. Policy, while working with communities, takes time through the engagement with the communities. This puts a land use district in place which enables those policies to be immediately effective when council approves them.
Okay.
Councillor Wong, if I just may add, sorry, to what Mr. Mueller said, and it's bringing the land use bylaw was what predates the municipal development plan. So as Mr. Mueller said, this is on track with what the municipal development plan imparts. So ideally, we would have already been here in the past with a land use bylaw that reflects the MDP. So we're kind of playing a little bit of catch up.
Okay. Will RCG exist after you do the land use bylaw rewrite?
Councillor Wong, whatever happens today will be reflected in the new zoning bylaw. It might not be called RCG, but it'll be a similar district that functions to get to the same outcomes as what we see today.
Will we have to rezone?
With the new zoning bylaw, we'd have to rezone the entire city to be updated with the new bylaw once it's adopted and in place. That will take a while though, so there's still a good chunk of time before that can actually be implemented once it's approved. And then we'd come back to this council with an implementation plan.
Okay, chicken egg. Thank you. Why do we go 60% lot coverage as opposed to 55?
Councillor Wong, so 60% lot coverage, we've done lots of testing over the past 10 years, and that is what it takes to get to a 4-unit row house. Anything less than that, and we just won't see row houses being built. And we know that because of the years of testing we've done. We can also look to a number of other cities that have done stuff that's similar. Victoria is one that comes to my mind that has what I would call arbitrary rules that do not get to the outcomes. And that's why you don't see many of these being built. The reason why you see these being built in Calgary and the actual appetite and market for it is because we have the rules that can actually get to that outcome, and the 60% is a big part of it. Now, what I would add is in places like Edmonton, where you see 45 and 55%, they don't include parking. So if we could get rid of parking, we could actually make that 45% work. 15% of that lot coverage is often dedicated to required on-site parking.
Okay. Inner city communities per the MDP, how many communities are included in that?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure how many are defined, or the MDP definition of inner city, but in the established or developed areas, I think we had flagged as there being, I'm just trying to pull my numbers here. I think there's 124 that are within our developed areas boundary. So that's larger than the inner city.
And total number of communities in the city?
About 172.
Okay, thank you. RCG, do we have inner city guidelines for RCGs?
No, Councillor Wong, we do not at this time.
Any plans
Yes.
before rezoning?
No.
Okay. Can we use our LAP approach to rezone as opposed to full blanket?
Can we use the LAP approach to rezone?
Yes.
So as I said earlier, the LAP's, the local area plan, is a policy document. When we first set out with the local area plans, the intent was not to rezone. It's just, as I said, it's a level of policy. Council would need to direct us to, if that's your wish, to follow up an approved local area plan with rezoning.
And retroactively for those approved?
Yes. I will caution, though, the land use bylaw districts do not align completely with the urban form categories. Sometimes there's a couple of land use districts within each urban form category. So if I'm not mistaken, there might be some misalignment there.
And how long will it take to reconcile that?
Council may need to direct us, and Ms. Harder would come up and explain.
Category with one specific district. As Deb mentioned, the intent of urban form categories is to provide a higher level range of options that then could inform which of a few districts could be implemented on the ground. So the intent right now with our current land use bylaw is not to have one urban form district aligned to, or one urban form category aligned to a specific land use district, because then we wouldn't need the urban form categories. So it provides a range, and I think that's why was previously mentioned, if we wanted to rezone, we could look at it following a local area plan, but the intent of a local area plan is to provide long-term guidance for where growth can change and where it's appropriate. The intent is not to dictate what a specific land use zone is on the ground.
Okay. Well, while you're here, can I just ask you a question?
Sure.
In the urban form category, neighborhood limited is used in Westbrook. Can you describe what that is?
So the neighborhood local urban form category is a primarily residential urban form category that allows for the lowest forms of residential in the city, which could be single, semi, or row house, what we refer to in local area plans as small scale homes. The limited scale, which is separate, that allows for up to 3-story development.
Any site restrictions?
So in Westbrook and in Heritage, we have some locational criteria where we're supporting row houses based on the engagement that we did. Westbrook, for example, we're looking at corner lots, we're looking at areas around larger parks and that type of thing. But again, it doesn't specify RCG, it speaks to units that are 3 or more units on a parcel. It doesn't get into what the exact form might be, just how many units there are.
So we heard a speaker say that you can't do row house on a laneless lot, cul-de-sac, parcels less than 6,000 square feet. Would that be still within the neighborhood local or limited?
That is within the neighborhood local and limited scales, because we don't see single semis or row houses in Calgary that are above 3 stories, so it's limits the scale to the limited and would all fit within neighborhood local. So the map for Westbrook, oh, perfect, it's on the screen here. This map shows exactly what I spoke to, with policy that supports that locational criteria based on the engagement we did. Prior to the Home is Here housing strategy being approved, prior to rezoning for housing coming forward. So at this point in time, we didn't have council direction regarding RCG, so we did some engagement on it, and that's where we landed. So policy in future LAPs, should council decide to continue with that process, wouldn't require a different urban form category per se. It could include the current neighborhood local limited urban form category and scale combination with guiding locational criteria.
What's the role of the community in defining limited?
Pardon?
What's the role of the community in defining limited?
So for the local area planning process, in our local area plans, we have included small scale homes as engagement in phase 3 of the development of local area plans. So in Westbrook and Heritage, like I mentioned, because we didn't have council direction on citywide rezoning for RCG, we asked people about small scale homes and some criteria around that. We did find generally people were supportive of corner row houses. They had some more concerns about mid-block, but I think Lisa spoke to some of the changes that we've been making to RCG to support kind of some of that. And I will mention all of the engagement that we have done around small scale homes in the local area plans have also been shared with the rezoning for housing team. So they have used that data in the recommendation that was brought forward.
Okay, there's a recommendation to get rid of RC1, RC2. What's the risk of doing that, particularly with DCs?
I'll let Ms. Khan answer that. The question is, what's the risk of getting rid of RC1 and RC2 with respect to DCs, direct control districts?
Councillor Wong, I don't think there is a risk, mainly because, one, RCG is a way better district than RC1 and RC2 from a rules perspective and an outcome perspective. And because RCG allows for the same type of form that you could do through RC1 or RC2, I don't see why there'd be a need to have a development, or a direct control district. I'm not sure why that would be needed.
If there's an existing DC?
If there's an existing DC that precludes stuff or that would make it challenging to put it in. So for an example, one of the ones I can think of is a number of the DCs that you have approved recently for childcare in RC1. We didn't redesignate those to RCG because RCG right now does not allow for childcare. So we've kept those as RC1 with the base to allow for that to still continue. So if it was already DC, it would depend on the DC, I would say.
Just to add to that, the DC can stand on its own, so you don't need the district within the local, the land use bylaw for the DC to remain. So it remains intact.
Appreciate it. Just the descriptions, all the particulars is what is referenced back to. Okay. Rosedale. Rosedale is a special policy area. Is that staying?
I'll answer this and I'll look to Brianne to help me, but as part of the Home is Here strategy, the housing strategy, Councillor Wong, the recommendation was to remove that from the guide for local area planning. So I know we've done that, and then I'll ask Mr. Fraze to come up to speak specifically to the North Hill local area plan.
Thanks for the question. Yeah, the North Hill local area plan would be amended to remove that designation of a special study area. And the guide has already been updated to reflect that change that has come through the Home is Here strategy.
Has the community been informed?
The community, it hasn't been changed yet, so we would be coming forward with that amendment following these hearings.
Will there be some sort of public hearing on that?
Yeah, it would be an amendment to the existing local area plan, yes, so there would be a public hearing.
Okay. The next question is around TODs, and can someone give me what the plan schedule is about development TODs, timelines, incentives, anything like that?
That's a broad question. I might look to some of my colleagues. I don't know if Mr. Sheldrake is here, who can speak to the TOD program itself.
Hi there. Our TOD program We had guidelines approved a number of years ago, and we've been moving through implementation. All of our TODs are quite unique, and so we've been looking at a lot of them through different lenses, but we are moving forward either through redesignation, which is what we're contemplating at the Franklin LRT station, looking at some of our park and ride lots at some of the others, and then just writing policy for some areas that may not even have a park and ride, but just like in Inglewood Ramsey, where we're doing some investments in that area to just improve the context for growth.
Any sort of incentives or inducements or anything like that?
Not direct to builder or developer incentives, but rather just creating the context for a city-backed policy change, coming with the promise of investments to just prepare the ground for success in those areas.
Okay. To Mr. Chase, sorry, the housing strategy on TOD. What's the housing strategy target for TODs?
Sorry, Councillor Wong, I don't have that detail in front of me. I know I got the Housing Solutions team here who may have that answer, and if not, we'll get right back to you.
Thank you for the question. There is no specific target on TOD. The housing strategy outlines 2 targets for increasing supply. The first is that we will aim to build 1,000 more market units than what would normally be created, and 3,000 non-market units.
Okay. The Housing Accelerator Fund, was there not an initiative around TOD there?
Correct, Councillor Wong. There is one of the initiatives which includes TOD.
Can you describe that, please?
Sorry. Councillor Wong, I'd actually ask if, I don't know if there's someone from Housing here to speak specifically to it. And maybe while they're coming down, I just note that the publicly the 6th initiative is to invest in transit-oriented development, and that includes promoting development by making city land around transit stations available for redevelopment and investing in public space improvements around transit stations. And so changes will unlock development on city-owned land. And I'm not sure maybe if Ms. Zamani or also Campbell Barry would like to speak to that.
There's a target of 400 units within half.
Sorry, I can't hear.
There's a target of 400 units within the half action plan for TOD.
And per year or?
No, in total.
In total. Okay.
Thanks. I can also speak to that. One of the actions in the housing strategy is to make city-owned land available for transit-oriented development. So we are well underway with our sort of analysis and assessment of over 11 sites with sufficient city-owned land. We are advancing 2 of those properties right now, but just to give you some idea of the scale and scope of that possibility, those 11 sites constitute 63 acres of city-owned land. There's potential for up to 3,800 homes out of those 11 sites. The 2 sites that we are working on right now, Mr. Sheldrick just mentioned Franklin. We're also working on South Hill or East Riverbend. And out of those 2 properties, we're looking at about 1,000 units in the 2026-2027 timeframe.
Thank you. I'm not sure, Mr. Barry, sorry. I'm not sure this is yours. I probably would be. Mobile home parks, the Midfield and Blackfoot and other mobile home parks that we moved out of. Is there housing targets in there?
Sorry, can you repeat the last part?
Is there housing targets in those mobile home parks that we removed?
Yeah. Certainly. We are actively redeveloping the Midfield Mobile Home Park right now. That's a 20-acre site where we will have, actually next month, launching the first phase of sales. We'll have 7 sites available at Midfield. And just to give you a sense of the number of units, we're looking at 1,000 to 1,500 units potentially at Midfield. That's our active mobile home site redevelopment.
Okay. Thank you. Dollar questions, budget questions. Do we have, to Councillor Sharp's questions about infrastructures, amenities, and other capital works, do we have capital budget assigned for that now, or is that, do we even have a dollar price tag?
We do have capital assigned through various capital investment programs. If you give me just a second, or if Maggie wants to come up. Just 1 second, please.
I mean, I could speak to the utility programs. I would say annually we invest about 15 to 20 million per year in established area growth to support established area growth, and we don't expect that those investment levels need to change with the rezoning.
Okay. And my last question, engagement. What do we learn from engagement that would help our engagement with the public in the future? Mr. Keane?
Oh, your time's up. I was going to ask for a little bit of clarity on your question. What have we learned?
You can ask for clarity on the question.
Okay, may I get clarity on your question, please?
Sure. Through the rezoning the housing, all the engagement we've done, what have we learned that can improve future engagement with our constituents?
I'll start us off, and then I'll look to my colleagues, maybe Mr. Mueller or anyone else who'd like to chime in. I think Mr. Chase said it earlier, housing's complex. And one of Councillor Wyness's questions was about housing affordability versus affordable housing. I think one thing I know I've learned is that we probably need to be a little bit clearer with Calgarians as to what is being proposed and the implications of that. Mr. Mueller, did you want to add anything to that? Oh, sorry.
Not much to add, but I think what we have realized is that although something we may perceive ourselves as communicating very clearly and in plain language, that still isn't always the case for many community members who they're coming from it at a different angle than the city is. The city has, of course, we do this every day. We're very familiar with many of the issues that the city is trying to address, but a Calgarian has many other things top of mind, and always remembering that we need to relate to what is happening in the Calgarians' daily life so that they can understand why something is being proposed, what is being proposed, and take the time to help them understand that. Because a lot of what I think we've heard over the last few weeks is just a not understanding what is actually being proposed, and then, of course, a change. Humans don't like change.
Thank you.
Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Thank you. First question, why didn't administration provide any examples of 3-story row houses in any of the material that we provided to the public?
I believe we certainly did in our presentation, Councillor Chabot. Let me just look at the board information.
Councillor Chabot, while Ms. Hamilton's doing that, maybe I'll say the images that we used on, such as the one that's on your screen right now, on our boards, in our materials, those are the ones that are built. Those are the ones that are actually out there. So whether they're 3 stories, 2 stories, 2.5, you name it, for us it isn't about having that said on that diagram. It's about showing what that could mean and what that potential is. That's why we used examples of row houses next to a new single as well as an old single, so people could see what's being built regardless of that form, whether it was a row house or single detached.
Yeah, you said it in your answer. Potential could be 3 stories, and I didn't see any of that.
Potential is not 3 stories. Potential is 11 meters, which is the exact same potential as a new single detached dwelling that's going in right next.
10 meters.
10 plus 1 meter for grade.
And you can't do that with RCG?
No, it's an 11 straight meters.
I've heard people altering their grade in RCGs, so that's not at all possible, you're saying?
Councillor Chabot, through our development permit process, we review all of that stuff to make sure that there's no, what I'll call funny business going on there, to make sure that we see what's being built and that it's being built to the proper height. RCG allows for a slight bit more, but I can guarantee you when you're walking down a street and you look at those units, you cannot see that difference.
Sorry, Councillor Chabot, can I just before you go to another question. Ms. Whalen is putting up it's a paper printout of the boards that we had, and so this one was the welcome board. It showed a 3-story, and then the second one showed a number of photos, and it's small on the screen, but the top middle one is also a 3-story with the 3rd story setback. So there were several examples, and also, as Ms. Khan said, lots of 2 stories, because that's what we see.
I didn't see that one. Thanks. Such a major change citywide, typically stuff like this, like LAPs, would go through a committee. Why wasn't this considered at committee prior to being drafted as a bylaw?
Sorry, why wasn't this to committee? Land use redesignations come through Calgary Planning Commission to council. Councillor Chabot.
Oh, I'm aware of that, but because this is such a major change to our city, character-wise and even policy-wise, why wasn't it even considered to be brought forward to committee prior to going to council as a draft land use bylaw change?
I would suggest that the Home is Here housing strategy went through committee and directed this work. So from a committee council perspective, there was that. And then, as I said, this is the process that we take with, and I appreciate I'm saying process, but this is the way that land use redesignations come forward, and this is one 200-odd thousand plus parcel land use redesignation.
How will we look at ASPs and ARPs in relation to those areas that are identified as protected RC1 zones?
If this was to be successful? So the local area plan team, Kevin Fraze and Brianne Harder that were up here, will be taking a look at that and identifying through their sustainment work and their work plan as to how to address any changes that need to be done in older area structure plans or area redevelopment plans. Kevin, did I miss anything?
Redevelopment plans, area structure plans that are out there to determine what types of changes would be required within those. And as you know, as we're going through our local area plans, we do rescind the existing ARPs that are in there. So we've done a lot of that work already, but it's obviously some of those ones that we haven't got to yet that we would look to maybe rescind those policies. Preliminary assessment is that it's fairly minor amendments that would be required to do that.
And how is this going to get applied in heritage sites?
Heritage sites are a little different in terms of typically we have in our local area plans, we have heritage guidelines which put specific parameters around what we can do on those sites that give us that extra special attention so that we're not disrespecting the character and the heritage of certain blocks in the community.
How will this affect our MDP that has current projected target densities if this potentially could exceed the targets identified in the MDP?
I think, as Ms. Hamilton mentioned, we will be monitoring the effectiveness of the LAPs along the way. Obviously, as we all know, communities evolve and change relatively slowly. Communities are made up of thousands of parcels and thousands of individuals that are making decisions, not all at once. So I think over time we see more of an evolutionary type of change in our local area plans, which will give us the opportunity to monitor. And as Ms. Hamilton mentioned, fortunately we have a local area plan monitoring and sustainment team, which will be monitoring all the effectiveness of our local area plans, and as necessary, we would make adjustments to reflect anything that we're seeing on the ground.
Will this trigger a need to make any amendments to the Calgary Metropolitan Plan?
I'll leave that to
Ms. Ferguson.
No, we believe that this proposed our recommendation is in alignment with both our municipal development plan and the regional growth plan.
In light of the 88% of the 5,830 letters, 5,100 plus letters in opposition to this proposal, how do we plan on working with those individuals in the future to try and alleviate their concerns?
So Councillor Chabot, we're not able to work with individuals, but what I mentioned to Councillor Wyness earlier, around shifting the row house development form from both permitted and discretionary to only a discretionary use. When and if development comes into those neighborhoods, we then have an opportunity to work with the adjacent residents and the community association. They'll be notified of the development permit. They'll have a chance to comment and work with us on that, and then of course to appeal.
In light of what I've heard recently, that the majority of Calgarians weren't even aware of this change happening, are we planning on having a central point of contact to address citizens' concerns as developments come forward so that we don't further burden 311?
So, Councillor Chabot, when there are active applications, they are assigned to a planner called a file manager, and that file manager's contact information is posted. In fact, Ms. Whalen, yes, thank you. If you want to pull that next slide up. We have a signage that goes out, as well as our development map, interactive map online that has the contact information there for them to contact the planner directly. So it does not go through 311.
Do we have any provisions that are non-internet based?
Yes, these boards, these are photos of boards that get put on the ground on the site, and there is contact information on there. People can call and or email.
Email, internet.
I said call or
you.
email.
Thank you. Why weren't things like quality of life, privacy, mental health issues related or referred to in the What We Heard report?
Our What We Heard report captured what we heard. Joe, do you have any more to add?
Yes, our What We Heard report captured what we heard, and there may have been a few people who expressed concerns about quality of life, but I attended every single information event, and I went to numerous of the events that councillors held, actually all of them, and there may have been one or two people that mentioned, well, maybe not yours, but mental health. So it wasn't something that was a predominant topic. Quality of life, I think, was expressed primarily through privacy, which we heard, just changing character of the community, just more people, having more people on the street, of course, impacts to parking. That is how most, I think, quality of life concerns were expressed, but not specifically as the quality of life or mental health.
How confident are we that this will withstand a judicial review, and what happens in between now and while the judicial review is underway?
Councillor, we're always prepared to defend any of the bylaws that we bring before you.
Okay. Is there any other considerations, including building height, contextual sensitivity, front yard setbacks? Has been sort of taken out of the whole contextual component. Is there any thoughts about making some additional changes to provide, I guess, contextual sensitivity as referred to by many presenters?
Councillor Chabot, as I mentioned previously, we feel really confident in our rules getting to us towards the outcomes. When we start playing with those rules, especially ad hoc and individually, we start to not see the outcomes that we want. We start to get different building forms that might not be desirable. What I would say is if there's a desire to change rules, we'd want to see that through our monitoring of development that's coming through this process. We wouldn't want to make anything ad hoc because, again, the rules all work together. It's not one thing that leads to a yes or no. It's all of them together.
Can we make the rules around contextual height clearer?
Councillor Chabot, I truly believe that the rules in RCG, particularly around height, are way better than the rules in RC1 and RC2. But if you have suggestions about how to make them more clear, I'm always open to them.
Why didn't we consider rezoning all city-owned RC1, RC2 properties to RCG even before this for affordable housing units?
Sorry, could you say that again? Sorry.
I've got it. just so he doesn't lose time. The question was, why didn't we redesignate city-owned RC1, RC2 to RCG earlier than this? Perhaps Mr. Barry can maybe speak to this for me. And I'm asking Mr. Barry because it's owner initiated.
Thank you. That's a very interesting question. We don't have a lot of RC1 city-owned properties, although we do have a number of them, like along McKnight Boulevard, along Crowchild Trail, that have been purchased on an opportunity basis over the last couple decades. I think there is probably a possibility that could have happened as a pilot or as a test case. It just really didn't come up through the discussions, and really there's not a lot of property, so I don't know if it's a really great test case, to be honest.
And Councillor Chabot, just to be clear for everyone, city-owned parcels that happen to have a designation of RC1, RC2 are part of this redesignation before you.
How many properties do we have in the city that are currently zoned RCG?
Roughly about 3,000.
How many units were built in the developed area versus developing area of this type last year?
Just 1 second, please.
Councillor Chabot, was the question how many RCG permits have we seen in the developed areas?
Yeah, there's how many of that type of unit? I'm sorry, why am I getting more time taken off when they're asking for clarification on my question? I'm losing over a second at every question I'm asking.
Chabot, I am watching this. I've given everyone latitude. I am watching on your behalf. I gave everybody a little bit of extra time for the very same reason. And administration has the right to ask for a clarification of the question.
I just don't see why I should lose time over providing
Don't worry
clarification.
about your time. I'm taking care of the fact that you can still ask a question.
I have one more question at the very least. So what I was trying to get clarification on was that type of built form. How many were built in the developed area versus the developing area last year?
One second, Councillor Chabot. If we can go to slide 200, please.
I don't think that we have exactly what you're asking. Like for 2023, the number of units broken out that way. So we can get back to you for that specific ask.
Okay, can I get one last question about parking and how the plan is to do enforcement? Because people will be parking in alleys and 36-hour rule. I'm not sure who's gonna.
Yeah, you can ask that. There's someone coming up.
Okay.
There's a question with respect to enforcement in alleys or enforcement in general relating to development.
Well, yes, because we heard about extra garbage cans, et cetera, and people start, there's a limited parking requirement now. How is that going to be enforced, street and alleys?
Yeah, the rules exist today and they'll continue to be enforced, and obviously we monitor the levels of complaints on these sorts of items and adjust our enforcement activity accordingly.
So you think you have the resources to do that?
We do, and just given the nature of the enforcement cycle, it's self-funding. So,
if I may, just one last question. It's about rezoning.
Okay, I've given you quite a bit of time.
Yeah, I lost
Chabot.
over 20 seconds.
I'll see if there's a second round.
Thanks.
I have been very generous with the time. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to start with asking questions actually outside of the MDP to see how it aligns with other city policies. And so my first one is for our affordable housing partners? Like, how does rezoning support our affordable housing partners?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Wolcott. The key is that when we lift minimums, it isn't just the private market, it lifts minimums for everybody, and so that will positively affect our affordable housing partners as well.
Switching to climate, same question. Is how does this rezoning align with our climate strategy?
I'll ask Ms. Bowen to come up, please.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Wolcott. Densification and focusing on established areas aligns to our climate goals. As you know, buildings contribute about 60% of greenhouse gas emissions, transportation about 30%. So when we focus on building new homes, quite often they're smaller, they're definitely much more energy efficient. That's contributing, as well as providing mobility choices. Quite often, again, in established areas, there is more opportunity for transit, walking, et cetera, in proximity, so that's a real contributor. And I think the third thing is focusing on the established areas. We often protect some of those large ecosystems and large tracts of land in the green space surrounding Calgary, so it definitely aligns to our climate goals.
Thank you so much. Next up is same question. It will be for Route Ahead and the transit team about how this aligns with their strategies.
Thanks for the question. So far, in 2023, we've achieved 53% of our primary transit network and 73% of our base transit network. So by increasing density in established neighborhoods, we increase our ridership base for our existing service and increase revenue that we can use to reinvest throughout the system.
Thank you so much. I'm gonna keep going. This time it's the anti-racism strategy and how this aligns with the anti-racism policies as well.
Thank you very much for that question, Councillor Wolcott. And the way it aligns with the anti-racism strategy is that from our engagements with the community, both for the community action strategy and for the public safety action strategy, we identified that housing was one of the key issues that many Calgarians, Indigenous, Black, and diverse racialized really raised in terms of inequities. And so the inequities would be in finding accessible housing. The inequities would also exist in for those individuals that do not have vehicles, for them to have accessibility to transit and housing and schools, all of those combined. And so we really focused a lot on the centering of lived experiences of Indigenous, Black, and diverse racialized. And this also aligns in a way with the affordable housing strategy, whereby two of the key outcomes, one of them was really to increase housing for Indigenous peoples in Calgary, and the other one for Indigenous housing. What this all really comes down to from the anti-racism perspective is that there are structural inequities in terms of the way the land was used and structured and parceled out from the beginning. And what we have identified through the scoping, but also through customized trainings with housing solutions, but also with Calgary Housing Company, is that we identified specific strategic actions and specific strategic areas that they can focus on. One of them is incorporating disaggregated race-based data in the monitoring and the tracking. And another one is ensuring the policy review so that the selection and provision of housing is really available for everybody, regardless of racial background.
Thank you so much for being here. Sorry for it, this one's going quick. Let's keep rotating through to the growth and change policies now, about how rezoning fits with growth and change over the long term.
This completely aligns with our long-term vision laid out in the municipal development plan and the 50-50. Did someone come up behind me? Go for it.
Whenever I hear growth and change, I just stand up and walk to council chambers. So, thanks for the question. Obviously, it's something I think about a lot. I would answer it by saying we're growing at a rate we've never seen before, which means we need to pull some levers that we've never pulled before. And I'm a supply sider, and if we can find a way to get some of those singles and semis that we see being built today in established areas to be, semis and rows, that's a brand new supply opportunity at a time when every market in the city is growing at record levels. And it also achieves a number of our other strategic growth objectives as well. Director Fleming mentioned you're growing in areas where you have base transit, you have emergency services, you have mobility options. Director Bowen mentioned you're lessening your expansion and your environmental footprint. It checks a lot of boxes on the growth strategy.
Thank you so much. This one will probably go to Housing Solutions. A lot's been made about the Housing Accelerator Fund, but I think there's a lot missing from the conversation with regard to the other federal programs that are available to us to support our growth. And so can someone speak to the wide range of federal programs that span the housing market, specifically the ones that meet municipal needs?
I can start, Councillor Walcott, and I will turn it over to the team. I'll just note that the federal government announcement of the $20 billion in new funding in the last budget is a major piece of new federal dollars. We don't have details on that program yet. I know we've got Intergov on the line to support that, but I would turn it over to Ms. Samani to give you a bit of a sort of high-level view of all of the programs. I would just note that they are very nuanced, as we all know. There's lots of complexity to the programs, but I turn over to you, Ms. Samani.
Thank you for that question. Yeah, like Director Chase said, there are a number of programs. The federal government in their 2024 budget announced over $20 billion in new funding that will be available. That's related to housing, development of affordable housing, acquisition of affordable rental housing that currently exists to keep that affordable housing supply. There's I think over 8 or 10 different programs that were announced, but the programmatic parameters still have not yet been released.
Have any been released related to infrastructure?
Not that we're aware of.
Sorry, just the announcements, not the parameters.
Yeah,
yet.
just the announcements, yeah.
Thank you so much. Okay, just keeping. I want to talk about population statistics really quickly. I know we talked about 86%, but I wanted to dig in a little bit deeper to the 86%. There's about 150 established area communities. Just so that we're not thinking about 86%, how many of them are actually stable?
Thank you. Can we go to the slide that shows the 86% though, which I think is slide 54? And I'll also take the opportunity to correct my numbers earlier. There's about 212 communities, 172 within the black boundary, about 40 within what we define as the inner city. If we look at this illustration, which I know is not directly answering your question, there are 148 of these communities are experiencing decline. If we were to look into more of the established areas boundary that I know a lot of you are thinking about, there's about, I think it's, what are we looking at? There's about 148 of those are declining, and the stable, it's like 11 or 12 communities that are actually like stable or experiencing redevelopment.
How many people have actually been lost in these communities since their peak?
Again, if we were to look at not this black boundary, because obviously there's some communities that are recently built out showing on here. If we were to look more in that established areas boundary, it's about 117,000 people that have lost compared to their peak population.
Thank you. Is there any correlation between the stable communities and redevelopment potential, or any redevelopment activities that have already happened?
Yes.
Quicker than I was preparing. Thank you so much. I want to jump to the jurisdictional scan a little bit now, just because a lot of my colleagues have asked questions about what is the impact that this will have. So what lessons from the jurisdictional scan that administration completed have we learned with regards to starts, rent stability, housing price stability, completions?
It impacts all of those things you just mentioned in a positive way.
When you're thinking about this jurisdictional scan and some of these other examples, is there anything specific that we can just probably provide to assure some relation of confidence beyond just positive? Like, is there any particular examples that worked really well, and to what extent?
Yeah, I would say Auckland, New Zealand's probably one of the best ones that we've been able to learn from, mainly because they've had it in place since 2016. So they've actually had the ability to do peer reviews and very scientific type of reviews as well. What I can tell you there is that they did see housing starts pretty much double, and rents have gone down, I want to say anywhere between 15 to 30%, depending on where you are in Auckland. And it has made Auckland more affordable than other cities in New Zealand, such as Wellington, et cetera, et cetera.
Can you help just maybe with the rest of the council, but also the public, understand how? Like, what is the impact of the market chain based off of what you understand from housing development starts?
I think I know what you're getting at. I would say, like, it's a supply and demand issue, right? So you increase supply, you meet demand. And over time, what that does is it lowers that cost to actually getting in. It lowers competition between buyers. It makes it so that there's more opportunity to choose from. What we've seen in Auckland, and mostly Auckland, is that the rents do go down and they do stabilize, but you actually see renters having more power as well in the market. They are able to get out of a lease or out of a situation that's bad for them, finding other places that are on the market as well, and that gives them that power of being able to say, I'm going to live here instead of here. When they only have that one choice to pick of this is where I can live and this is where I can afford, they are put into some pretty dire consequences, which I think we saw during the public hearing, of people having to stay in a poor rental or in a bad situation when they just can't get out because there's no supply.
When you're thinking about the city's data, especially the census data that we have available to us, how does rezoning impact, kind of like when we talk about affordability, what people have access to on the market, in particular within our detailed ranges?
Councillor Walcott, maybe I'll take that one. The focus of this proposed rezoning is the middle point of the regular market housing spectrum, as well as the lowest end of the market continuing, which is secondary suites, the production of secondary suites that is very common with new row house development. Since housing operates as a system that requires sufficient supply, which we're targeting, across the entire spectrum, we need to enable more supply in the system to create more affordability. This because of an effect called filtering that is fundamental to maintaining affordability. So if one part of the market is undersupplied, scarcity will mean more rapidly escalating prices. And I think that's something we have all seen. We've heard the numbers that rents have increased in the last 3 years by 40% and the prices for single detached homes by 37%. So if someone wants to move from an apartment to a row house because it best suits their needs, their more affordable apartment becomes available to others. So there's movement in the continuum. People can move into that more affordable unit because others have now gotten an opportunity that is within their financial means. As Ms. Khan points out, this also reduces the pressure or the market dependencies there, that someone who has choices can also then maybe choose a different product, and there's more competition then amongst the landlords for those people looking. So people can move to another type of housing that is within their financial reach. That is what this does. That by providing a form of housing that currently is very scarce, it enables that, and that reduces price pressures.
Councillor Walcott, too, if I can get Ms. Whalen to go to slide 192, I believe it is. So I know this is small, but we wanted to show you this. This is citywide data. It's not just established area or developing area, but citywide. And what this shows is the minimum household income required to purchase a certain type of house that's on your y-axis. So for example, single detached, semi-detached rows towns. And then April 2024 is benchmark price. So you can see how many people or how much money it actually takes for a household to be able to afford a certain housing type. And I think getting to your point, it's about getting more houses that more people can afford so that you're opening up that door to more supply.
All right, let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to stay on supply and demand. Do you have stats showing what kind of demand there is for row houses against single-family homes?
That's a hard question to answer because row houses have not been allowed in 87% of the low-density residential areas. So the market goes to those products that are already there. But I think this slide, again, shows very clearly the demand just based on what people can afford to spend on their housing. And if you, as Ms. Khan points out, it's small, but the blue bars are what people would, their income that they would have to commit to housing. And as you can see, for the single detached, it's about 181,000 would have to be committed for a typical single detached product. Semi-detached is lower and lower. So the amount of income that needs to be contributed makes it more available for many more people. So if you see the row houses, many more people have access to that. So the demand would, I think the supply would then meet people's affordability needs.
Councillor Dhaliwal, what I might also reference in that is some other information, particularly through CREB. They have definitely talked about the importance of row house and how row houses are becoming something that is more affordable to the average household. So if the average household makes an income of, I don't know, $100,000 a year, 30% of that is the benchmark for how much you're going to pay for housing on that line of when it becomes unaffordable versus what we'd expect to see. So when you think about 30% of how much money people are making and you look at this graph, that is how much they're supposed to be spending on housing. So row houses definitely have that ability to drag more people into the housing market.
This whole conversation started with 89,000 households who are in need of housing. Do we know what their median income is, how much they're making?
I'd ask if Ms. Samani can come up and answer that from the housing needs assessment. Thanks.
The statistic is 84,600 households are currently overpaying for their housing. That means they're paying more than 30% of their pre-tax income. And that's according to the City of Calgary's definition, whereby we take a certain income cutoff. So that income cutoff is $65,000 a year. Households that make less than $65,000 a year, they're the ones that fall into that bracket. And there's 84,600 of them currently overpaying for housing.
So they won't be able to afford the row house anyways?
No, what it does is sorry, just give me 1 second.
It's your data you just showed me that $114,000 is the income required, so they won't be able to afford this row house anyways.
They may not be able to afford the row house, but the people living in the apartment, because they can't find a smaller home, ground-oriented home, they're occupying those apartments. So when they then have the opportunity to move into a row house, someone else has the opportunity to perhaps move into that apartment. And then there's movement in the apartment sector of the market as well.
And Councillor Dhaliwal, we're really hoping with citywide redesignations that we start to see some row houses in communities that have a lower land value than the ones we're seeing right now, which will drive that price point down and open that door to a lot more families.
Great. Why didn't we then go after apartments and build more apartments to help those 84,000 people rather than going this way?
We are. The city sees a lot of development, and I think you can see those towers out there. Many apartments have been built. However, this is not everyone wants to live in an apartment. It doesn't meet their needs or their location requirements. Maybe they want to live in the communities that they grew up in or that their families are in. And right now, they often do not have that option. So changing the zoning to allow for different types of homes throughout the city gives people that option. They can still choose to move into an apartment if that suits their needs. But now if council were to approve this, will also have the choice of moving into a smaller home or maybe even a secondary suite in that row house in that community.
This question is for GM Keene. The other day in your presentation, you said this is not about one or two things, it's about most things. All I've heard so far from this side is affordability housing. What I heard are the most things from the people, that is community character, that is about value of their land. How are we going to make sure that we alleviate some of those concerns? Because you said it's about most things.
Thank you, Councillor. When I mentioned that on Thursday, that it's about most things, was just to orient us towards the number of things that this proposed rezoning helps us address as a city. So when I said it's about most things, I was speaking about, yes, of course, housing choice, but also transportation, also that our neighborhoods are revitalized and active and successful, and also that we're protective of nature and how we're growing, and that we have a city we can afford. So it's yes about housing choice, but it's really about how we grow as a city. That's why I mentioned it's about most things. But as you said, Councillor, I also mentioned that the details on the ground and the way people are affected personally are also hugely important. And that's why we've made changes to the RCG. That's why we've made the row house discretionary only in this proposed bylaw. And it's why we are committed to ensuring that as this is implemented, we're getting exceptional outcomes. And there's a lot of work to do with regard to that. But I think I addressed these issues in my remarks because I felt it was important to address both the big picture city community goals that we have and why this is important to so many of them, but also address those things that are local, very local, personal things. And we feel we've done both in this proposal.
Thank you. On April 27th, Mark Likowski, exactly at 1:28 p.m., and Melanie Swiler on April 29th, exactly at 9:58 a.m., said, administration found the easiest way, which is blanket zoning. There is no creativity to it.
Councillor Dhaliwal, we had been directed to propose the citywide rezoning to this district. And it is interesting, and we hear and understand people love their communities and love the character of their communities. And people have said this blanket rezoning will remove that. It's very interesting because 67% of all low-density residential parcels have the same zoning throughout all of those communities. It's the same zoning, spread across multiple communities. Another 20% have RC2 zoning spread across multiple communities. And yet, people love how unique and characterful their community is, although they all have the same base zoning. This proposed rezoning to a district that allows singles and semis, but just adds a little more options, will continue to allow communities to have that unique character. It's just across the entire city. So the concern about zoning creating homogeneous outcomes has not been proven by the reality of Calgary today.
Great. On the same day, on April 29th, Jason Halverchuk, his comments were, it's unplanning, it's non-planning. What do you have to say about that?
Could you repeat what he said? It's not on?
Jason Halverchuk said it's non-planning, it's unplanning. Blanket zoning is exactly that.
Councillor, I might speak to this a little bit. I understand where the sentiment comes from and appreciate it. The thing is that this is planning in the sense that the city of Calgary decided quite some time ago that it was important that it grow in a balanced way. And that goes back to the municipal development plan and this need to and this acknowledged importance around having balance in terms of growing with new communities and also growing in established areas, 50-50. That was an important and somewhat unique decision that the city made some time ago. And since then, Calgary as a city has been trying to find ways to ensure that that balance occurs. We're now at 85-15%. 85% of the growth in the city is in these new communities, only 15% in established areas. So I think what we're in the process of from a planning standpoint is finding what are all the ways that we can achieve these goals we have as a city around those big issues I've mentioned. And by getting to this 50-50 mix, this 50-50 balance, and what you're seeing in this proposed rezoning is one of those measures. This is the essence of planning. It was in the middle 20th century, we decided we're going to just grow in low density as far as the eye can see. And we adopted zoning that accomplished that. Congratulations, you're successful. And now at this point, we're recognizing that to address the problems of today, we've got to find ways to grow in the opposite direction. And this is an example of that. And so I think it is planning. It's planning that people maybe aren't used to. I said the other day, we're used to the change that we get now with the way we grow. That's a certain kind of change. Look around, we can see it. This is an effort to grow in a different way that helps Calgary achieve its plan. And that's why I think this, in fact, is planning.
Staying on essence of planning, I just want to make sure I was listening to people. Matthew McIntyre on May 2nd said, why didn't you guys give LAPs and targets about density and see how that works before you go to blanket zoning? Why didn't we do that?
Councillor, this relates to LAPs. Is that what I heard? Why don't you use the LAP process? To set targets. And I think, there are great attributes to the LAP process, as has been said over the last 2 weeks. The thing I'd say, too, about that, though, is that this city and council has decided that issues around housing affordability are ones that are urgent, that we need to look at community-wide, community-scale solutions quickly, because of the issues that we're facing and that we expect will continue to face when it comes to housing. So LAPs will continue. They're a very important way to determine all kinds of ways within a smaller area that we can make neighborhoods and collections of neighborhoods better. But we decided as a city that this housing issue is one that we need to also address community-wide in an equitable way, in a manner that can help us address this, not just next year and 5 years from now, but that's reflective of the kind of choice that we want in housing throughout Calgary. So what I'm getting to, Councillor, is just that the LAP process is important and it's hugely valuable and will continue. It's just that we as a city decided that this is something that required a sense of urgency such that we could come to a solution that would be applied citywide as quickly as we can, because we know it's important to have that kind of solution in place, even though this is a long-term solution, that we can help. The sooner we start, the better. So I think, does that help? Does that answer the question at all, Councillor?
Kinda.
Okay.
My next question is, how many of our partners did we include? Calgary Police Services, Fire Department, because at the community CDC meeting, Sarah Muller, who is the CEO of Calgary Public Library, said right there that density is one of the risks that they are right now looking at. So how much did we include those folks to make sure that what we are doing is going to work for all of them?
Councillor Dolly, well, when administration developed the RCG district and then the RG district, as well as most recently the HCO district in 2022, we collaborated with all those internal partners from Calgary Fire Department and Community Services on those. And also over the years, as those districts have been used on the ground, community associations, individual applicants industry have communicated to us, and I think the most recent example of us collaborating with them are those changes that we introduced in 2022 to address some of the concerns. So while it may not have been specifically right now asking, for example, the fire department to make comments on what they think about the HCO district, when that district was developed, they were involved in that.
Yes, but now it's unconstrained growth. It could go anywhere in the city.
One thing I can say about that, though, Councillor Dhaliwal, is going to discretion actually lets us involve those folks at a DP level even more, right? So it's not even at a giant theoretical scale, it's at an individual parcel by parcel basis that we can still bring in those folks to collaborate. And because we've done that historically with the development, we can bring them along through that process so that they understand that at the DP level, what that means for actual implementation.
So you're telling me if there is no library in Skyview and someone comes in with a proposal, you guys will reject that?
Libraries are different than fire and safety. So our priority is making sure that homes are safe, period. That has always been our priority, is making sure homes are safe. But what I would say is when you look at a new community and you look at that local area plan or that area structure plan, that's where you see the basis for where is that library going to go? Where is that fire hall going to go? How are we going to create a complete community? That's why we do local area plans and ASPs, because we want that comprehensive review, not just at the development permit stage, but you have to have it all together. It's not just one thing or another. It's not just land use that dictates that. It's the whole process together. And so I really feel strongly that we have a process that when we go to put in those homes in new communities, we are looking at things like libraries and schools and fire halls and police areas. We're looking at all of those things.
They're all related to people, but yet in our density calculation, we include units, not people.
Councillor Dhaliwal, it's hard. Planning is not a mathematical science, right? There's a lot that goes into it, and it's not about saying once you reach this number, you're done. Cities are never done. They're always in flux. And so by putting an arbitrary number to it, it almost takes away the value of people than focusing on it. I think by saying we care about people, and honestly, I can say from all of the engagement that we did, from all of the communications, the one thing I took away is that change is really hard, and there's nothing that was easy about this process. So to all those folks that were like, this is easy planning or lazy planning, it definitely wasn't. This is one of the hardest decisions as planners we've had to come to, but we are truly in a housing crisis. This is a big deal, and we are at a point, a precipice in Calgary's history where we can actually make a change that could seriously impact future generations' abilities to have houses in Calgary. And so it's super important right now, and it is all focused around people.
Okay, my other question is for one of the presenter, Hang Wang, on May 2nd, she said it will only create a land supply, not the housing supply. And the land value will go up. That means automatically by correlation, house prices will go up. Do you have any comment on that?
Councillor Dhaliwal, I'll ask our colleagues from assessment to come up, Stephen Berzins, to speak about land value.
Good afternoon. At this time, for vacant residential land analyses that we've done, we don't see any change to this coming year's assessment analysis for land value based on the rezoning.
But there will be no anyways, speculators who will bring the prices up, like.
That will be something that we'll have to keep an eye on. So for an improved single residential property, we don't have a separate land value, but we do a lot of research into each sale that comes through to see what the nature of it is. So at what point in the economic life of the house that's being sold is it at? And if something like that is taking place, it's something that we'd have to continue to monitor.
I only have 6 seconds. I'm running out of time. But my last question is, we have put so much money into established areas, investment fund and all that. Now it's unconstrained growth. And if growth goes away from that, is that sunk cost, and who's on hook for that?
We're playing who's first on the microphone. Councillor Dhaliwal, maybe if I can get clerks to bring up slide 83. So our expectation based on past historical development is that this will be incremental growth, Councillor Dhaliwal, not a runaway. We're expecting incremental growth similar to, this is in Capitol Hill, and the area, it's a little bit hard to see, but the two inner block faces were redesignated in 2016 by the city, and you can see the growth over time between 2015, what was there, and then 2016. So it is incremental growth. So as far as the investments that the city has made, I'll ask Matthew Sheldrake if he wants to add anything, but we have a number of capital programs that council has invested in the established areas, and those are all actively working together to ensure that investment continues to be done in the established areas where we are seeing growth.
Okay. What I will do.
I just want to say thank you.
What I will do is ask if there's people that need another round, just to make sure that everyone gets their questions in. I'll do that when we come back. In the queue, we've got Councillor Putmans, Councillor Demong, Councillor Chu, and Councillor Penner. When we return from the break, we are going to break for 60 minutes right now, so we'll be back at 2:33. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to the continuation of the April 22nd public hearing. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor McLean.
I'm here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott. Councillor Wong.
Here.
Councillor Wynass. Councillor Carra.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
I'm still here.
Councillor Dollywall. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. So we are going to carry on with the queue. I'm just going to put this out there. I'm sensing that some people want a second round. Okay. No? Okay. Well, I will let you know when this round is over first. Let's go to Councillor Pootmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm afraid I'm starting with a bit of a preamble, but it won't be too bad. Council 7 years ago put in blanket zoning for secondary suites. It took them 7 years, I should say, to put in secondary suites. It took 3 years for Council to produce the Westbrook LAP. The housing strategy has been in the public realm for just under a year. Do we need to give people more time? What would your response be to that? People are averse to change, building off earlier discussions. Is it evidence that this is the kind of time it's taken in the past to accomplish big things?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Pootmans. I'll turn it over to Director Hamilton, but first I'll say we're in a housing crisis, and the time to act on that crisis is now.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I have anything more to add to that, Councillor. We're here before you with a recommendation that we think is the best recommendation to move forward now.
What if I was to say that there might be long-term merit to giving the population, this happened with the LAP program, just dawned on me. Some of the LAPs were given a little extra time to consult, another round of consulting. Would there be value, do you think, in the long term, a greater value in getting more buy-in from the general public over the next 6 months, going on a information tour perhaps, more publicity, more understanding, answering more questions? If people are feeling more at ease with this, it might pay off in the long run in terms of more buy-in.
I think the concerns that we've heard from Calgarians, and before you is a timeline as to how we got here. But what we've heard, the majority of what we've heard from Calgarians is related to the development permit stage. And so I know Councillor Wynass has used the term land use is like a paper exercise. We're putting this on the ground, or not on the ground. It's land use is a district that allows a multiple different development housing forms. It's providing choice. The concerns that we heard are related to the development permit, and we've put forward a recommendation that also addresses that to go to discretionary. So as far, and then coupled with, we anticipate this to be incremental change over time. So with all that together, I think we can help Calgarians as development permits come in with the concerns that we've heard.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
It's the process that we have now, and so we would just continue with that.
Thank you. It's now expected that the DP process will enable far more input from the community and from the residents. How will indeed we achieve that to make sure the CAs and the residents actually have that kind of input? What sort of processes or what sort of environment are we going to create where this desirable thing can happen more, and what can we do to facilitate it would be, I guess, the question.
So the development permit process currently today is as I've described previously. Today there's permitted and discretionary, and I'll speak to row houses because that's the biggest concern. It's on the screen before you. So the development permit process in and of itself, the framework of it is not going to change. A lot of that's legislation where we circulate, receive comments, notify, advertise, etc. We have been in discussions with some of the builders that came. They spoke about a more efficient process. I said we can look at efficiencies along with community and representatives from the Federation of Calgary Communities and other communities. So I also know some of you are looking to us to try and enhance the development map process and have ways that feedback can come from that. So these are all options. We've talked about guidelines for row house development. So these are all options that we can look at with industry and community together to try to not only create a more efficient process, but ensure that community input is being heard and considered through the process.
Thank you. Mr. Keane, please. We've discussed this on a couple of occasions, and as recently as a few minutes ago, and wondering if I could prevail upon you again with the same question, but with a little bit more emphasis on some of the points. The challenging scenario for a number of residents is as an example, a senior couple in a bungalow which finds itself encumbered on both sides with large structures, and they're frantic about the value, and understandably so, the value of that land that's their nest egg, that's their comfort for their old age. And so what evidence is there about what the value of that property will be like? A lot of people say the evidence is strong from a banking point of view, that there'll be no diminishment in value. But I know from experience looking at maps, offsetting uses are relevant, and that might cause some people to suspect or reasonably assume there might be some sort of diminishment in value, and I'm wondering if there's any evidence to confirm one way or the other.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for raising this issue in particular, because I know it's of great concern to many people, understandably. And I want to start in terms of a response to this by acknowledging that there are many factors that go into the value of property, of course, some of which has to do with where the property is in the city, the neighborhood, and the very local dynamics around what's happening within the neighborhood and even outside the neighborhood, not to mention just issues around the larger economic, more macroeconomic circumstances of the city at any given time. So I just, in response, want to acknowledge that there's plenty of nuance to this, to a legitimate response to this question. But Councillor, I mentioned last week that we didn't have any evidence that there was any diminishment in property value associated with a scenario like the one you described. But I learned that we have a little bit more specifics on that. I might ask for Stephen Burvins to join us at the mic to go through some analysis that the city did on this very topic, because it was a question that we were concerned about. So they did some analysis to see what are we actually seeing on the ground in Calgary as it relates to your question, Councillor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the question. What we've done to analyze this is we've looked at properties using mapping software which are within 16 meters of a row house, so specifically referring to the existing single residential homes. And we've looked at those to see if they're selling for a different price than a similar home where, all else being equal, there is no row house within 16 meters. And we haven't seen evidence by looking at that the house next to the row house is selling for lower. So to give a little bit more context to that, of the many sales that we do have to look at, there's about 1,300 of them that are in that close proximity to the row house, and we haven't seen a change in price for those.
Through the chair, that was going to be my next question. So that surprises me a little bit. Wouldn't the price be up or down? That you're saying the price stays stable, which is a bit maybe surprising.
So specifically referring to these homes that are close to a row house, we haven't observed a difference to the way they're selling. If you were to compare it to a very similar home, all else being equal, that isn't next to a row house, so we're not seeing a positive or a negative suggestion to that value. And it's something that we'll continue to look at as we do our revaluation every year.
Good news. You said one RCG. What about the circumstance where on either side there's RCGs?
RCG land that's next to an existing single residential home?
Built form on each side.
Okay. Those 1,300 sales would include some properties that are on RCG. I would have to look into it more specifically.
And immersed in it more than just nearby, actually surrounded.
Oh, surrounding in the community?
No, surrounding adjacently.
Okay. So from the analysis that we've done, we've found that in all of those circumstances that there's no evidence that they're selling for lower. That would include if there's one or more row house next door, or also if there's a larger multi-residential property next to it as well. We're not finding that the row house or row houses specifically are leading to a lower price being paid or agreed to by the seller and the buyer in those instances.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong, please.
Thank you. The example of Minneapolis has been used on many occasions with regards to this, the blanket rezoning. When I found out, looking through it, is that Minneapolis itself is only about 500,000 people, a little less than that actually, and the Minneapolis Metro is about 4 million. So the fact is that the blanket zoning only went to the 480,000 people in Minneapolis and not to the rest of the city, to rest of the metro area. So I guess I would have to say, and considering that almost every person that's come from administration and experts are saying that it's really only going to impact the near downtown area, why would we be doing an overall blanket zoning area instead of just focusing on the central 3 or 4 wards?
So Councillor Demong, I'll start and then I'll get the team to chime in. So a reminder that through the housing strategy, Home is Here, that was the direction to do RCG citywide. RCG doesn't apply citywide because we've got RG in the outer areas, so we've amended it that way. Also, we're looking at it through an equity lens too. And also, I'll maybe get Ms. Khan to speak to simplification of the land use bylaw insofar as many districts as we have. Lisa?
Councillor Demong, I would say the reason we want to do this everywhere is because it has the best chance to affect affordability if we do it everywhere. If we pick and choose locations, that's where we're going to drive the development, and that's where we're going to drive prices up for land value. If we do it everywhere, we have the potential, or the best potential, to keep land value the same as it is today, meaning we won't increase it based on speculation.
So are you suggesting that in the Minneapolis example that they were incorrect in limiting it to the 480,000 and they should have opened it up to the 4 million? And if so, why wouldn't they have?
Councillor Demong, I can definitely philosophize on what I think about Minneapolis, but I'd rather keep it to Calgary.
Yeah, but we've been using this example over and over about how well it's worked in other locations. So now we're saying, oh no, we don't really want to talk about that?
No, I would say it worked well for Minneapolis for 480,000. I don't know why they didn't go to the bigger, broader other areas. There's a lot of differences between jurisdictions when you look at what different cities can do in the States versus in Canada. So what I would say is, regardless of the number of people it impacted, what we saw in Minneapolis was rents stabilizing, rents going down, and housing starts going up.
Okay. So the next question I have is with regards to the right to enjoyment of property. Now, I'm under the conception, not misconception, conception that there is no right to sunlight, and I appreciate that. What I'm trying to figure out is how can we accommodate sunlight into people's, so that they can enjoy their actual property? How do we go about concerning ourselves with the solar arrays that has been brought up a couple of times that are going to get blanketed out? How do we continue to encourage people to put solar arrays on their homes, knowing full well that at any given time that might be completely blanked out by the next door neighbor's building? So what's our go forward here?
Ms. Wobesser, do you want to weigh in first, and then I'll look to the climate team for the solar panels?
Councillor, I would agree with you that there's no right to sunlight, but if you're asking what we can do to account for it and to make sure that people in the city still have access to sunlight, First of all, I would say that I think there's a distinction between rights and something being a relevant consideration. So that very well could be a consideration that is taken into account on planning decisions. And as for what we can do, I think that we have a number of things we've done historically on that issue. In different locations, we have rules that preserve sunlight and require that things not be put into more shadow than they are. And I think overall height rules as well really get at shadow and sunlight issues. So there are tools that you have and considerations that you can take into account in making decisions. And if planning has further detail they want to provide, I will stop there.
I'd just like Mr. Everson to maybe speak to solar panels and what they need.
Yep.
And then, yeah.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon. Yeah, for sure. We encourage folks to work with planners where they would exercise their discretion, and of course determining what's in the surrounding area and how that would impact solar panels. We also encourage residents to get a professional to assess the specific value of solar panels on their roofs and the incoming sunlight, because it differs for every single household and building.
Yeah, it does differ, but the overall concept is the same from place to place to place. And what you're talking about is for existing situations, have a planner come and tell you where to put it on your building so you get the most sunlight. I'm talking about when one of these pops up out of nowhere, you got one on either side of you and your solar panels are useless. Do they have any civil recourse? Obviously no administrative recourse. I'm just really trying to figure this out. I mean, we're pushing solar as one of our best options here as a 350-day-a-year sunlight city kind of thing. And yet we are in the process of basically saying, yeah, but do it at your own risk, because you never know if it's going to continue that way or not.
So Councillor Demong, if I can chime in and maybe ask GM Keane to speak to what he shared during his recap presentation around the demolition permits and what we're seeing coming from those.
Okay.
Councillor, I think this is a really important issue that you raise, given the importance of solar in Calgary. And I just want to acknowledge its importance and also say that is something that we should be looking at and considering when it comes to individual development permits for these structures. But I want to acknowledge that it's an issue under any circumstance, because what we're seeing right now is that in our neighborhoods that are predominantly single detached, most of the demolitions that we're seeing of single detached homes are cases where they're being replaced by larger detached homes, and 75% of those cases, as a matter of fact. And I mentioned on Thursday that in 96% of those cases, the new structure is bigger than the original detached home. In fact, the new single detached homes are on average two and a half times the size of the structure that they're replacing. So this issue of scale and its impact on neighbors is a significant issue, as you're mentioning, including as it relates to shade and solar and people's right to sunlight. And it's something that we got to pay careful attention to when it comes to the development permit. We really have more control over that in cases of row houses with this proposal before you than we have in the many cases that we're seeing now, most cases, 75%, where we're replacing small detached homes with much larger ones.
Yeah, but this much larger ones still have to follow the 40% versus 60% footprint on your land, and that's basically what I'm talking about, is going to take care of some of the solar. So the solar itself is one of the issues. You commented that there were areas of the city that actually had protections from shadow, for shadow and for sunlight. What type of protections can we be offering as a blanket zone for the rest of the city to prepare themselves so that people can, like Ms. Popowich, enjoy her garden on a regular basis instead of being stumped by a brand new building. People can enjoy the solar that they're going to put on or that they have on or are planning to put on. So what kind of things can we do? Or are we basically just going to bury our head in the sand and say, nothing we can do here, it's not our concern?
Ms. Khan, do you want to speak to height rules, maybe?
So the only place in our land use bylaw, Councillor Demong, that we have sunlight protection is in the downtown. And it's on some of our more important parks, such as the Bow River Pathway and some of our downtown area green spaces. That is the only area in the city of Calgary that we regulate sunlight, and it's because we recognize that those parks have a value to all Calgarians, and we want to make sure that we provide that opportunity for the most amount of people to come out. What I would say is, from a solar perspective, you do not need direct sunlight for solar panels to work. There is a lot, it's true. There is a lot of...
Yes, but not to work as maximum value. Not going to get into this argument, but please carry on.
So from a height perspective, though, and what we're seeing a lot from the concerns that were coming up from Calgarians is that they typically have a smaller house than what is allowed to be built on their own property. And so with new houses going up, they are about the same height as a row house. And that is something that's already happening in your RC1, RC2 parcels. So regardless of RCG being on the ground, those issues are something we have to deal with. Now, how we deal with that, one of our biggest tools that we use is discretion. That allows us, through a development permit, to look at where things are going and how things are being built. And I don't know if you'd remember, but a couple years ago when we brought in secondary suites, we also brought in a how-to guide for backyard suites to deal with the same exact issues you're talking about right now, sunlight, privacy, etc. Those have gone over really well, and I think we're seeing a really good impact on how we're seeing backyard suites be built. And so there's other ways that we can look at how stuff gets built on a parcel that doesn't make us say you can never change or evolve.
Okay, my time's up. Thank you.
All right, let's go to Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you, Worship. According to one of the recommendation, it stated allowing both a backyard suite and a secondary suite on a single parcel. So I guess this is a little bit legal question, is that we do have a lodging house bylaw, which stated that if more than 3 separate rental units within one single property, and you need a license. And also in that, it stated that it's more than 30 days, you know, have a rental agreement. And that if less than that, it could fall into the short-term rental, which is bylaw, and which is under 30 days. So how are we going to square this hole? Meaning, if we have built 3 units or more, and is renting out, how are we going to deal with this bylaw issue?
Thanks, Councillor Chu, for the question. So I'm just looking to see if any of my colleagues, Damien Cole or Antonio, are here to. Is anyone from Bylaw here? Oh, Ryan.
I saw him sitting there all day, so he's falling asleep, so I'm asking questions.
Sorry, no, I wasn't falling asleep. I was looking up the definition of a rooming house, and you're right. You can have a rooming house business license, but you have to have 3 separate leases in one self-contained dwelling. So that was just what the explanation of a rooming house is under the bylaw. But if I could maybe ask you just to repeat the question, I'm trying to understand.
My question is that, like you said, the definition in one unit, assuming one parcel is 1 unit, you have basement suite and you have backyard suite. And you also stated that if the owner lives there and it doesn't count, it has to be 3 rental. And the city has no ability to force or enforce people, the owner, to stay there or not stay there. So they can very much come in and say, oh, we did this, and I'm going to stay there. Once they get a permit, boom, they're gone. possibility, right? Making more money. So in that sense, how does this bylaw come into play? Like if someone say, hey, my neighbor had 3 units rented out, are you going to enforce this bylaw?
Yeah. Well, with any infraction or any residential business, there's always some enforcement challenges of being able to access the property, to gather evidence. We usually rely lots on neighbors to provide us with evidence that somebody has exceeded the parameters of their license if they do have a rooming house license. But yes, there are challenges, but with that said, we do investigate those complaints. You know, we have had some success in those previous examples, and sometimes when we conduct some investigations into complaints, we find out that it's not quite what the complainant believes is happening in the property. But we do have a team of business safety officers that are tasked with the enforcement of our business licensing bylaw, and they do follow up on all of those calls and gather evidence to see if somebody has exceeded the parameters within their residential business license.
Yeah, and I guess the question is that are we going to enforce that if the bylaw is there? To right out of the gate, we're going to enforce that. I never hear anybody mention it, and so conveniently forget some certain bylaws. And also the short-term rental. Can you address that too, please?
Yes. So you may recall in November, Council approved a significant investment for us to beef up our problem properties team. I think what you find with short-term rentals is that there's a multitude of issues that not any one jurisdiction can manage on their own. We're taking our existing problem properties team, our coordinated safety response team. We're scaling up. We're adding a number of new pieces to that, both in fire, in police, in bylaw services. We're receiving dedicated legal support. We have an analyst, a public engagement person that's assigned to this. And it's not only to be able to deal with more derelict and abandoned housing or unsafe rental properties, but also to expand the scope of the program to deal with other types of highly problematic properties, such as poorly run short-term rentals. So we're still moving forward with some of those changes. We're getting very close for this summer. I would expect that team to be, and the expansion to be complete, and we'll have a more robust approach to dealing with short-term rentals where there are these reoccurring problems.
Okay, thank you for the answer. You're the operational, but my question is I should focus on why don't we talk about this in your report or in your recommendation? That's the issue, right? This legal issue. Administration can answer that?
So
Not operational, but you guys here, sitting right here.
I'm going to start, and then I'll look to my colleagues in the land use bylaw team. Actually, why don't I just do that? Why don't I get you to chime in, Lisa, please?
So, Councillor Chu, I think you have 2 bylaws maybe a bit mixed up. So our licensing bylaw does talk about rooming houses and short-term rentals, and that will be enforced as we do through our enforcement team. From a land use bylaw perspective, there isn't something that differentiates between lodging houses or just a normal house. We can't. Our land use bylaw has to be based on use, not user. And so looking at a rooming house,
it is the use.
It's just a house. It's
I never mentioned user. I mentioned use.
Yeah. And so for us, like we don't approve a lodging house different than a regular house. It's just a house from a land use bylaw perspective. But from an enforcement perspective, we do have a short-term rentals bylaw that talks about how long, like you were mentioning, the 30 days, et cetera, et cetera. If those units are used as short-term rentals, we can enforce them. If they're just used as rentals, or if the owner lives there and let's say a child lives there, they don't fall under that bylaw then. It would really just be for the short-term bylaw.
You know, I don't buy it because you never put this into the equation. The law and the stuff is supposed to be into the equation, but you dismiss the whole thing. But my time is almost up. Your Worship, I got one more question, if it's okay. Okay, thank you. Wouldn't we have to go through this same process if we rezone all these properties from RCG, like the blanket zoning, to some new district. When the new council comes in, say, hey, we're going to change the whole thing. Do we have to go through all this again? All the poor people sitting in the audience, we're going to see them again for another 15 days.
So Councillor Chu, anytime there's a change in the land use on the ground through a land use redesignation, yes, it needs to come to council. Just like every single individual RCG application comes to council now, and just like this one is coming.
So it is yes. Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Okay, lots of questions, going to try to get through. The housing needs assessment stated that 84,000 households are in core housing need. That's 65% of the median income. How many households are spending over 30% of their income in a scenario without COVID support? What is the number expected to be?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Penner. I'd ask Ms. Samani to answer that question.
The number of households that are overspending without the income threshold is about 114,000.
Thanks. Okay, so that is really talking about 1/5 of the population. So there's another 4/5 of the population that could be able to afford housing. So what do we know about the incomes and the demographics of that 4/5 that could indicate that the prices of RCG or other built forms are within their affordability bracket? And how does having homes in a multitude of price brackets create economic opportunities and economic investment in the city?
Ms. Samani, can you take the first one?
Yeah. So what we know about that one in 5 households, I will caveat that data is from 2021 when housing conditions were relatively favorable. We had the lowest interest rates in history. We had low costs to afford housing, and rental rates had barely increased. The market turned drastically in 2023. We hypothesize that number of 1 in 5 households is actually much higher. As it relates to how this tool can create more housing at different price points, that's where it relates to the other households that fall above the income of 65,000 or annual income of over 65,000. We know that 50% of our households in Calgary earn an income of $100,000 or more. And so that's sufficient income to afford the row house. Does that answer the question?
And Councillor Penner, if I can add on to the second piece of the question around sort of economic opportunity pieces, just to say that housing affordability is a key driver of our competitive advantage in the city. We hear loud and clear from the Chamber, from Calgary Economic Development, from our other economic development partners, that creating a choice and opportunity in the market is key at all price points and in all different types of housing typologies.
Thanks, I appreciate that. So speaking of affordability, we're talking a lot about sort of like the short-term affordability of being able to purchase a home. What about the long-term affordability? And so is it more affordable for the city as a whole to upgrade and maintain existing infrastructure, and that could be utilities, parks, libraries, rec centers, or to build new on the edges of the city? I think, so start with that.
I will turn it over to my colleagues, but before that, I just want to pick up on the library piece because that came up earlier to say the library in particular is not opposed to increased density, but what increased density does is it brings more demand, more user demand, and what that creates is opportunities to increase service levels, et cetera. And so the Skyview temporary branch was an example of the library taking $100,000 of one-time funding that the city provided for a temporary library to pilot the opportunity of a small-scale library in that community. Uptake for that was very high and favorable, and so I did have an opportunity to just chat with Ms. Mueller at lunch around sort of perspective on this. And so just want to highlight again that increased density is not something that is sort of a bad for the library in particular, but I'm not sure if other colleagues want to chime in.
Yeah, I would just add that enabling more development in the established communities is cost-effective since it leverages our existing infrastructure, so that includes our emergency response, mobility, and utilities as well.
And when we say cost-effective, that's both capital and operating. And so, especially from an operating, we know that, the more operating costs we have, the higher taxes generally go up. Is that fair to say? Okay.
I think so.
Okay. Ms. Troy, maybe just stay, because my next question is, have we experienced challenges related to growth before in established areas, and have we been able to mitigate them by improving our processes to better respond to said challenges that arise?
Yeah, I think given the growth and change we've seen to date in our established communities, we know that simply adding additional units doesn't necessarily equate to additional system capacity being needed, and it's allowed us to refine the tools that we have. And so we do implement both proactive investments as well as some reactive tools that are leveraging the Housing Accelerator Fund to support growth as it occurs.
Okay, my next question. Can government alone solve the housing crisis, or do we need the private market to create supply as well? Is the role of government then twofold, to provide both housing in certain situations, but also the conditions to provide housing?
I can start with that one, and I would go back to the housing task force that acknowledged that no one partner can solve the housing crisis. We need to work together, government, the not-for-profit, the development sector. You're right, the city enables an opportunity for the private market to build houses. We can't do it without them. And so we recognize the need to be working very closely with our partners across the board to respond to the crisis.
Thanks. What would the impact be of waiting or going slower on housing prices? How far behind have incomes to the cost of housing fallen in Calgary? And is there jurisdictional examples of this in other areas that have been rezoned?
So I might call Ms. Samani up as well for this one, just to speak to what we're seeing lately, or I'll read it out and then you can add, Sarah. Between 2001 and 2023, median home prices increased 4 times, whereas the household income only doubled. And so we're taking action now before we get to a point. And in our presentation, we showed the difference between household income and housing prices, this one right here. So we want to take action now before that delta continues to grow and gets worse, like we see right now in Vancouver and Toronto, for example.
And just before we pass to Ms. Amani, I would just add that the Housing Task Force also identified that. Councillor Pootman's asked the question around time and providing time for these sorts of changes. And so one of the points that the task force made was that that's part of what got us here in the first place, was moving too slow and taking too long with respect to changes, and not wanting to wait until it's too late.
Thanks. I know there's some questions around lot coverage. If we were, and I know I'm asking you to hypothesize a bit here, if we were to move to a lower percentage of lot coverage, what effect could this have on the number and the size of units?
I'll ask Ms. Khan to do that because there was a lot of research that went into the development of the RCG district.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of research, and there's been a lot of changes made over the past 10 years. I would say we're at a really great point with our rules to get to the types and number of units that we know need to be built in order to get these projects built. I would say one of the biggest hurdles is probably parking. So parking takes up about 15% of our lot coverage. So that added to the lot coverage that you get for a house, honestly, it brings it down to about that 45%. And so I would say playing with those rules, it's really difficult to play with one of them and then expect to get to that outcome. We really need to look at it as a whole. That's what we've been doing over the past 10 years. And so I feel really confident that we're at a place where we can get good design and good outcomes with the rules that we have. Changing something like lot coverage could mean that products are no longer viable to be built.
When you say products no longer viable to be built, you mean like less units on a parcel, and then it could drive up the prices, because now you're looking at, instead of something like 2, you're getting 3, and so you're really not making any gains?
Yeah, you're essentially you're incentivizing that single over the row house. So we know when you get 4 units, you keep that land cost about the same. So for example, if you buy a house for $500,000, you put up 4 row houses, each of those row houses is about 500,000. You're keeping that established lot value, and you need to do that in order for a developer to make that profit. And if you don't, it just becomes more lucrative to build a $1.6 million single detached instead of $500,000 row houses. So we know at about that 4-unit mark, that's when you start to see things get redeveloped at a higher density. You start to incentivize less that single detached home from being built.
So we threw up a graphic here for you, Councillor Penner. The black bar shows the median parcel, and so the first grouping is RC1, then RC2, and RCG. So you can see that the median parcel value pre-construction is in black, and then there's median in yellow, highest value in red, and green is lowest value. So there's quite a range as to what we're seeing construction-wise with new builds in the different districts. If I point you to RCG, that median parcel value pre-construction is more aligned with the median new unit value.
And just on that too, I just wanted to mention, you mentioned about the ratio. We right now are at about 1-to-5 ratio for what we spend versus our household income, versus our median income, and household expenditures. So we're at about 1-to-5. Anything over 5 is considered seriously unaffordable. So we are at a point in time, to your earlier question about doing it now, every moment, literally every month that we wait, those prices go up, and that gap that you see on the screen gets bigger and bigger. And what we're trying to do is to keep that gap at that range for as long as we can. It is going to go up. Hopefully household incomes also go up to match it. We can also say in Auckland, the median rent to median income actually did drop. We've seen that over that 5-year period, and housing prices did still rise. They went up 20%, but that's compared to the 65% that it went up throughout all of New Zealand.
Thanks, and just clarifying, this ratio is across all incomes, across the median, not just on the lowest. It's really everybody. Okay, thanks. Okay, one last quick question. We haven't changed very quickly with respect to land use, and we've talked a lot about certainty in the market. So, question: does the uncertainty around land use or the lack of evolution around land use sit with administration or with council? And so I think of something similar to basement suites, and I think I'm just trying to give you permission here to not so much point fingers, but not to say that you haven't been putting forward good recommendations, and sometimes it's about the lack of political will to take the necessary steps.
I think you've answered your question.
Okay. Well, that's easy. Just ask it and answer it yourself. Okay. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a few questions, but I don't know if you're queuing up the next sort of... I'm happy to move this when the time is appropriate. I don't know how you're handling the queue. So the question that I have is, so there's 2 heat maps that are online about the city's population. One is the highest rates of core housing need, and the other is a second on home ownership. I'm just wondering if you can put those maps up and then maybe let us know what you think about those maps in relation to the proposal that's before us.
Sure, we'll get Director Chase to speak to them, but I think I am. Okay. Apparently I'm speaking to it, but we'll wait for the maps to come up first. Okay, so this first one is those that are in core housing need. The darker the red is the higher percentage of people in housing need. And you can see on this map that the clustering of that is closer to the inner city, downtown area. From our perspective, that's where a lot of the services are provided for those that are in housing need. And then Jean, if you can flip to the next map, please. This one is the percentage of owner households. Again, darker the red hue, the higher the percentage. And in this map, we actually see the inverse of the last one, where the majority of the higher percentage of household ownership is in the outer rings of the city. Mr. Chase, would you like to add anything? Okay.
Thank you. So this got halfway there by Councillor Penner's questioning, but I'm going to ask the growth team, which is just like, we are growing. I think that's not optional, but we can sort of shape how we grow. And so from a growth strategy lens, is it better or more cost efficient to allow density by right in the established areas, or to continue parcel by parcel? And what does that mean for our ability to fulfill the MDP?
I'll ask Mr. Sheldrake to come up.
Certainly from a city services and from a capital perspective, it's more efficient to have more growth within the established areas. And I think we're starting to see that, but one thing that as of right density, or rather as of right zoning changes do, is it just makes it easier. It makes it it's been socialized, people understand it, and it becomes part of the growth pattern of the city.
Okay. In terms of like an infrastructure conversation as well, like what, I feel like we kind of have infrastructure constraints no matter what, as we're growing. And so, is the notion that the infrastructure constraints are, unique to the inner city, is that with this proposal a valid thing, or do you see this in the Greenfield as well?
Absolutely, you see it across the city. Growth costs money. It also comes with revenue, but it costs a lot of money, and we see that in the Greenfield area. You'll see that later this week at Infrastructure and Planning Committee when we're talking about new communities specifically and the capital implications of that. And there are capital implications in the inner city as well, and the city is investing hundreds of millions in that. But it is a more efficient growth pattern when you're upgrading and maintaining what you already have than when you add one or the other in the Greenfield. And the fact is in Calgary we do both, and we will continue to do both. This proposal allows us to shift it one way and hopefully increase that efficiency.
Okay, thank you. And I don't know if this is a question for you so much, or maybe community planning, but do you believe that this proposal moves us towards our MDP goals?
We can do it in unison, Matthew. Yes, it's a way to get us there, yes.
Okay, and then second to last question is this is related to Councillor Putman's line of questioning, which is really around timing. And I know that Councillor Penner tried to get there, but I really think it's about a contrast between different cities. So I feel that Calgary's in a different place than jurisdictions like Toronto and Vancouver, in that we haven't seen the same cost escalation prior to considering a citywide rezoning. And so what advantage do we have in taking this step now as opposed to 5 or 10 years? Why do you think now is the correct moment, and what is the trade-off of waiting?
So if we don't act now, housing prices continue to increase. And we've got some people that have done some calculations for us. The median price in the city has gone up $42,500 since January 1st of this year. At that rate, it's gone up $7,000 since the start of this public hearing. So if we don't act now, then we continue to see that gap increase, and we will no longer be where we are on this lovely graph, which shows the affordability of various different cities throughout Canada.
What would you say to people who are going to remark that perhaps this is a contemporary problem that housing affordability in and of itself could resolve in the future? Is there a reason why you would pursue this, setting aside any argument about affordability, as Councillor Wyness brought up? Is there a broader city planning reason for proposing this?
So absolutely, Councillor Meehan, again, coming back to the municipal development plan that you just mentioned and where we want to grow, cost of infrastructure. Also, we're seeing family sizes are really different right now, and people need different choices because of who they are and how they're living. So the RCG district, as I've said several times, provides that range of built forms in the same district, providing housing choice throughout the entire city.
Okay, and then just sort of leaning on that then, why did you propose RCG, which is all grade-oriented product? Like, why was that the selection?
Because that's really coming back, again, one action of the 98, and this one is focused on market housing in that quote-unquote missing middle between apartments and single detached dwellings.
Those are all my questions, Chair. Again, happy to move when it's appropriate.
All right, so we need to do a couple of things. First and foremost, I'm respecting the fact that there is Councillor Chabot asking about a round of questions. Councillor Walcott had asked earlier. Madam Clerk, we have to vote to do this. Is this correct?
That's correct, Mayor Gondek. The procedure bylaw provides that questions are limited to one member and they're limited to 3 minutes. So any deviation from that would require a suspension of the rules for your consideration and vote.
Okay, can I ask either Councillor Chabot or Walcott to move this? Councillor Chabot is going to. Who's going to second it? Councillor Spencer seconding it? Okay. Councillor Walcott.
Sorry, I was just going to say, respectfully, my questions were essentially asked and answered, knowing the amount of amendments that are going to come up, and I'm going to be able to ask my questions anyway, as every single amendment comes forward, so I'm okay.
Okay. Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Just super quickly, clerks, which meeting date do we need to be in to vote in eScribe? Today's or the 22nd?
That's a great question, Councillor Penner. Today, May 13th.
Okay, I don't see any other questions in the queue. Do you want to close, Councillor Chabot? Or open, sorry.
Yeah, open, close. I don't have a lot more questions to ask. There was about 3 questions I didn't get a chance to ask that were not asked by others, and I'm hoping to get them answered to help me to determine whether or not I want to move forward with some of my proposed amendments, because the answer might prevent me to move forward on some of those amendments. And hopefully council can support that. Like I say, I'm not going to take a lot of time. Open.
Okay. There's no one else in the queue, so you can close if you want.
Closed.
Okay. eScribe to vote, please.
Councillor Chabot, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Carra, your vote, please. Councillor Carra, your vote, please. Absent. Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 12-2 with Councillor Chu and myself voting against. So,
Your Worship, I voted wrong. Click the wrong button. Should be yes.
Madam Clerk, general consent?
General consent to change the vote. Should general consent not be provided, then that would require a formal motion.
Does anybody have a problem with Councillor Chu changing his vote? No. All right, general consent, we can change it to a yes. Before I go to the second round of questions, I have another procedural question for you, Madam Clerk. We now have 2 members of council wishing to make a motion. We've had Councillor Meehan say it in her, when she was about to ask questions. We have Councillor Sharp in the queue asking to bring something as well. How do we manage this?
Well, at this time, council has also voted to continue the questions, so I would say the questions take precedent to the motions because a motion follows the conclusion of all questions of clarification. When it comes to the sequence of speakers, it is the role of the chair to recognize members of speakers in the order of first come, first served basis, and that is section 28 of the procedure bylaw. So ordinarily recognition is done on a first come, first served basis.
So we'll get through the second round of questions. We'll go to Councillor Meehan, then we'll go to Councillor Sharp.
That's fine, but mine does need to come before the main. It's an alternate recommendation.
Procedurally, Madam Clerk, does it have to come before the main?
Given that it's an alternate recommendation, yes, it would. The procedure bylaw outlines that following questions, a motion is moved. Really, it comes down to the sequence of questions, the sequence of speakers. Whoever was in the queue first will drive whichever motion is put forward.
Okay, so, I mean, to be specific about the question that was just posed by Councillor Sharp, she's not wishing to move the main. Councillor Meehan is wishing to move the main.
So whichever speaker is in the queue first, because Section 28 recognizes that recognition must ordinarily be on a first-come, first-served basis. The councillor that is in the queue first would then move the motion in accordance with Section 77. So question 77 provides that questions are posed first, and at the conclusion of the questions, a motion is moved. So then you would go to the sequence of speakers.
So let me ask a question. Can I take their requests yet, given that there's a second round of questions coming?
There is no provision for that within the rules of the procedure bylaw. It does not foresee such a circumstance as this one. So I would say, Chair, it is certainly within your rights to make rulings, but this circumstance is not accounted for because the rules have been suspended.
Okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the second round of questions from people, and if you have questions in the second round, please get your request to speak in. So we've got Councillor Meehan having indicated first that she wanted to move the main. Councillor Sharp, your alternate will come depending on what happens with that one going first. So let's get people in the queue for second round of questions. We'll start with Councillor Chabot. I'm going to go to you because I would assume that you had this because you moved it, but I don't see you in the queue.
That I have?
A second round of questions?
Yes. That's not what I typed in. I thought I did. Yes. Second round of questions, RTS.
Okay. All right, you're up first.
Thank you. So I guess this is one of my questions, probably going to be more for clerks, is that there's a bunch of motions that have been proposed by members of council, and many of them have to be structured in a very sequential fashion, otherwise they'll be deemed as being contrary, such as the motion to file and abandon. If that was to be placed after the main motion, it would be considered contrary. Should that not then procedurally fall as the first motion? The same with any other motions that would be ruled contrary if the main motion were allowed to come forward?
Councillor Chabot, I will need to take a moment to think that through. There is no clear path for that in Council's procedural rules, again, to address that very specific circumstance. So perhaps while the questions continue, I will just give that some thought.
It's okay, I have other questions. Thank you. To admin, so when we look at catchment area and capacity within a catchment area, in certain quadrants, what has been assessed in the past when we looked at greenfield development, in some instances we actually limited the amount of greenfield development that could be allowed to move forward because of limited capacity within those quadrants. How is this going to be factored into that whole allocation, provision, assessment of capacity within those quadrants?
So I'll speak very specifically to the development permit process. At the development permit process, there is a requirement in the land use bylaw that all developments can be serviced. So if we're ever at a point where that's a problem, the development permit doesn't go forward. On the broader approach, I'll let Maggie chime in on the other programs we have.
Yeah, we would continue to assess on a citywide basis in addition to evaluating every development permit that comes in for sufficient infrastructure capacity.
Okay, there was a slide that was done in what we heard, or the final, conclusion. And one of those slides, and I asked a question about this before, looked at the price of the RCG units. And I'm just curious, because we heard from some developers that they were saying, when I asked the question, how many of these units have sold below the price of the primary residence when you first purchased it? And I didn't have one developer say that they sold for less than the primary dwelling yet. I saw some slides there that suggested otherwise. I'm just curious as to how those numbers had been assessed or been put together, or was it all based on through the assessment role? think it was slide 12, but I could be mistaken.
And bear with me here, Councillor Chabot. So is this the slide that you were referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Carly, oh, sorry. Carly's going to answer this one for me. Thanks.
Yeah, this chart is based on assessed value.
So it's not actual sales.
So this chart itself is not showing actual sales. That's correct.
Okay. I guess my last question is, part of this intent to meet the objectives of the MDP is essentially to try and make some of the developed area communities, I guess, more complete communities and more sustainable, such as what we're trying to achieve in Greenfield. Is that kind of what we're looking to do here?
So Councillor Chabot, we've mentioned before 86%, and I'll just confirm I'm on the right, 86% of our communities are below their peak population. So right now we are, and I think Ms. Ferguson spoke to the amount of the population amount that we're losing from the established areas. And so this proposal is again providing more housing choice opportunities for Calgarians at different price points. We've got different size families now that have different housing needs than we did in the past. And therefore, the intent, the hope is that with more housing choice and more housing units, we can increase the population in the established areas where we already have infrastructure and services at hand.
Okay, last question. Have we analyzed how many properties we could bring online if we had done it in a strategic, focused, planned sort of initiative, i.e. primary transit networks, local community activity centers, et cetera, those higher intensity zones identified through LAPs, and how many properties that potentially could bring online if we had done rezoning in those areas only?
I don't have numbers for you. Are you, so if you're looking at TOD areas, obviously immediately around a TOD area, we want it to be a higher density than even the RCG district.
Primary transit networks, close proximity to amenities, those kind of areas.
I don't have a number of parcels that would be in those areas, no.
That'd be a good thing to know. No further questions.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Demong has spent some time looking at solar, so I wanted to just ask a question of business licensing in terms of the solar permitting. Is there a possibility within business licensing to require solar installers to signal to people that there's risk inherent with in established areas with installing solar on their homes? Is that a possibility?
I'll look to the team to answer that. Antonio?
Well, we don't require that currently. It's a good question. We also don't require other businesses to warn their customers of sort of the products that they're selling and products or services that they're offering. So if that's something that council would like for administration to pursue, that is something that we pursue. But currently, if we did that with solar panels, it would be something that we would have to consider for other businesses as well.
Okay. Could you give me an example of a comparative that jumps to mind?
Well, as an example, when we license sunbathing salon, we don't require the salon to provide warning as part of licensing to the users of the risk of increased usage or the usage of their products and services. Gotcha. So that's kind of the same analogy for solar panels. I mean, it's really up to the consumer to educate themselves, and I think there's opportunities to the climate environment team and areas to educate Calgarians when it comes to purchasing solar panels.
Okay. To be continued later.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I just two questions, one idea. There's been a lot of concern around just the fact that our housing market is very commercialized and increasingly becoming so, the commodification of housing. When it comes to the fear of the rezoning potentially being a bit of a catalyst for acquisition of land, holding land, speculating that they can amalgamate down the road. Does the city have any ideas in terms of what we could do to mitigate that? If there's already things in place to mitigate folks, outside interests purchasing up land, sitting on it until they have a project, because there's incentive to do so in a housing market that's on up and to the right. Right now, what's the city's stance on that? Would be great to know.
I don't think we have anything as far as I'm aware. Mr. Mueller, do you have?
I would just suggest that there are numerous factors as to why a development may not proceed immediately. It could be the landowner has run into an issue, maybe there's a financing issue, maybe something else has changed. So it'd be, I guess, challenging to develop a really finite way of identifying those situations.
Would administration be open to conversation about like a vacant land tax, or is there reasons within the MGA or adjacent to that we should be avoiding that kind of a conversation?
I'll ask my friends in assessment if they have any comment on that. Mr. Lee?
So currently within the Municipal Government Act, we do have the legislative capability to levy a vacant land tax. If this is something council would like us to investigate, we would need that direction. There is a lot of logistical things we need to consider, as well as potentially unintended consequences as well.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just a little bit further on this idea, I mean, the image that comes to mind for me is this there's like a rising tide of commercialization in our housing right now, just because it's scarce, and so it draws investment in increasing degree. Obviously, we're not yet Vancouver, we're not Toronto, but we don't want to become that. With large capital potentially eating up homes for the very express purpose of turning it into long-term assets that they hold. Right now within the city's land holdings, how do you see this playing either a negative or a positive? Because obviously we want rental and we want it sooner rather than later. Is there something that council could be doing within a year or two to, if it goes rampant and out of, what kind of hammers could be dropped? What kind of measures could be put in place to kind of keep the tide at bay, so to speak?
So, Councillor Spencer, I just want to clarify, you did say city's land holdings. Are you asking specifically about city-owned land?
All land.
Okay, so I think one reason we're here is to try and increase supply across the city. By rezoning, we create that possibility throughout the city and not just on certain parcels. If somebody has a development permit or a building permit, there's must commence by and timelines on the development permit and building permit. That's very granular. They've usually already committed to that point. As far as other land holdings, I think you heard from Mr. Lee, but I don't have anything else to offer.
Okay, but there's lessons to learn from the other jurisdictions that are trying to figure that out right now. Yes.
We would be happy to look into that further and bring anything back to council, any recommendations, or if council has direction, we can look at that.
Okay, and then my understanding is this is not completely off the radar for admin. You know that this is an emerging threat, but this is not at a scale yet where you're worried about it interrupting our housing supply in a really negative way, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I see that Chief Dongworth's there. Chief, would you mind coming up? Thank you. Thank you, Chief. We've been talking about housing and densification housing in inner city areas, and the conversation has always been about water services, in particular for increased densification. Recently had a conversation with a former senior management person at the city, and his qualifications really wasn't about water services to housing, but for fire suppression, fire prevention. Can you speak to that?
Through the chair. Is that on?
Sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair, we have thought about that. It would actually be more detailed calculations, but at the moment it's not something we're flagging as a huge concern.
So we have capacity, fire suppression capacity.
Yep. We're blessed with a pretty good water supply in the city.
And particularly in the inner city area where people are concerned about more densification.
Yeah, we can go away and do more analysis, but we're blessed with a very good hydrant supply in the inner city, for sure.
Okay, in the case of a major fire like that on a 30-unit type of development, would households around there see a drop in pressure as a result of you fighting fires?
Yeah, I think of circumstances like the Earlton fire, which would probably be the largest fire in the history of the city. There certainly would have been some impacts, and we would have had to hook into a number of different mains to supply. But that's something we have water maps on all our trucks. We know how to do that. But you would certainly have seen some impacts in terms of supply.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. Appreciate being here.
And sorry, Councillor Wong, I'm just going to add in from a development permit perspective, we do evaluate fire flow needs at the development permit.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. So leading into that question then, we often talk about the addition of units and housing units, that is, and the pressure on water, service, sewer, everything else as such. And that theoretical 75 dwelling units per hectare, is that the trigger to infrastructure investment, future infrastructure investment?
The density itself?
Yes.
No, we evaluate from a development permit perspective. We evaluate each development permit, but I'll ask Ms. Choi to come up. I believe with row house developments, we don't see row house developments, at least to date, triggering any additional infrastructure investment.
We still evaluate every DP for fire flow needs as well as sanitary and stormwater requirements. So I'm not sure I understood where that 75 metric was that you mentioned.
Often when we look at land use and we say a theoretical 75 units per hectare is what we permit per how do you put it? Housing per unit, housing per parcel, right? So translating that into demand on infrastructure and the downstream capital planning, capital budgeting. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, we sometimes use those metrics as a rule of thumb, but when we actually have the development permit details, we would evaluate based on the flows that we expect that particular development to generate, as well as how close it is to adjacent buildings to determine the fire flow needs.
Okay, so that's the development permit stage. At the rezoning stage, and we turn around and say, and I'll use my own property on my own community, Hounslow Heights, Briar Hill, just south of the LRT station. There's a prospect of zoning that street for 6-story development and 4-story and 2-story development along 2 long blocks there, right? Because we're rezoning on that notion, do you use that as a predictor of infrastructure capacity?
In terms of the entire street, or like what?
The whole community.
Yeah, I think we would assess it at the DP stage, but we also consider monitoring of the kind of LAP scales as well as citywide. We do flow monitoring and modeling as well. So we look at it at all 3 stages comprehensively to inform capital investments.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Alflin, HCO, the other day we had a conversation about HCO in Forest Lawn, I believe it was. And that was a HCO where you have an LAP, you put on flex and neighborhood connector areas. Without an LAP, you put a 600 meters in there. In this set of recommendations here, are we trying to get to a consistency, LAP or no?
No, Councillor Wong, the land use bylaw, we're not making any recommendations to change the HCO district.
Okay.
Yeah.
So again, communities that don't have an LAP,
the criteria
theoretically will have a different criterion than those that with an LAP.
Correct, in that it's either through the local area plan or it's the criteria listed in the land use bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Clerks, sorry, just a quick question in terms of amendments. I have amendments that I've gotten to amend, but I haven't gotten back to yet. So I've submitted 4 out of possible 6 of them, and I'm not sure how the other 2 will get in if we get into debating the main.
Councillor Wong, the submission is only important to account for incorporating administration feedback with respect to legal, financial, and other matters. If you do not submit them prior to council moving into debate, any member of council is able to make a motion on the floor.
Okay, we'll try again to you quickly. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wyness, please.
Thanks. I just want to follow up on that rooming house piece on 3 units. So if we have the main, the secondary suite, and the carriage house, that counts as a rooming house under the definitions or not? No. Okay, good. That's just what I want clarity on. And then for our solar calculator that we have on the city website, is that using the current built form of the neighborhood to evaluate what you should be putting on your roof?
I'll ask Mr. Eberson to come up unless. Yep.
Quick answer, yes.
Okay, so if this passes, how will you update that so that homeowners currently going to add solar panels will look at what the potential impact of an RCG built form beside their house would have on their?
We are looking at updating the webpage on a regular basis. So as that would come in, we will be updating it.
So you'd only do it after the built form was built, not off of like, hey, here's if your neighborhood stays the same, here's if your neighbors start building row houses around you?
No, it will be just for current state.
Okay, so then that's kind of the problem that Calgarians are talking about. And have we provided any feedback to the federal government on the Greener Homes grant program and I think this is what led us down this path where they've utilized that program to net zero their house, invest in solar panels, and now neighbors are starting to tear houses down, and now they're on the hook for a loan when they should have maybe sold and not invested or taken a loan to net zero their house? Is there feedback going to say, hey, feds, you made this program years ago and it's messing everything up now?
I'm going to look at the rest of the team to answer that. We don't have that information with us.
Good.
Apologies, Councillor Wyness, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay, so I think it must have been like 2 years ago or a year ago. The federal government made a grant program where it's zero interest to incentivize homeowners to invest in solar panels, to replace windows, to fix your insulation. And they essentially targeted houses that are post-war inner city houses that could use a little spruce up or a tear down. Those are the avenues you're at with your ownership. And so people started buying into this, and then they would net zero their house, and they're close to TOD sites. And now they've invested in for the long haul. And now the narrative from the federal government through dangling the money carrot for this program is we should rezone and tear down. But now they've carried a debt and they've greened their house, and when really the greatest return would have been to tear it down and build higher density. So have we let the federal government to say, hey, stop the shotgun approach and start at least allowing citizens who either own homes or programs at the municipal level to work together, to not send people in many different directions and say, hey, yeah, you net zeroed, but that wasn't the right move. This is actually the right move.
Really appreciate the question, Councillor Wyness. We do work, I know InterGov is also on the line. We work closely with all orders of government to provide feedback on grant programs. The flag that you raise is an important one, and definitely make sure that that gets passed along as they sort of work on refining their programs going forward. But to be very clear, I'm not suggesting at all that people tear their homes down. That's not, yeah.
No, but it's that calculation of climate that we're sending that misinformation and sending people in different directions. And so, no, this is always my comment. I made this comment as soon as the feds have released that program around City Hall, and here we are years later, and I was right. It was a program that led us down oppositional paths. So I'll stop there.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
I hope we have a very, very simple question. Any reporting back on the strategy and the outcomes of this? Where is it going, or where do we want it to go if we're requesting it?
Thanks, Councillor Pender. It will go through with the housing strategy, regular updates, quarterly updates, and then we would anticipate as well that the Housing Commission, which is a piece of work, again, that Council's asked for, that we would have them specifically look at progress as well. So those would be the two direct avenues.
Okay, quarterly updates, and those are coming through Community Development Committee? Executive Committee, Infrastructure Planning Committee.
Sorry, Councillor Penner.
I see.
I'm just going to make a minor correction. So in the housing strategy, we have committed to an annual update in Q2 of every year, and it comes to the Community Development Committee.
Thank you.
Is that all? Okay, Councillor Dhaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for Ms. Hamilton. How did we get here?
Yeah. How far back do you want me to go, Councillor Dhaliwal?
Just tell me non-market, market housing, affordability,
Okay.
housing shortage.
So reminder, and I think we have a slide that we'll pull up to show the timeline. So this all started back with the Housing and Affordability Task Force that was tasked with looking at housing, affordability, being bold, market, non-market, the whole gamut. So this was one of the, how many, Jeff, recommendations from the task force? 38, I think? 33 recommendations that the task force gave. That went to council in June of that year. I feel like this is a test in my memory. And from there, council asked us to put the Housing and Affordability Task Force recommendations into the housing strategy and bring back an update on the housing strategy in September. So that is the Home is Here, Calgary's housing strategy that was approved in September with 98 actions. One of those being to redesignate to a base RCG district, another one to redesignate to HGO in through approved local area plans. And then the third actually is the backyard and secondary suites, and a fourth is around parking. So with those 4 actions coming out of that, that is how we ended up here today with a proposal in front of you to redesignate Citywide to RCG, RG, or HGO.
Okay, great. And all these recommendations are to support market housing.
The ones that were here today, on the big picture, they will support market housing, but they are also there for non-market housing providers as well. Anyone wanting to build within an RCG type of housing form.
Okay, because about 10 minutes ago you said RCG is market housing, so I just wanted.
Fair.
Okay, no, great. My second question is Auckland. A city of 1.66 million people, we're a city of 1.35, pretty much equivalent. My last research showed me there's 468 cities in the world, over 1 million population. Heard so much about Auckland, Auckland, Auckland. Why Auckland? I wish they're saying Calgary, Calgary, Calgary too in Auckland, but I don't think they are.
Maybe they will start. But I'll turn it over to Ms. Khan to explain where and why we looked at different cities.
Councillor Dhaliwal, your wish is my wish too. I hope in 10 years we can be the Calgary, Calgary, Calgary. Auckland's just the best one that has actual peer reviews that are scientifically looked at to confirm the changes that have been happening since rezoning started in Auckland. So that's why we pick on Auckland a lot. It's the first city to have done it, right? To a degree where we can actually learn something from. Many other cities are looking at this crisis as a whole, North America-wide, worldwide. And so they're all kind of doing it a slight bit differently, but we feel like Auckland was one of the better examples because we could actually tie it to an outcome. And we are really hoping that the outcome that they're seeing is the outcome that we'd see too.
Okay. I come from oil and gas. In oil and gas, whenever we did something, we picked the worst credible scenario. And then we put the controls in place to make sure that this risk is mitigated or transferred. And correct me if I'm wrong, what I've heard so far is we are picking controls first and not looking at the worst credible scenario. Example, if I say we approve this and this is happening everywhere in the city, we are under infrastructure constraint, I'm not hearing that. All I'm hearing is controls are in place, risk, if it transpires, so be it.
Councillor Dhaliwal, we control those controls. right? If something comes in that doesn't have, like if all of a sudden tomorrow we'd see thousands upon thousands of these, we can absolutely look at those controls through the development permit. That is one of our abilities to kind of pull those levers to put those controls in place. And to be honest, when you're thinking about worst case scenario, I think the worst case scenario is we get homes built. Best case scenario is we get a lot of homes built over 50 years. There isn't a bad scenario in this to me where we don't have a lever that we can pull it if something goes wrong.
Yeah, but what I heard from folks who came here for last 2 weeks was all they heard was that we don't control it, that it's going to happen everywhere. That was one of the anxiety I heard.
Absolutely. And it's a valid concern for folks that don't have a planning background, for sure. I think one of the things that's important is like change takes time. It's incremental. You're not going to see a ton of these come in tomorrow. What we're hoping for is that this is a long-term strategy, that we are hoping for 20, 40 years from now that we see the change and the turnover similar to what we saw with RC1 to RC2. When you look at places like Tuxedo, Mount Pleasant, they used to be RC1 until a certain point in history, and then that change happened. And 50 years ago, like it's taken 50 years for those communities to see duplexes, to see semis. And so you're not going to see it over time. And we know that single detached is still a viable option. It's still something that a lot of Calgarians want. And you're still going to see those get built.
Yeah. Okay. I have 2 more questions. Yesterday was Mother's Day. My mom gave me birth. And today I'm here so many years. I don't want to say how old I am. It took years and years of learning, getting experience, getting here. But what we are doing today is we are taking RC1 and jumping into RCG. Leap. Are we ready for that?
Yes.
Definitely.
Councillor Dollywell, I don't know what would stand in the way from us being ready for that. Everything that we've had for, even if you look back at the past 10 years since RCG was approved, RCG is probably the most incremental sensitive intensification that you can see in a low density context.
Okay.
There is nothing else that you could go to that could actually make a substantial difference like RCG can. We wouldn't be proposing something that we didn't actually think could improve affordability for all Calgarians, not just today, but mostly in the future, if we didn't believe this.
Yeah, the reason I was saying I went to junior high, I went to high school, I went to university, I took experience, it took me time to where I am today. With this, all I heard in the last 2 weeks was it's just such a big jump that city's not ready. So I just want you to talk to those Calgarians who are like not comfortable.
I think change is hard. I'll just say one thing and then I'll pass it off. So 2008 is when our bylaw came in. 2009 is when our MDP came in. That's when it talked about sensitive intensification in our low density districts. Since 2009, we've put in RCG, we've put in RG, we've put in HGO. We've done that testing on all of these districts to get to this point where we feel we actually have a district that can work on the ground, multiple districts that can work on the ground. And so it isn't overnight that this has happened. I have been at the city for almost 18 years and on the bylaw team for about 15. And so this change is incremental. This is something that we've looked at multiple times throughout our history to really refine and get it right.
Yeah, maybe I would just like to add that our perceived confidence that Calgarians have seen comes from our experience in Calgary, looking at Calgary, not just at Auckland or other cities, but looking at what we have experienced in our applications and pace of redevelopment over 40 years. And at the pace of change, the rate of change in communities. And up on the screen, there's an example of Capitol Hill from 1995 to 2015, the actual change that occurred in that time period. And it really demonstrates that change is quite incremental. It is not overnight. It's understandable that people are vested in what they know about their communities, but they continue to change every single day. It's just slower, so they don't notice it. And we are convinced, based on our experience, our observations in Calgary, that it will continue to be incremental and not overnight the world will change and be unrecognizable.
Okay, great. My last question is for Mr. Evertson. while you're walking, I'll start talking about. I heard earlier a comment made that this is going to help us with our journey to net zero with climate change. Could you please tell me how many gigatons of CO2 equivalent reduction can we see over next 10 years, 20 years in this city if this goes ahead?
Well, that is an extremely difficult question to answer, and we have not calculated that specifically. But what I can tell you is that with every new home that we construct and build in this city, we actually reduce our emissions. And when we look at densification across the city, you start to actually provide choice to people on how they can transport themselves, whether it is by walking or cycling or any other mode of transportation. Because what we are doing then is, with densification, we get more commercial buildings within our community, so people are closer to where they shop and where they want to recreate. And that is really helpful then for the overall decrease in our emissions.
Lots of assumptions there.
Factual assumptions that we are basing on many other cities where people have had more choices in mobility, as well as it's also factual when you build a new house that you have much higher energy efficiency in those homes as per the new building codes.
When you build a new house or when we build row houses?
On both, actually. With row houses, you actually have higher emissions per household because you have more households accommodated on one lot, where there were previously only one household.
So reduction in emissions if row houses are built?
There is per household.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Then, thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Dhaliwal. Dick, before you leave, we've put a slide up on the screen, and it might just be helpful for Mr. Everson to walk through this slide.
Yep, we can definitely. And it basically reflects everything that I just said, the comparison between our current bungalow styles and if you were to look at a 4-unit row house. What I said earlier was that specifically focusing on a per household basis, you actually decrease your emissions on that lot when you put in this case, 4 units compared to your existing 1 unit. So they are not then dispersed on different lots, but actually in one area specifically. You can also see that if we compare that one to the other, your total building emissions is 28. And in the other case, your total building emissions would be 12.12. But per household, it actually decreased significantly because we also calculate your transportation emissions into the whole.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're
Thanks,
welcome.
Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see questions of admin, but there's a response from admin.
Thank you, Mayor. If Mr. Chase would like to correct his response to Councillor Penner.
These two mics are connected, by the way, and so when Deb turns hers off, mine turns off as well. Just to clarify that the Housing Commission, I'm referring to the Council Advisory Committee on Housing, which is back at CDC next week in response to a motion to look at a Housing Commission. So that's just where that language comes from. Again, the Council Advisory Committee on Housing. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got a number of things going on in the world of councillors trying to move things and do things. Madam Clerk, do you have everything you need? I'm just seeing some last-minute emails come in, or do you need some time?
Mayor Gondak, you're right. Last-minute emails were just received in these last few minutes, so we will need approximately 20 minutes of time to go through the inbox to account for all the new submissions.
Okay. And what I will do is also, when we come back from that 20 minutes, I'll outline who's in the queue to bring things, because I've got Councillors Meehan, Sharp, Chabot, Wong, and McLean all wishing to do something.
Can I just I have a question of privilege here regarding the procedure. So Councillor Meehan is actually not in the queue. And according to the procedural bylaw, first in the queue to bring something would be me after questions. And if we're going to go first in the queue, well, I was in the queue at 11:31 this morning. Mine's an alternate recommendation to the main. The main is not on the floor. My alternate recommendation can be put on the floor. But if we don't want to move it, and Chair, you rule that out, I will challenge a chair on that.
Okay, so here's the process that I followed in making that determination. I asked Madam Clerk to verify for me the order that we should go in based on how requests came in. Councillor Meehan was speaking and said, I'm happy to move this when the time comes. Immediately following that, there was an RTS from you wishing to move an alternate. We verified whether the alternates have to go first or whether the main can go first. All of this is according to procedure bylaw. Procedure bylaw does not indicate how the person has to weigh in, so whether it's an RTS or whether it's verbal. So the determination I made was based on first come, first serve, which is the language that Madam Clerk has given to me.
In writing.
In writing, first come, first serve, not verbal. So that means at 11:31,
Madam
I
Clerk?
could have said that.
It doesn't say in writing.
Mayor Gondek, if it's helpful, perhaps we can put it on an excerpt of Section 28 on the screen so all members of council can see it, and I will read it out. Section 28, sub 1, a member who wishes to speak or make a motion at a meeting shall do so only after being recognized by the chair. Recognition must ordinarily be on a first come, first serve basis.
So before we went virtual and before we had Teams, it was always verbal. Now that we've had Teams, there are requests to speak that are put in as well. But when a member has been recognized and says, I'm ready to move this, that's something that I have to recognize, so that's what I did. It doesn't rule out your ability to bring an alternative recommendation. Absolutely you can. You wish to do that. I think Councillor Chabot wants to. I think Councillor Wong wants to. And I think there's a referral motion coming from Councillor McLean. All of those can happen. The cadence is just that the main is going to go first because the mover spoke up first.
So the main, that's fine. My alternate will contravene the main.
So if the main dies.
Okay, so it has to come before the main, correct? I just had to double check because we were told it could not come after the main as a referral. I had to come as an alternate. That was the advice of admin, and that's what we took.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So in looking at what the procedure bylaw provides, it's that a motion can arise out of a number of things. So a motion can arise out of a recommendation related to administration's report, or a main motion can arise from a proposed resolution. There can only be one main motion on the floor. So the advice provided would be if the main motion is administration's recommendation, at that point, any motion that is contrary would be out of order. However, if the first motion that is in, based on the sequence of speakers, is the proposed resolution from a member of council, such as an alternate recommendation, that one would proceed first. So the advice is that any alternate recommendations can only be considered if the main is not moved yet or following a main motion that is lost. But what is important here is which motion is moved first, because there can only be one. So the advice is really dependent on which speaker made the declaration to make a motion first, and then everything cascades after that.
So if you'd like to challenge the chair, happy to take that.
So, point of procedure, if I may. We've always been told that we sequentially go through questions, and following the questions, then we go into motions. Questions had not completed when Councillor Sharp put forward her RTS to move. While there was a statement made during question by a member of council that they wanted to move something, we hadn't completed the questions. So how is it that you could accept a motion while we were still in questions that wasn't put in writing that there was a motion to be made? It's just...
So the in-writing component has been addressed. There's nothing that says it has to be in writing.
I get that, but we hadn't moved into motions yet.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Since the questions are now possibly over, who knows, someone might ask another one, but since they're over, I will do this. I will open up the queue as soon as we find out from Madam Clerk how much time she needs to organize all the amendments that are still coming in, by the way, and then you have a fresh queue. Is that... do we have general consent on that? Okay.
Can I just raise on a point of procedure too? So then what you're suggesting that we come back and then we all just jump on our buttons right away? It'll be kind of like a race. Is that?
I guess you're going to have to, yeah.
That's how we do it. Okay.
So Madam Clerk, 20 minutes is what you need.
We would really appreciate 20 minutes to open up the emails that just came in.
Okay, so if we come back here at 4:35 or whatever it is, I'm going to offer this up to members of council. Would you prefer you get your questions into the queue now, or would you prefer to do it when we come back? There's all kinds of RTSs. Yep, I see one from Councillor Wong.
Yeah, Procedure Mayor, thank you for that. If we're going to take the 20-minute break right now, is the clerk going to come back with a list of all the amendments for us to take a look at, including those that are before the motion, before the main, sorry?
We can compile all the additional proposed amendments and we can distribute them to all members of council to see. Yes, we can do that.
And will there be time for us to look at it during the break before we resume and thereby have maybe a bit of conversation around the table as to sequencing?
That is not a decision for the clerk, Councillor Wong. We can certainly compile during the 20-minute recess and share with council, but the city clerk does not drive any further recesses or breaks for council's consultations.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting at is, if you, more importantly, when will those list amendments come to us? And Mayor, could we give, from the time we receive it, maybe 10 minutes before you reconvene, so we could have a powwow?
Well, Councillor Wong, I will tell you this. We have a list of amendments that were submitted on time. What I'm seeing from my messages is that you have more that you just submitted. So the clerk's team thinks they can get them in 20 minutes into a format and get them back out to everyone. And
My amendments were submitted last week, and my amendments were even conferred this morning, and we have not gotten feedback back from admin on the proper wording for them, and that's why I couldn't submit them until I had admin and legal's proper wording.
Ms. Hamilton, you had a request to speak.
Yes, Mayor. We do have Councillor Wong's that I think we're finalizing. They came in Friday afternoon, and I believe we have received more today, this morning, and even into now. So if admin's planning's feedback is desired, we would ask for a few more than 20 minutes, please. We've all been here, so we haven't been able to look at that.
So Councillor Wong, you're characterizing this as a full week that you received no response from administration, and we're just hearing that you sent them in today.
Not true.
Okay, well.
I mean, I can show my emails going back to Tuesday, Wednesday last week on the motion before, an alternate recommendation before the main. We were going back and forth on deliberations, even as late as Friday, but they were going back, Tuesday, Wednesday at the earliest.
Okay. So, Council, I think we're going to need more than 20 minutes to look at what's going into that document. So, I mean, my recommendation would be we take a break for an hour and a half, wait to see what we get from the clerk, and come back here. So that would bring us back here at 5:45. When it comes to the queue, when it comes to who's going to go in what order, if you'll let me sit down with the clerk and figure this out, I can come back to you at that time and let you know the order that we're going to go in. I'm simply relying on the advice of the clerk. This has gotten a lot more complicated with last-minute things coming in as well. So if you'll give us that latitude so I can actually sit with the clerk's team, I would appreciate that. We've got Councillor Craw in the queue. Yes, Councillor Wynette.
Yeah. I was originally just going to say let's give clerks at least half an hour, not just 20 minutes, but now it's gotten complicated, and you've said now after the dinner break, so you kind of got to where I was going with it, so thanks.
Clerks always underestimates their time to be extra efficient for us, so I mean, I think they would appreciate the hour and a half. Now it's Councillor Craw.
Can I just get a sense of when we're coming back? I would like to make it back to the meeting, but I also have responsibilities here at home. So I just need to understand, are we coming back after the dinner break? Are we changing the dinner break? What are we doing?
Well, the dinner break was sort of up in the air anyway. It was an estimate that it would be at 5:30 today, but I think given the situation with added amendments, we are going to take 90 minutes right now. We're going to come back at 5:45 to see what's before us. And if we need to get everything up and in order and take a break a little bit later for 20 minutes, half an hour, we can do that. But I think we need to take the hour and a half now to let clerks sort out what's in an amendment and what's not. So 5:45 is return time.
Can I suggest that we come back at 7 o'clock after the regularly scheduled dinner break?
I think you'd have to make a motion. You don't have general consent.
I would make that motion.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that? Councillor McLean seconds it? Okay, so the motion before us is to break now and return at
Point of
7.
order on that one, Your Worship, or Mayor. You had already determined that break was going to be at 5:30, so there is no precondition 7 o'clock come back.
6:30, yeah. All right, so Councillor Carra, you have a bit of a friendly, can it be 6:30 because that was the original return time?
No, I withdraw. We'll do whatever.
Okay, then I'm going to say we come back at 6:30. All right, general consent on that? Madam Clerk?
Given that Councillor Carra's motion was put on the floor and that it was seconded by Councillor McLean, there is a motion on the floor right now. So I would look for either general consent to withdraw that or a motion.
We have general consent to withdraw that motion, please. I don't see anybody opposed to that. We will withdraw it. Okay, we're going to break now. We're going to come back at 6:30. Please check your emails. Madam Clerk will send you the most complete version of the amendments she can. Thank you. everybody. Welcome back to the continuation of the April 22nd public hearing meeting. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On the roll, Councillor Wyness. Councillor Carraw.
I'm here.
Councillor Chabot.
Present.
Councillor Chu. Here. Councillor Demong.
Here.
Councillor Dhaliwal.
Here.
Councillor McLean.
Here.
Councillor Meehan.
Here.
Councillor Penner.
Here.
Councillor Pootmans.
Here.
Councillor Sharp.
Here.
Councillor Spencer.
Here.
Councillor Walcott.
I'm here.
Councillor Wong. Here. And Mayor Gondek.
I'm here.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right. I want to thank the clerk's team for sorting out everybody's amendments and motions arising and alternative recommendations. You have something in your mailbox, everyone, that's got it's sort of a consolidated view of everything that's coming. Madam Clerk, is everything in there?
I believe we received one more adjustment that we are working on right now. The motion is in there. The wording has just been updated, so we will work on that.
Okay, so you have it for reference in your emails. In order to sort out the manner in which we're going to bring motions forward, I'm going to clear the slate. So right now, there's no one that's got anything on the floor because we haven't officially wrapped questions yet. I'm going to ask if there's any more questions of administration. I will look around. Once I see that there aren't any, I'm going to say, that's it for questions of administration. And when I say it's time to bring motions, y'all can RTS and that will determine the queue. That's the fairest way forward, so that's what we're going to do. So let me ask, does anyone have any more questions of administration? Don't see any more questions of administration. We are moving to motions. Please RTS. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
Sorry, was that unexpected? Sorry, it's like question period, you know? I've played this game before. Sorry. So Mayor, thank you for allowing us to move forward in this fashion. As some of you may or may not have heard, I've got an amendment that I'd like to propose. I may have mentioned this previously, but for those who don't know, my motion is that we file and abandon the Bylaw 21P 2004. Specifically, the motion reads as follows. The Council file and abandon Bylaw 21P 2024 and direct administration to prepare a report to Council on options to introduce a phased-in approach to city-initiated rezoning from RC1/RC2 to RCG and other higher density residential districts. So not high density, I understand, still low density, it's higher than RC1, RC2. And that administration be further directed to utilize the public submissions from this public hearing to provide direction in identifying and recommending preferred locations, including locations identified through local area planning process, and report back to Council no later than Q2 2025 with proposed locations.
I'm seconding that.
Okay. So originally when I was drafting this motion, I was looking at specifying specific locations like community activity centers, neighborhood activity centers, primary transit networks, or high activity centers. But I thought, you know what? I'd rather keep it generic, let administration come forward with recommendations. We don't really know how many units this could potentially bring online as far as the number of RCGs that would be created through this process. I asked this question previously. I suspect it's going to be a lot. I don't know what that number is, but if we're trying to achieve something that will bring on a large number of suites, or I mean properties onto the market in short order that has community buy-in, I think this is the best way forward. And as we heard from administration, we already have currently approximately 3,000 lots that are zoned for RCG, so it's not like there's nothing to go forward with right now that can carry us over until this proposal gets approved. It's a staged and predictable, planned method that I think would likely have more success because it has community buy-in. Anyways, that's what I'd like to propose, and happy to address any and all issues in my close. I'll try and keep it short just in the interest of time. Thanks for seconding, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Is the seconder going to speak as well?
Sure, I can go ahead. Happy to second this. I think we've heard enough over the last 2 weeks that we should at least be asking whether the support is really there for what's being proposed today. Clearly, many agree and many don't. I'm not inclined to proceed with this without clear support. I think there would be a better approach. And just to say that I even have 13 amendments to what's being proposed says a lot. And so I think that administration needs to go back and listen to what's been said. And the one thing that was consistent between everybody, pro and against, was, yeah, we do need more housing in Calgary, but this isn't the silver bullet. And I know it's part of the recommendations, but there got to be a word we use today quite a bit. There's got to be a better balance. So happy to second this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
I figure I'm going to be talking on the amendments a lot, so I might as well kick off on the first one. There's something that you said, Councillor Chabot, that strikes me as wrong, is that doing less will somehow bring on more. How is it possible that doing less will somehow create a market that produces units in preferred locations decided by the community for people who own those parcels? Let's be very clear here. What we're talking about whenever we have other people deciding, what we are doing is we are letting other people decide even more granularly what you do with your property versus expanding the right of individuals to decide what they're doing with their own property. The result here is that when you look at a citywide initiative, and in a citywide initiative, the numbers that we state for our projections were 250 parcels a year. That's 250 additional parcels per year out of 500,000 potential of residential parcels. Of those, you only have about 360,000 of them that can actually change. And in those same areas, we already have examples of where active rezoning in isolated spots has produced a market of land pricing that has actually made it that people still look elsewhere. Is because when you zone in small little pockets, you create such a high degree of competition in those pockets that the affordability issue that we're here for, remember, because we're not here for a planning exercise. The reality is that this is not a planning exercise, because planning is not how you get out of the housing crisis. It's actually the opposite direction, which is you remove the restrictions to the market to allow it to do its job. And planning has always been the opposite. Planning is about layering over and over more and more restrictions so that there's control over what your neighbor can do with their property. When it's talking about putting a factory beside my house, absolutely. But when you're talking about residential rules, it's about controlling the people who can afford to live in your community by controlling the built form. Now, this goes a step further, because not only are you still trying to control the built form, now you're actually trying to allow entire communities to decide what small pockets can do, and what happens to those people in those communities who decide that they want it on the edges of their communities, which again does nothing for affordability. It just increases competition for those parcels, which is of course how we ended up where we started, which is if you want to keep costs low with regard to rezoning, you avoid the spot zoning epidemic which we see across the city in our current standpoint to create the affordability in land economics. This is not land economics. This isn't housing economics. This isn't even really an effort for affordability, affordable housing. And I want to remind people, that's why we're here. Because planning, sadly, no offense to all the planners in the room, there's a lot of you, no offense. Planning actually created a system that was so restrictive that we're in this crisis for a variety of reasons. You're not going to be able to plan it your way back out, which is why you need to actually make some decisions about what type of housing is just allowed. And this is backwards, and you can't support backwards.
All right, let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Chabot, when you were asking questions of folks throughout the public hearing, one of the ones you asked quite consistently was if they'd be supportive of using the LIP approach to look at rezoning. And by, you found it, I remember you opining finding it quite interesting that you got a wide diversity of responses on that. Some people would very quickly say, oh yeah, for sure, I like that. And then a whole bunch of others would stall and go, well, does that mean it's going to happen? Especially those that already had an LAP. They would go, well, does that mean our neighborhood's going to get rezoned and not the rest of the city? So I think you're moving the fight to another place. You're moving the debate to another place, and arguably it's going to make things worse because we're putting more pressure on a smaller population of this city. Kind of at its base merits, what we're talking about today is to take the situation we're in and spread it across the whole city so that the change management that we need to navigate as a city is borne by our entire community together in lockstep, arm in arm, linked together, that we would all share that. While not every neighborhood is ready for the change, market factors, housing, age, all the rest, ultimately this is a problem we all need to solve together. And by just moving it expressly to the communities that already have an LAP, I think we are. I've talked to folks who have an LAP, and they would say that they're quite concerned about using the LAP as the arbiter for this process. So for that, I can't support.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Chabot. I'm going to start off by saying I do support it and for a variety of different reasons. First and foremost, Councillor Chabot's suggesting that we need to go back to administration, to the drawing boards for several different reasons. Most importantly, we heard from over 700 people. We received emails and letters and feedback through town halls and everything else, indicating about 70%, if not more, are opposed to this approach. But they're not opposed to housing and not opposing the crisis and needing to find supply. I think the other thing is that as Councillor Sharp referred to, there's a number of amendments coming forward, and it's because 15 members of council takes the situation seriously, and is serious enough to submit many different amendments. And these amendments, even if we pass the main with amendments, these amendments are going to be confusing to the public, and if they're going to be confusing to the public, then what do we gain by going through this whole process? By restarting the process with the discussion of what the amendments can be, should be, put it in the public. And one of the questions I asked earlier this morning about what do we learn out of the process, and Ms. Hamilton and Mr. Mueller basically said, we need to listen and understand from the eyes of the public, from the eyes of the property owners, what exactly does this mean? What's the implication to them? Putting through these amendments the way these amendments are blanket the way it is now, basically discounts what we learned, and therefore sending it back, as per Councillor Chabot says, honors that lesson learned. And again, I think we'll come back with a better product, no doubt about it. In terms of the question of, is this a housing problem or a planning problem? You're right, Councillor Walcott. This is a plan to get to housing, whereas what we're trying to solve is housing. We have in a housing strategy many different recommendations to get us to housing. We heard quantification of the different types of housing opportunities, whether it be through mobile home parks, whether it be through TODs, whether it be through providing vacant land sales. There's many different ways. And a critical area of housing that's really needed now are those that need affordable housing. And market housing doesn't necessarily solve that problem as much as providing land to developers, to providing housing providers to provide housing at a below market rate, whether it be at a rental or attainable home purchasing type process. There are many different ways of solving the housing problem, and this is, as it's just a tip of one spear to get there. But let's get this spear right, and again, for that I support the alternate recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I also won't be supporting this for similar reasons as Councillor Walcott, insofar as I think it's a step back. I think it's sort of a kick the can down the road to a different type of conversation. Like, a lot of people came to the table and said they weren't necessarily thrilled about the blanket approach and the idea that everyone gets treated the same. I think if we went forward with this, we would actually just hear the opposite feedback. Like, I'm not okay with the fact that my community is going to be treated differently than other people's communities. So for that reason, I think we need to get to the main and amendments on the main. And so I won't be supporting a reconsideration or a different motion, which is what this is. So that's it.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Chabot.
Thank you, and thanks to members of council for your debate. How is less going to produce more? How is less going to produce more? That's a great question. what we've heard consistently from members of the public is that because they don't like this, they will do everything in their power to try and prevent this from happening, including some potential challenges, including some potential judicial review to this bylaw if it gets approved. We've heard people that say that if there's any relaxation whatsoever and it creates a discretionary component, that they will challenge it on the discretionary side of things. We've also heard from folks say that they could support something that was done through a system similar to an LAP. So, Councillor Spencer, you indicated that this would be focused all on LAPs. It's not what the motion says, actually. This is to look at areas that are identified citywide that support this sort of intensification. We've heard this time and again through RCG applications. This is right close to the primary transit network. This is close to other amenities. Locations like that is what this motion is about. It's not strictly focused on LAPs. I know there's folks that would like to do a citywide blanket rezoning because they may have had some negative input from some of the LAPs that happen in their community. They want to even the playing field for all members of council throughout the city through this blanket zoning proposal. I don't think that's the right approach to try and provide housing in a way that's supported by the community. This is, I believe, the most sensible way of moving forward. It gives us a more structured, planned, focused intensification in our city that could be supported by the community and, by extension, actually allow more of this housing to move forward in a more rapid process. It also lessened the division that we've created amongst our citizens. We've heard time and again, 5,100 submissions, over 5,100 submissions opposed to this because they don't, maybe because they don't understand. Maybe through this process we can maybe bring the community along throughout the city. Anyways, I hope council can support this. I think this is the best path forward, and I'll leave it up to the will of council. Thank you. Close.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Carraw, your vote, please.
I'm a no.
Thank you. Mayor Gonda, call the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 6-9 with Councillor Walcott, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, Councillor Winus, Councillor Thaliwal, Councillor Putmans, Councillor Craw, Councillor Meehan, and myself against. Next up in the queue is Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. We'll just put the alternative recommendation. This would replace the main. And this is a concurrent RCG land use and development permit pilot program that myself and 6 other councillors proposed as a notice of motion in September. Because that notice of motion was only heard at executive committee and not forwarded to council, it does not need a reconsideration. But after hearing the views of many hundreds of speakers over the last 2 weeks, and after reading many written submissions, I think it's worth revisiting this as an alternate to blanket rezoning today. Yes, we need to get more houses built, and we need to get them built now. One of the ways we can do that is by making it easier to build more densely. But unlike blanket rezoning, which would be a sweeping change affecting the entire city, cutting the chance for Calgarians to have their say on what's affecting their communities. Blanket rezoning is supposed to cut red tape and speed up the process, since council approves most RCG zoning anyways. But we don't approve them all, and that's for good reason. Individual land use amendments are not red tape. They're an essential part of the process. But we can and should still speed up the process. It takes too long to upzone to RCG and start building. That's what we're hearing. This recommendation would ask administration to develop a pilot program to speed up that time, targeting no longer than 5 months for the concurrent review of land use change and a development permit. A slow process is one of our biggest obstacles in getting more houses built. This recommendation would speed up the process and preserve the important opportunity for the public to have their say on an individual application affecting their community. With that, I'm open, happy to hear any questions, and I will answer them in my close.
Thank you. It's being seconded by Councillor Chabot. Do you wish to speak to it as well? Okay, let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Sorry, not working. So I'm not going to support this. So a couple of reasons. One, this doesn't change RCG from having the two streams that we currently have right now, which is permitted and discretionary. The biggest thing that we've actually heard from the public is they want a say on it. Going to simply concurrent means that a good portion of applications would still be permitted, which means that neighbors wouldn't have a chance to comment on them. The second thing that we heard loud and clear is that industry wouldn't uptake this process because the uncertainty rests in the land use stage. So while good in theory, what we've heard is it practically won't work on the ground. So I can't support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Just a question to law first. So right now, when we see a concurrent come through administration, come to council, Councillor Sharp had made a comment that we deny things with good reason. And I personally would actually question that often, because everything that makes its way to council is policy aligned. It wouldn't get here if it wasn't policy aligned. What are the risks of council becoming the development authority again, even though we've since, for a very long time, given it away, if we start to actually demand that development applications come concurrently, given how we make decisions in here? What are the increased risks that you foresee?
Councillor, I'm gonna start off my answer. First of all, I'm not sure I see this pilot as being any strict requirement for a developer to choose solely concurrent. That's not clear to me in the language. So if there remained an option, then an applicant still chooses their own path. Can you explain to me more what risk you're asking me to speak specifically to?
Absolutely.
Apologies.
No. How often does council start talking purely about development permit issues when we're looking at land use?
When we have a concurrent process now, so it's an option that applicants have. And I think at the end of the day, there's a lot of risk on the applicant's side in that, they have their uncertainty and they're expending resources on something that they don't have certainty on. So there's certainly risk on their side. In terms of council's risk and increasing the likelihood that they go down, they begin to increase the number of DP issues they discuss with the land use. That's certainly possible, but at the same time, it's up to you as council to control where those discussions go ultimately. So I guess the risk on that side lies in your hands with the applications that come.
To administration, can we force anyone to apply with a concurrent?
No, we cannot.
Okay. The reason why this was pushed back in September, from at least my position, is that it is purposeless with regards to the housing strategy, with regards to actually seeing more homes built, and with regards to all of the effort and work that's been put into considering land economics, pricing, and the actual investments that go into housing. This is a nice to have, right? Like, it's a nice to have. It's great when applicants come forward with a concurrent and then we get a nice picture that they can change the moment the land use is applied. And so it's appreciated, it's fine in our current structure, in our current system, when they choose to do that, but it doesn't guarantee what's built, because you can't approve a DP until the land use is through. So even if it's concurrent, the day after a land use application comes through, they can reapply for a new DP at any time, or they can just not build their DP, wait, and apply for a new one anyway. There's no guarantee that the product you see in a DP is the product you gain, which is why council is not supposed to talk about DPs. It's because when we start making decisions based off of a pretty picture we see, we take significant risks because we're promising something that doesn't happen. It doesn't speed up the amount of access to housing. Frankly, the most it would do is it might shave some time off of the few applicants, but that doesn't impact the land economic side of this argument. This is a distraction from the housing strategy. This is not a housing affordability plan. If all else fails here and we end up in a place where we've done nothing, run the pilot as a notice of motion. But this was only brought forward in September as a way of diluting the housing strategy, not as a legitimate option for speeding up developments. If it was, it would have been brought sooner and not concurrently with the housing strategy. Or I should say, let me rephrase, in the week before the housing strategy.
Go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Sharp, for bringing this forward. We've heard many times over that there is a need for housing. We've heard it many times over that there are an appetite for row house, townhouse development. Stats have shown us that there are a lot of applications for row house, townhouse, more so in this last year than we've seen for single dwelling or semi-detached dwelling. And most of those are being done in inner city communities. In other words, people can find the parcels, people can find the properties, and they're making them happen. So again, I'm not sure why we're so stuck on this being a planning versus a housing strategy issue. It's happening, right? We have a target to get 1,000 market housing in place. This gets us towards some of that. So is all the other approaches to get to market housing. What this also does, though, is allows us to do some of the amendments that you're going to see coming forward afterwards, which is getting greater efficiencies, greater quality, greater engagement with our constituents. Having a concurrent land use and DP addresses a lot of the questions we've heard over the 2.5 years of being here in public hearing. Everybody comes forward with the same question, DP type questions at a land use stage. This allows us to address both at the same time. This does not force everybody to do a concurrent. It just gives them an option of doing that. And by giving an option to do it in a pilot environment, it gives us a chance to evaluate and assess whether this is right or wrong. But it also gives us time to also work with administration on all the suggestions, all the things that we've heard over the last 14 days. How can we improve it? How can we improve the housing process? So this allows us to work concurrently in re-engineering the way we do land use and housing and getting that strategy we want executed. Thank you.
Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, this wasn't supported by the balance of council when it was brought forward originally. I don't suspect it will carry the day today. But the reason I can't support it is because like a lot of what we're talking about today is how do you enable missing middle? And what I see this as is actually an additional regulatory burden on missing middle RCG development that requires them to also come concurrent in order to kind of get some expedited process. And so like I really do see it as a step back. I recognize that the movers see it as an alternative way forward, but I think it does move us away from a lot of the goals of the housing strategy. So I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Let's go back to Councillor Councillor Sharp to close.
Thank you. Just before I get into my close of my debate, there's a couple things I just want to make sure that members of council are doing. First of all, read the motion in front of you. We're sending things for administration to come back and report on. Second of all, a development authority. We are not the development authority, and that's not what this motion says at all. We approve land use. It's an application process that already is there for people to use. This is doing a pilot to make sure we're actually building houses faster, like the missing middle. And let's be mindful that we're not putting law into position of answering questions that may be harmful to some of the things that administration might need to respond to later. But with that, I'm going to go into my close. Something I'm really still struggling with is what exactly are we claiming blanket rezoning to be? Affordability, missing middle, what are we even doing? I understand two possibilities. The first, it's supposed to provide certainty for developers that council will never say no. That's supposed to spur more development, increase supply, and drive housing prices down. But what we've heard from many people, council says yes in the vast majority of cases. When we say no, it's because the land use is clearly not right for the location or something key was missing from the process. These are both easily avoidable problems for applicants who do their due diligence. It's not as if RCG developments can't be built in Calgary today. They are. We approve them. So I have to conclude that it's not the point. Blanket rezoning must So I have to conclude that that's not the point. Blanket rezoning must be to speed up the process. Well, if we want to speed up the process, let's speed up the process. And that's what this amendment does. Actually, holding a public hearing is not the obstacle because we usually say yes, except when we usually and sometimes have to say no. So this recommendation in front of you speeds up the process without cutting the chance for the public to explain to us why, in this majority of cases, upzoning might not be the right for their particular parcel. Some of you came to me a week ago asking for a compromise. Let's build more houses, but let's keep people in the process. You know who you are, and this is it. With that, I'm closed.
Thank you. Let's go to East Scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondek, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That motion is defeated 7-8 with Councillor Walcott, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Petter, Councillor Dhaliwal, Councillor Putmans, Councillor Kra, Councillor Meehan, and myself voting against. That takes us to Councillor Meehan, please.
Thank you. So I'm going to be moving the main, if we could get that up on the screen. So colleagues, where to begin? We are 15 people who are tasked with making really important decisions for the future of our great city. And I think when leaders are at their best, they do two things. They think long-term and they lead with values. And so I want to anchor us in both of those things. And let's start with the long-term. We know that communities renew once every 50 to 100 years. And for the last 50 years of Calgary, the single-family only zoning has worked really well for us. And that's true for most North American cities. It was affordable, it met the needs of the vast majority of people. And the question before us is that zoning gonna work for the Calgary of the next 50 to 100 years? Administration is suggesting that we open a new chapter for Calgary, one where all low-density, grade-oriented forms are given the same opportunity to be part of the city's redevelopment picture. Singles, duplexes, and rows. They're all welcome, they're all allowed by right. And I think this is really important for a couple of reasons. Across the entire Western world, how people live is evolving. And this proposal, one, allows but does not require the market to respond to the changing nature of our population. My parents, they were each one of 5 children. They had 3 children each. I'm probably gonna have 1, maybe 2 kids. And that is a very common trend that we are seeing. It's not just unique to my family. And even if that were to change in the future, it swings back. People have bigger families and they need bigger dwellings. RCG can actually respond to that, which is why it's such a great flexible form. Right now, single-family only zoning means that the market actually can't respond in adequate force to the market demands for different grade-oriented forms. The other reason is that the economic center, where we're seeing a lot of the redevelopment pressure, is a really special place. It's a treasure trove of opportunity. It's where people work. It's where our culture and entertainment district is. It's where the bulk of our social servicing agencies are. It's where the LRT is, all of our arts, sports facilities. It's where City Hall is. It's why I asked Admin about that map. Allowing more housing types near the economic center and our services is not just the most equitable way to do things, it's also the most financially responsible thing to do. Growth costs money. We heard that from Mr. Sheldrake. And there are infrastructure constraints everywhere. They exist in the Greenfield, they exist in the inner city. But solving infrastructure constraints within the established footprint is the most cost-effective way forward. Those are all things that we know. But there are, of course, things that we don't know and can't know, which leads me to my second point about what good leaders do, is they lead with values. City building is inherently dynamic. We can't know everything about what the future holds. And things change, and that's not just true in city building, like that's true in literally everything in life. And when you're making investments for the long term, whether that's like in the stock market or the housing market, the fundamental principles that serve you best over the long term, when there are many unknowns, is to be diversified because it's inherently resilient. And bonus points to administration in this case because it's also the most equitable way of doing it. And when you think about when Calgary has gotten in trouble before in its past, throughout its history, it's when we actually lack diversity, when we open ourselves up for huge exposure. Our downtown core and overbuilding one type of office space is actually a really good example of that. The other thing is timing matters. We've watched other cities like Toronto and Vancouver try solutions like the one that we have before us, but it's too late for them. They brought in the right solution at the wrong time, and we still have so much opportunity here. And that's not to say that there will be no trade-offs or mistakes. There are absolutely technical details that need to get worked out, and they can and they will through the land use bylaw refinements, through the DP process evolution over time, and through many of the thoughtful amendments that I know that you're going to bring forward and that I look forward to supporting many of them. But Calgarians need us to think long term, and they need us to lead with values that are not only inherent in our own strategic plan around economic, social, and climate resilience, but also to the values that are inherent in the municipal development plan. This is a tempered, incremental, but necessary next chapter of our city building. So with that, I've moved the main.
Can I get a seconder for this, please? Councillor Wolcott. And do you want to weigh in?
I know a lot is coming, so I'll wait.
Councillor Spencer.
Yeah, I'd love to offer an amendment related to the DP process. I'll just wait till it's up on the screen.
Point of procedure, are we not going through the amendments that were given by clerks? Because isn't Councillor McLean next?
No, it's anyone that wants to bring their
Okay, I
amendment.
just want to double check.
Okay.
He's in there. He's in the referral.
I'm sorry.
He's at like, sorry, long time ago.
Yeah, he's in for a referral. He's not in for an amendment. So he weighed in at the beginning to bring his first.
What?
So when I said, you're up, it was to bring whatever motion you wanted to bring to be the first motion up. And then I went in order of the speakers. So if it's a referral motion, my apologies, I missed that. Okay, then let's go to Councillor McLean. Apologies.
Okay, thanks. I was a little confused myself. It might have been contradictory to the main. Okay, so then I'll just talk about my referral motion to basically go back to a plebiscite for a vote to the electors, city zoning. I think maybe knowing that it was really close last time, and if we knew we were going to be sitting here for 3 weeks, maybe you would have got that extra vote. But we did it, so we listened to a bunch of people, and most of council said they did think a plebiscite was probably necessary, that a public hearing was a better way to go to get input from Calgarians. And so we did. We heard from a lot of people. I won't go through all the numbers again of how many speakers and how many opposed. Let's just call it across the board. 75%, or say 3/4 of the city, is not in favor of this. And the many people that were in favor, I think what we've heard from said so because they believe that it was going to make housing more affordable or make the rent go down. And I think after we've heard from all the experts, we can't definitively say that is so. So I think that's misleading or maybe giving people false hope. We've asked a lot of questions to administration, but I think the only one question that we should really be asking is to put it to Calgarians. If they want blanket up zoning in the city, and that question should be put on a ballot. So therefore, I am bringing this motion back to council for reconsideration in conjunction with the next municipal election, which we understand is not costly. There's been a lot of different people think it would be very expensive to bring a plebiscite, but I'm understanding it's maybe $50,000. Just an extra question on the ballot. This is our chance also to send this back to administration to come up with something better. To take everything we've heard, take the time to come up with a rezoning plan that the majority of people could accept. Because right now, I don't think people, if they're following this, and they've expressed their discontent with this, if we all of a sudden do a bunch of sausage making here or put some lipstick on this thing to make it more acceptable, I don't think it's going to fly. So I think this is our chance to send it back. If you're truly committed to listening to Calgarians and to the residents of your wards, I'd ask you to support this and, yeah, send it back to a vote of plebiscite. voted electors. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a seconder, and then I'm going to get some procedural clarification. Who would like to second this? Councillor Chabot, thank you. Madam Clerk, when it comes to referrals, do they have to go before anybody brings amendments? Or is it whenever the person gets into the queue?
Thank you, Mayor Gondek. So whoever gets into a queue with an RTS, that is a requirement because the first member is called by the chair on the first basis. When it comes to a referral, the referral has a higher precedent over an amendment, so the referral would go before an amendment.
Okay, so in this case, I clearly missed what Councillor McLean was intending to do. That was my mistake. Thank you for everyone reminding me. When someone else is in the queue with a referral, I have to go to that person in the queue before I go to anybody with an amendment or debate, correct?
That's correct. So then, because if council looks at Appendix D, the secondary motions, you will see that the motion to refer is placed on the table above the motion to amend.
Okay, that makes sense. Then let me ask you one more question. Debate is permitted on referral or no?
Yes, it is. Debate is permitted on a secondary motion, and the time is 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And there is another procedural question from Councillor Penner, or is it clarified?
I think just to clarify and then procedure. So I hear what you're saying, that a referral comes before an amendment, but if you look at the timestamps, Councillor Meehan was before Councillor McLean for the referral, so does it not go in order of that? Just, can you clarify procedure on that, please, clerks?
So a referral motion is a secondary motion, which means that a main motion must be on the floor first. Once Councillor Meehan moved the motion, and once that motion was seconded, it is before council. So at this point, a referral motion is in order because a motion to send a pending motion to a committee or to administration is that secondary motion.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate that. So now procedurally, we have seen this exact same thing. So it is a reconsideration. So what needs to happen as it is actually a reconsideration of a vote that we've already taken in a different meeting?
Thank you, Councillor Penner, for that question. The opinion that we have provided is that council has previously considered this motion, which means that a motion to reconsider is required. So prior to moving on to voting on the referral, there is a reconsideration vote that has been put into eScribe and on the screen for your consideration. And it reads that council reconsider its decision respecting the notice of motion EC 2024-0373 from the March 13th special meeting of council. This vote needs to be carried with a 2/3 vote. Should that pass, then the referral motion could be placed on the floor.
Okay, there's a procedural question from Councillor Walcott.
Sorry, just to clarify, I understood you right up until the end. If it's a referral motion, it takes precedent. This is not a referral motion. This referral motion requires a reconsideration. Does a reconsideration, can you move a reconsideration after the main has been moved?
Yes, you can. It's related to the referral motion. The referral motion will never be able to be put on the floor without the reconsideration. So in our opinion, a reconsideration should be the first motion in order to allow the referral to proceed. Without this vote to reconsider, a referral will never be permitted on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
This particular one, sorry, I should clarify that.
Okay, so I'm going to ask Councillor Chabot, I'm assuming you don't want to debate the referral, or do you? No, it was actually for the main. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep you in the queue for the main, okay? All right, but you're going to be after 2 people before you who are bringing amendments. They are not necessarily bylaw amendments, they're textual amendments. Yes, so just... I'm going to take you right out of the queue. Okay, let's do that. Yep, you're in there 3 times for 3 referrals. Gotcha. All right, so we have a reconsideration motion before us. Anybody wishing to debate this? Councillor Meehan.
I won't be supporting this. And I also hope you guys remember my epic open when we get back to talking about the maze. I wish we had done this in a different order, but all this to say, like, this has been litigated. And so I think we need to get back to the main and the amendments. I won't be supporting.
All right, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Council. So this referral's before us. She's got 3 different referrals that she's bringing. Yeah, so it's not an RTS on the referral. Okay. So let's go to Councillor McLean to close.
Are we having fun yet? Okay. So the reconsideration, what I'm just want to just bring back, we have litigated this, but what's the rush, folks? I mean, we are actually building a capacity right now. We have a labor shortage. We are passing a lot of things that need to be built already. I just don't know why we have to rush and hurry. The public right now doesn't quite, well, they don't understand it and they don't like it. There's a lot of different things that could go down as well. This could be in the courts, we know, for the next year and a half or until it comes down. The biggest thing is that I asked administration, they said that this could get overturned by the next mayor and council if that was to change up. And if you've got 75% of the public that doesn't like something, I tell you what, you've got a high likelihood of different councillors being appointed. So if you're using your head here, I think you'd say, well, let's take our time. If this passes, we refer it back to administration and come up with something better. We could all get on board with it. You can knock on doors and campaign and say, yeah, I decided to see if I could come up with something better for you folks. But instead, you're going to go say, I voted 3/4 of the people at the doors are not going to like you. And this could easily get changed up next year anyway. So what's the rush? Please just send it back to plebiscite. Let's take our time. Please support this.
All right, e-scribe to vote, everyone.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That motion is defeated 7-8 with Councillor Walcott, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, Councillor Thaliwal, Councillor Putmans, Councillor Carra, Councillor Meehan, and myself voting against. So the reconsideration is lost, which means the referral based on the reconsideration is also off the table. So let me cross that out. We are now going to Councillor Sharp with referral 1 of 3.
Thank you. I'll put that one up on the screen. So I'll start. Everyone has it in front of them so they can take a look. We heard a lot from people who have concerns about the unintended consequences that can come from blanket rezoning. And because this isn't something we've ever tried on the scale, not like in a city like Calgary, we cannot totally know what those unintended consequences are. We've heard ourselves compared to cities that aren't like Calgary. Whenever the city encounters these kinds of situations, the usual solution is to do a pilot. Try something out, either for a short time or just to find an area, and find out a way that works and what doesn't. This proposes a pilot project to do that. Refer the proposed zoning back to administration and carry it out in certain parts of the city as a pilot so we can see what works and what doesn't. It would specifically focus on a couple of wards where LAPs have been completed to see how it works in those areas before considering something more broadly. Local area plans make sense because they span more than just a single community and also gives us a chance to see how rezoning works on a variety of contexts. If we see that everything goes well, I think we should absolutely consider broadening the scope to encompass more of that after that time. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay, that's being seconded by Councillor Chabot.
If I can weigh in, I think this is a good, I guess, scaled back version of what I was looking for. I thought citywide might be something worthwhile considering. This is essentially giving direction to initiate redesignation specifically in 2 wards that have completed LAPs. So there's areas that are clearly identified in those LAPs that could easily transition to those zones immediately. That would create at least some additional capacity that could move forward immediately. So happy to support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Yeah, thanks. I won't support this. So one, there are by my count, 5 wards that have local area plans completed. So why just 2? So which 2? If you picked 11 and 8, then you only get what, half of Westbrook? So like logically, it just doesn't really check all the boxes. And I think what you're also going to get is then those who are in local area plan areas or at the single local plan area are going to still say, well, why me and not anybody else? We're not functionally solving the problem that a lot of Calgarians that have presented to us. And for those who have been through the local area plan, it's really challenging. And it's really challenging when councillors who haven't completed a local area plan bring forward amendments thinking that the local area plan is the solution. Local area plans are about so much more than low density housing. And so to simply base rezoning on a local area plan, we're actually doing a giant disservice to the process of the local area plan and the purpose of a local area plan. So I won't support this because it just functionally doesn't even meet the threshold of the work that we've done in community.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Sharp, for this. I do support this, and I actually had an alternate recommendation that was going to be put forward, but I kind of held back waiting for this one. And the alternate recommendation was to proceed based on the LAP approach, but also proceed with some measured approaches that we asked questions about, particularly around neighborhood local and neighborhood limited, with a limited scale to that. If you take a look at the number of the number of RCGs that have been approved to date, the greatest percentage of them, 30% of them by ward, is in Ward 7. And if you take a look at LAPs, Ward 7 has 3 LAPs, one which is already completed, one which is in stage 4 of the process to be recommended in the fall, and one that's just getting started. But again, if you take a look at all 3 LAPs and take a look at the number of properties inclusive, the fact that, as Councillor Meehan referred to, inner city communities, economic zones, TODs, transportation corridors. I mean, Ward 7, the residents have said to us before, yes, we know it's coming, but if we take a more orderly approach to having it done, an approach where it's more consultative, this is an approach I think will get us most of the way, because again, a lot of it's already, the evidence is already there. We have taken a good chunk of the RCGs already. This will help, again, work with our communities, with the people who are advocating for housing. We'll get Ward 7, sorry, not Ward 1, but Ward 7, further into the equation of getting this. So again, I do support this simply because we're already down the path, and this would just help us through greater consultation, get us to the housing strategy we want. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. I just put in referral number 1. I'll hit all 3 probably. I'm proud to announce that we've already done this. There are actually some very significant examples where we've already rezoned to RCG and have a significant amount of lessons learned from that process. In Westbrook, there already is one, right? And so during the Main Streets program in 37th and on 17th, we actually already rezoned 2 separate giant city blocks of this all along 37th Street, all along 17th. And what happened on 37th has been really interesting is that many people have talked about nodes and corridors. Well, the actual, to our surprise, is that the market actually looked at 37th and said, this is not where RCG should go. This is where 6 stories should go. And so we rezoned it, and then no RCGs got built. On 17th in Killarney, it was a similar story. They zoned all of 17th West Killarney up to RCG, and then 2 blocks in, so from 17th to 19th, all RCG. And what happened is it actually drove the market away from those locations. Because the moment you upzone small portions of land, competition rises, and especially because competition rises, the land purchase goes up, and inadvertently actually push people to other areas of the city. When you try and artificially create spaces for redevelopment, you inflate the value of these small locations of places, which actually drives the market away because the input costs become too much. This happened in another location. If you don't want to think about Ward 8, happened in Banff Trail already. similar story, right? We came in, we rezoned around TOD, and we've done this work, and it's actually produced a significant amount of information for us that we already know, let alone the fact that there's been 10 years of RCGs on the ground. This has been done, and so to do it again in the form of an LAP, and not even all of an LAP, but areas contained in an LAP, further produces an experiment that we've actually already taken on. I always just want to remind people is that there's just no point in duplicating work, right? And so the fact that administration actually already tried this and it didn't produce the results suggests that this is part of the underpinning of why we are where we are today in doing it as citywide, because this type of targeted rezoning doesn't work for affordability.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Demong, please.
Just to be clear, RCG has not been here for 10 years. RG has been here for 10 years, but that was a matter of simplifying a process for developers and planners. My problem with this, no, actually, with this, I actually really appreciate this because it actually ties in exactly what I was talking about with the whole Minneapolis concept of the center of Minneapolis. The center of Minneapolis being put forward to move to an RCG kind of nature, whereas the rest of the 3.7 million of Minneapolis stayed the way it was. So yes, I'll definitely be supporting this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I'm just going to build a little bit on what Councillor Walcott said. And I think like administration could have brought this, but very specifically didn't, which is because of exactly the conversation we've sort of been having, like why me, why not someone else? I think Councillor Penner had some really good context around like the number of LAPs that exist and the sort of notion of who would be in the pilot and who would be willing to accept the pilot and who wouldn't. I don't think you can send them back and just say, come up with a couple that are going to work. I think that that would actually have to be politically directed, and you'd have to just select them. I think trying to push this back to a bureaucratic process of like, you tell us when they've already told you we believe that the wider blanket is the best way to go. The only path I could see forward for something like this is you would actually have to select them, and there would have to be that level of buy-in, because I just don't think that that's something that you can organically sort of expect them to be able to select. They've already brought you their best professional recommendations, so I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
One of the community members, when they came in, they spoke, they talked about the impact of all of this as a turning neighborhoods into cauldrons of anxiety. This is turning it into teacups of anxiety, which increases the anxiety very specifically around the people that are facing this. So I do find myself in that place of longing to say to all Calgarians that we need to carry this together, which, again, going back to comments to Councillor Chabot, we carry this as a community. And in as much as we can make sure that all of us are engaged and activated in some way, shape, or form, again, all the market conditions change based on the neighborhood, but I am convinced now that the LAP approach is likely not the path forward when it comes to upzoning for reasons that administration has found along the way. So I will not be supporting.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Back to you, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. So to Councillor Walcott, I think the best thing we can say is we're doing a bad job of explaining what local area planning process is to people. I think people are confused. I think we can do a better job of that. The point of planning is just an exercise which makes things easier for developers to build, or actually to plan the neighborhoods we live in. So that's a question we have to ask ourselves as governors. And I think administration does a stand-up job in the work they do. And this is something different. Otherwise, they would have told me when I sent this to them that we've already done this, Councillor Sharp, and it didn't work. But I didn't receive that feedback. So I don't have much more to add on this. If you don't like this one, you're not going to like the next one. So what I've taken away from this process is that Calgarians are expecting to see us show our work on why this is the right solution and show that it is actually achieving the results we're expected to do. We can do that by trying things on a smaller scale, and if it's effective at achieving goals, then it should be that much easier to show Calgarians this will work on a larger one. So hope you can support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to eScribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 7-8 with Councillor Walcott, Councillor Spencer, Councillor Penner, Councillor Dhaliwal, Councillor Putmans, Councillor Craw, Councillor Meehan, and myself voting against. Councillor Sharp, let's go to your next referral.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so Councillor Chabot, I think, is seconding this one. We don't rezone areas after completing local area plans. The change we're making today sidesteps the local area planning process. It's a blanket change that does not take the findings of local area planning into account. What local area planning includes is that the process has lacked a robust public engagement on what's appropriate where. We've justified this change because the experts of the Housing Affordability Task Force gave us recommendations on how to address affordability, which is the housing crisis. Putting aside the question of whether this change actually addresses that issue, the task force gave us recommendations on exactly what we asked, addressing affordability, not recommendations on what makes communities livable, not recommendations on what Calgarians want in their communities. They couldn't, because that's not what we asked of them. What I've heard a lot during this public hearing process is that many people who are opposed to blanket rezoning in fact support RCG level density, but believe it should only happen following the robust public engagement that comes through local area planning process. So this motion is to refer the report back to administration. Instead of blanket rezoning, it asks them to plan for city-initiated rezoning where areas where LAPs have been completed, where the public engagement has already taken place.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot.
Yeah. All choked up here. You moved me. No, I think this is, again, a reasonable alternative. It's a scaled-back version of what's being proposed. It addresses some of the concerns raised by Councillor Dhaliwal in that it's not specifically located only in particular areas. It is a little broader in nature because the LAPs does provide significant additional opportunities for this type of zoning. Again, as Councillor Sharp pointed out, it's a phased type of approach, and if it proves to be successful, we could apply the same city-initiated type designation in other LAPs as they come forward. So happy to support.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Chair, can I ask questions of administration really on this?
Yes, you can.
Great, thanks. So administration, does the location criteria in local area plans and any of the approved local area plans preclude RCG anywhere, or do they indicate preferred areas?
Hello, Councillor Penner. Kevin Fraze is coming to the microphone to help me with that.
Councillor Penner, Kevin Fraze. The approved local area plans, the criteria identify preferred locations for RCG.
Okay, so preferred, but they don't preclude. So if we were to rezone and it was based on the housing form categories that are in local area plans, we would end up with blanket rezoning?
We would end up with locations that are identified through the criteria for the rezoning to occur.
But okay, and again, this is where the whole like precluding and preferred becomes a messy area, and that's why it's a policy document, not a land use bylaw. So I'll leave it and just say, again, I don't support this. And again, I think it's really tricky because you're actually asking those who've been through a local area plan or have a local area plan to carry the political weight of rezoning. And again, when we're talking about a balance on the whole, and when we're talking about, how communities are feeling targeted for rezoning, already communities with local area plans are feeling targeted because the political or the planning certainty, or however you want to put it, is there. And many of these communities are saying, it shouldn't just be us. And again, I go back to that local area plans are about so much more than low density housing. And part of the reason we're failing to get to some of the really great outcomes in local area plans is because we actually get stuck on this one thing, as opposed to talking about the broader redevelopment potential across neighborhoods and across communities that talk to and speak to connections and pathways, and yes, where that higher density should go, but also about that livability and the interplay between all the housing forms and commercial and where and how people move. And so in simplifying local area plans to this rezoning exercise of, simply where does the lowest form of housing go, we actually do a disservice to the ability of local area plans to create bigger and broader visions for our city. So I don't support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Fraser, sorry. Councillor Penner asked a question about RCGs or the LAP process define where they go. Yes. Okay. The question I've got, and the question during question period, was around neighborhood local versus neighborhood limited, right? And again, in the neighborhood limited, we are able to define more precisely where RCGs couldn't go, correct? Right. And similarly on the concepts of RC1s and RC2s, they're defined either be through the neighborhood local or neighborhood limited, correct?
Yes.
Okay, well.
So the neighborhood local is the urban form category.
Understand.
And limited is the scale modifier. So unless, the bylaw were to look at row houses that are 6 stories or single detached dwellings that are 6 stories, it would be limited to that limited category. The neighborhood local allows for a range of small scale homes that go from singles to semis to row house, townhouse.
Understand that. Thank you for that, Ms. Harder. The conversation we heard many times with different speakers who have come forward is they want that consultation, they want that dialogue, they want to know how it is that they can not only define scale, as you referred to, but also define how that scale affects the streetscape, the block, the neighborhood, the community, the character. 144 years of city being built. We don't want to toss it out baby with the bathwater. They want to have that consultation. That consultation, whether it be in that previous referral or in this referral through an LAP process, allows us to have that conversation, correct?
So as part of the local area planning process, we talk about small scale homes and we also talk about larger scale homes, but we talk about it in a broader reference point than an RCG lot. So further to Councillor Penner's question, the way the policy is worded around this in heritage communities, for example, it speaks to building forms that contain 3 or more residential units should be supported on parcels, and then it lists some criteria. So it doesn't say row houses or RCG. It talks about the number of units because maybe, as the discussion earlier today came up, was maybe a new idea will come up, and that's something administration can look at in terms of, a new carriage house form or different types of things. So while the local area plans do talk about forms at a higher level, they don't go into the details of what district should a specific parcel in a plan look like. We've done engagement looking at small scale, and we've developed locational criteria in Westbrook and Heritage and North Hill based on the engagement that we've done. But like I said, it speaks to residential units and where they should be supported in the plan.
Appreciate that. The question again, I asked earlier and reiterated over and over, lessons learned through this whole process. And the response was, we need to listen to our people more. We need to understand their issues, concerns more. This LAP is a process that allows us to do that. And once again, if we can do that, I think we'll get further into that definition of where it should be properly zoned and not zoned, but also at the same time address the housing strategy in that same dialogue. So to that, I do support the referral. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I am struggling with this because it's not even specific about like what we're talking about. Like, is it RCG? Is it like higher level than that? And because it's written so broadly, like we could end up, depending on what would come forward, like we could end up with an entirely new public hearing, given that it's written so broadly. And I also agree with Councillor Penner that I really think that like, if you're going to just kick it back to administration to have them come back with something different without any real guidance about what that is, I think we're just like setting ourselves up to be in a very difficult situation where certain local area plans and people are pushing back because they're being treated like distinctly different than other people. And so this just doesn't really quite have the level of detail that I think it would need, because it isn't really focused on any specific district, but is more just talking about city-initiated rezoning in phases. Like it's very broad, which makes it hard to support.
Thank you. I just want to make sure there's nobody else in the queue. Councillor Walcott, please.
Just figured I'd keep it going, my streak. The only reason, like everything's been said, that I would traditionally say about why you don't want to go this route either, but the key for me on this one is actually really about community support. What you heard throughout the last 2 weeks wasn't community support specifically for the LAPs. It was about someone else's LAP, right? Like it was often people determining what should happen somewhere else in the hopes of controlling the future of their own community. And so Councillor Penner really got to the key idea, which is if we were to somehow make this more specific and talk about specifically low density residential, it would actually still be RCG everywhere, with row homes discretionary. That would actually be the outcome of this amendment here. And so you're still rezoning a specific area and not getting the benefit of the actual intention of the economics behind it. You're not getting the land, you're getting a major land lift in a tight area versus dispersing it across the city. You are not creating equity. And on top of that, you're actually, and I'll take this for what it's worth, but like you're destroying the LAP process by making it even more political than it already is. Because like people are so concerned about this particular scale of housing, but when I need to talk about parks, I want to talk about big buildings, the buildings that will actually legitimately, academically, like infrastructurally, scientifically, measurably change the dynamic of a community, not singles and duplexes and discretionary row houses, to be very specific. So this in itself, at its core, it takes us to a place where there was never any intention to get. You're rezoning LAPs without the affordability angle. And that's why we're here, and that's the key. Is the affordability angle is in citywide supply, not in restricted supply in small areas.
Thank you. That's it for the queue. Let's go back to you, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Just a couple things. So to Councillor Penner's point, this is an alternative blanket rezoning the whole city. It's in places we've already done the engagement. My explanation in bringing this is not that areas and LAPs won't be rezoned to RCG, but they will be doing after appropriate engagement. Councillor Meehan, if maybe, I don't know how I could have actually maybe spelled out a little bit more specifically, the carry out proposed zoning. That's really what I wanted to say without really repeating what administration's recommendations were. So I think this is a reasonable compromise. I think that's what a lot of Calgarians want to see out of this meeting. We heard time and time again, people support density in the appropriate places and they want opportunity for their voices to be heard. I've been very impressed by the responses we've seen from the public to complete local area plans. I'm undergoing one in my community right now, so I actually know the process is going well. These are exactly the places where we should see and looking for more changes, where the community has already been engaged. If anyone wants to develop RCG or HCO outside these areas, they can continue to by applying to council, and nothing is actually stopping that. And once we've completed the zoning changes for these already completed LAPs, we can have a discussion about what we want to do with those LAPs as they are completed in the future. So, happy to see if anyone supports this, because I got another one right after. Thanks.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please. No. Thank you. Councillor Demong, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor McLean, your vote, please.
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 6-9 with Councillors Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Winus, Thaliwal, Putmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. Now, before we move on to Councillor Sharp's third referral, I will say, everybody, if you refresh your e-scribe, you might be okay, but we'll keep an eye on this, clerks, because ours just stopped working for a minute. All right, Councillor Sharp, please go ahead.
Third time's charm. I know you guys are all excited. Okay. Third one should be up here in a second. Councillor Chabot seconding. A significant portion of planning in the city has been done through documents like area redevelopment plans or area structure plans that set out how particular of an area that the city should develop or redevelop. It's a template of what should go where. And there are some things that people prefer to do directly or indirectly than deciding where to buy or rent a home. And in some of our ARPs and ASPs specifically specify that areas should be for single-family homes or duplexes. With blanket rezoning, we aren't changing these documents. We're ignoring them actually completely. So if this motion would refer this back to administration to come back with a revised bylaw that retains the zonings for those areas that are identified as single-family. That's what our own planning documents set out for these communities. If that's something that we want to change, I think we need to do it through the local area planning process and not with blanket rezoning like this one.
Thank you. Councillor Chabot, do you need to weigh in? Okay, I don't see anybody else in the queue. Yes, I see Councillor Wong, maybe. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry about that, Mayor. Once again, I'm going to support this, and I'm going to support it largely for a couple of reasons, and that is in Ward 7 particularly. When we did the North Hills local area plan, North Hill Communities local area plan, we designated Rosedale in particular as a single-family special policy area. That special policy area, I asked a question earlier today about, what would happen with this blanket rezoning, and basically I was given an answer that we'd have to go back, remove it, but do it through a public hearing process. So this, I think, will save us having to go through that public hearing process, because again, this will allow us to go back and revisit the Rosedale special policy area, and on top of that, other are, I won't say designated or exclusive RC1 areas, but have a chance to take a look, have a conversation with them so that we can understand the reasons why they're there. We've got, I believe it is in Upper Monroe, direct control protecting some of the RC1 areas already. So again, that's the same sort of question that the people in Mount Royal is going to be asking a question. And this allows us to have that conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Where to start? I think the key for this one that's different from the previous two is the specific recognition of area redevelopment plans and area structure plans. The key about some of the great challenges of our ARPs is actually that many of the documents themselves within their own pages are identified as being out of date. Almost most ARPs that I experience actually reference on some of their core pages that the document itself is about 12 to 15 years of utility prior to it being considered to be out of date. And the recognition of having that kind of line built into most of these ARPs is primarily because it's a recognition that the landscape of housing, the landscape of community, the landscape of a city changes, that you cannot anchor a community in time. What's anchored communities in time has actually been capacity, our capacity to change, our capacity to plan, our capacity to update. That's what's been one of the major drivers that's anchored so many of our communities in place. The end result has actually been, to your all surprise, the housing crisis. An inflexible market that no longer has the ability to respond to the changing dynamics, despite that being explicitly identified within the area redevelopment plans. I'll give you one, for example, one of my favorites, right? When you look at Altadore, South Calgary, and some of the original plans for that, the last time those plans were really updated were in 1986. And when you're thinking about 1986, you're asking yourself, what was different in this city in 1986 when this plan was developed? And then put yourself 15 years forward when the plan was officially out of date as per its own document. And you're thinking, what was happening in 2001 that really probably dictated some significant change in planning policy that the city didn't have the capacity to get to? It's sad, it's hard, it's a tough conversation with community to have, but these documents that sometimes we talk about holding so dearly, talking about how hundreds of people contributed to them 40, 50 years ago, it's also okay to just share with them that, hey, it is out of date, we've learned a lot, and that's why we updated our municipal development plan in 2009. And that's why we did it again in 2020, so that we can start making these changes and actually allowing community to be adaptive. And so relying on these particular plans is, again, relying on a strategy that hasn't worked for us today. So I don't know why we would think it'd work for us tomorrow with regard to affordability.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I think this is a referral, because it is so contrary. I think this is very opposite of what is sort of being suggested here, which is to retain existing land use districts areas for explicitly single-family residential. We're having the exact opposite conversation of do we open this up? And so I can't support this. I could go into a bunch of reasons that we've already hashed out around fairness and around timing and what we have spent the last 4 weeks doing, but I think that's all been said. So. It's just a no.
Thank you. Councillor Wong, you already had a turn? No, fine. All right. Let's go to Councillor Sharp to close.
Okay. Thanks. Arguably, this could have been more broader, as there was a lot of different things specified in our ARPs and SAPs, I can't even talk anymore, specified in our ARPs and ASPs that this blanket rezoning conflicts with. But since this is the most significant difference from what's being proposed today, I think it's something council needs to seriously consider. And with that, I'm closed.
E-scribe to vote, everyone.
Councillor Carraw, your vote, please.
I'm a no.
Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 7-8 with Councillor Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Dhaliwal, Putmans, Carraw, Meehan, and myself voting against. Madam Clerk, question for you. On my sheet, I have Councillor Wong having an alternate recommendation. He's calling it a referral. Which one is it?
That's the one, Mayor Gondik, that I did make note that we had to make an adjustment. It was categorized as an alternate recommendation, but in reading through the text of the wording, it did say that council refer the report, so we've moved it into the referral section.
Okay, and that's the one you want to bring forward, Councillor? Yes. Okay.
Is that on the screen? Thank you. Thanks, clerks. Council, this is a referral motion to send us back to administration, reporting back in the, can't read the timing, 2025 fourth quarter, with recommendations to direct administration to amend the proposed bylaw that basically, in schedule, that basically defines RC1s, RC2s, and moving them all to RCGs, similarly moving to HGOs, however, done through a local area planning process and only for inner city communities. Inner city communities are defined in map 1 of the MDP. And again, if it's not, sorry, clerks, you okay? Okay. And again, notwithstanding point 1, subsections 1A, 1B, if the parcels are in laneless lots, parcels are in cul-de-sacs, parcels have a frontage of less than, I can't remember, is that in there? Yes, less than 15 meters, or a area of less than 567 square meters, that they not be rezoned to RCG, but rezoned to RC2. So the intent and purpose of this is moving us down the path of similar to what the main report says, but doing it specifically for inner city communities and doing specifically, again, recognizing those criteria. We've heard from Civic Works and we've heard from Mike Borkristol that there's certain properties that are never going to be done as an RCG, therefore upzone them to RC2 is a way to go. And I'll close later. Thank you.
All right, who's going to second this one? Councillor Demong? Yep. Would you like to weigh in, Councillor Demong?
Just to say that, yeah, this it has similarities to the previous motion that was unfortunately did not pass, but it does tie in with the exact same concept that I have been referencing with regards to the Minneapolis situation, where their downtown got rezoned, but the rest of the city did not. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks. Just a couple questions for administration. So this would require re-advertising and another public hearing.
And I'm gonna look to planning to nod or shake their heads as I try to remember which of the million amendments this is. From my understanding, this is not changing the designation for parcels in terms of currently, maybe I'll take a step back. My understanding that the substance of this is essentially just removing parcels from the bylaw, but they are retaining the same end district. And if I'm correct in that, then that could be an amendment. But if this is contemplating changing the end redesignation for any given parcel, then it would require re-advertising.
Okay, thanks. And then my second question, I guess, would be how does this then play into the recommendation? Or I guess what I don't see in here, and so maybe Councillor Wong can answer in his close, is how does this then address one of the planned action strategies about allowing more than one secondary suite on a property? And so how does this address that as a key action, or are we losing this then altogether as well? So maybe Councillor Wong can answer that in his close. But really what I see is this is, 2025 Q4. Here's what it is. Rents are going up across the city in the hundreds of dollars range every month, every time someone gets something, and that's happening on an annual basis. And so for some people, that's 2 rent cycles that they are potentially facing an increase as we're not working towards getting more housing supply in the market. So the longer that it takes for us to take any sort of action, the worse off people are going to be. So not looking forward to delaying the kind of action that I believe we should be taking.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
A lot of it's been touched on. It's essentially the exact same as the last one, in the sense that you're only rezoning in the LAP area, and then R2 for anyone it doesn't meet a particular set of guidelines, which is why our row houses are discretionary uses in the RCD district. And when you're thinking about the row home use, it talks about the ability for it to have laneless parcels and what it would be and how it affects the built form and all the different considerations that come in if the proposal is coming in on a location that doesn't meet certain particular site requirements. Switching that to R2, all it actually is doing is it's duplicating the last referral and then artificially increasing value of properties without actually even increasing the quality of housing that is available on most of them, right? And so I appreciate that we just are going to be doing a lot of repetition in this exercise, but this is the exact same as the last one. The additional criteria, the only difference is A, to Councillor Penner's part, it's going to have to be re-advertised because it's a changed RC2 instead of RCG, and B, is that the rules around the RCG district right now will produce the same outcome, which is lots that have these particular limitations on them will see a significant amount more scrutiny throughout the development permit process should someone apply for that built form, whereas the R1, R2 in that district is already permitted. So this is a repetitive process a little bit, but we're just doing the same thing we just talked about in the last one with an additional twist that administration has already solved by making row homes discretionary.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Chair. For administration, excuse me, for administration, please. I wonder if someone could comment on numbers 1 and 2, the fairness involved, and is this too selective, and how does it relate to inequity with the other areas that aren't included?
Well, Councillor Putmans, I would say it doesn't, because we've said that on a citywide basis, that's where the equity comes in.
Fair enough, thank you. Number 3, laneless parcels, parcels on a cul-de-sac caught my eye, and parcels with frontage less than 15 meters or an area less than 557 square meters. Would all 3 of these be part of a more robust development permit application?
The way the amendment is worded, and I'll ask my colleagues to chime in if I've got this wrong, but no, what it's saying here is only designate those parcels that meet these criteria to RC2. And so that would be the land use. So a development permit would still be required, but under then the RC2 designation.
That's sort of maybe what I was trying to say. In fact, as it goes through that pathway, would it by necessity become part of a DP process if it met the land use qualification? In other words, it passed land use, now we're in DP.
So if this was to pass, the way I read this is that any parcel that's laneless on a cul-de-sac, or the third bullet with the frontage or the square meters, would be redesignated to RC2. If this passes, once it's designated RC2, then yes, any development permit that comes in would have to meet the RC2 rules.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I can't support this for a lot of the reasons that have already been said by my colleagues. But I think the other reason is because of how it's set up. It's like refer the report back to administration, direct administration to then come back, like after this council may not even be here, like they're potentially after an election. And then also, like, if you really wanted this and thought this was the right thing, like, you could bring forward the bylaw textual amendments and we could have approved it. Like, so I don't agree with the direction that it's going, but then on top of that, I don't agree with it because you could actually approve this today if you had drafted the textual amendments, because, like, we've heard that it wouldn't require re-advertising. And so, like, there's multiple reasons why I struggle with it, but, that's it.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Wong.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. I think, again, to Councillor Meehan's question of should this been Q4 2025 versus sooner. My understanding is that to do this, we would need to identify the maps as well as the locations, the properties affected by this, and the timing to do that wasn't today. The timing would be required for administration to go away to come back with the actual maps and the actual properties affected by this, by both number 1, 2, and 3. So it couldn't have been done today based upon what you're suggesting. Now, the other part in terms of the textual amendments, those textual amendments could be brought back at the same time this is brought back later. Not to say that we're tossing them out the door, but if we're going to bring it back in fourth quarter 2025, those textual amendments would come back at that same time. Now, we've heard a number of different referrals, and a number of different referrals were toss it out the door, do a local LAP process. This gets us there, but this gets us in an area where, for those who are watching NHL hockey today, Connor McDavid will say, go where the puck's going. RCGs are being approved in the inner city communities already. RCGs are being approved in areas that market wants to be. RCGs are being approved where the people who want to build it want to be there. Therefore, we're going where the puck is going. This is what this is doing for you, except that we're giving administration time to redo the maps and redo the listings and bring back the textual amendments accordingly. The time frame was put there, again, it wasn't our choice. It was a choice that we put out there to say what would the time frame be. That was the thing. One other thing, which is a bit of a clerical thing, I just noticed map A is actually map 1 of the MDP. So it's just a slight typo in there. It should have been map 1, not map A. Thank you. Closed.
So do we have a problem?
I will need clarification on that, Councillor Wong, please. Where is the typo?
Second paragraph. This is map A of the MDP. It should be map 1 of the MDP.
It's in the preamble. Can you please confirm that the typo has been corrected? Thank you.
Can we confirm that this is a fact, administration? Yes?
Based on the map that Councillor Wong showed us earlier, yes, we confirmed it's map 1 of the municipal development plan.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we had the mover close, and then we made an amendment. What do we need to do?
In my opinion, Mayor, Councillor Walcott identified that as a typo from A to 1, so I think you could consider that as a clerical correction.
Okay. Do I have general consent that this is a clerical correction before we move to the vote? Is anyone opposed to that? Okay. Seeing no one opposed, we have a clerical correction. We are going to the vote.
Councillor Walcott, your vote, please.
No.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 6-9 with Councillor Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Wyness, Thaliwal, Putmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. Madam Clerk, I think we are done with all the referrals.
Those are all the referrals that have been submitted to the City Clerk's office.
Then I'm going to ask you a question, Council. There are people that are in the queue. I'm wondering if you would be accepting of moving in the order of the way the amendments were presented to us by the clerk. Is anyone opposed to that? Okay, so we're going to go in the order that we received them, which brings us to Councillor Spencer.
Thank you, Mayor. Colleagues, there was a great deal of concern raised by Calgarians through the public hearing, and it was directly related to losing an important opportunity for the community to have their own voice, rather, in the redevelopment process. Our long-form conversation over the past weeks has exposed gaps in our current process and a deep mistrust that local concerns will find a compassionate ear and a genuine two-way conversation about the change happening in our neighborhoods. That exchange with Ms. Popowich was hard. It hurt. It hurt to know that in the middle of this evolution of our city, that there are members in our community that are unfortunately and regrettably experiencing some of the worst outcomes in a sort of crescendo and have to live with that. This was a permitted corner lot without a conversation. Our move to discretionary does mean we're going to have a conversation. The amendment before you speaks to the quality of that conversation that we are going to attempt to have with Calgarians. So speaking to the amendment before you, the review and enhancement of the applicant outreach toolkit in collaboration with community associations, residents, industry stakeholders will establish clear guidelines for engaging with the public through the development process. By incentivizing or requiring community engagement prior to formal application submission, we empower residents to have a meaningful voice in shaping the future of our neighborhoods. The creation of a row house how-to guide, developed with input from key stakeholders, will provide developers with practical strategies for designing buildings that harmonize with the surrounding environment. Vis-a-vis, don't put air conditioners right into somebody's backyard. By addressing elements such as building height, placing windows, landscaping, we can ensure that new developments contribute positively to the character and livability of our communities and avoid the worst case scenarios that were brought before us during the hearing. Exploring incentives for an expedited application timeline for collaborative, compliant projects incentivizes developers to prioritize meaningful engagement with the community, and by rewarding projects that demonstrate a commitment to collaboration and adherence to established guidelines, we encourage a responsible two-way conversation that benefits everyone involved. The establishment of a community planning planner liaison will provide dedicated resources to support that conversation by navigating the development process and answering questions in a conversation. This will foster direct communication between planners and community members, and we can address concerns in real time and streamline the approval process for everyone involved. The amendment targets one of the biggest concerns, and a tension that must be honored between promoting responsible development and a meaningful community conversation.
Thank you, Councillor Spencer. You're
I'm
just at
done.
time. Thank you.
Open.
And this is being seconded by Councillor Wong. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Spencer. This is an amendment that we talked about way back when the housing strategy was put together. During the debate, we heard loud and clear last September, people were concerned and conflicted about what they could debate at the land use side versus what they could debate at the development permit side. We also heard that during that debate about development permit, the question of how much engagement, how much consultation, how much of information can constituents get about development permit and help them through that process cycle through the approval and into a STB appeal was something that was lacking. This is one, again, that is taking, about 5 months, 7 months to get to this point. And we heard it loud and clear during the public hearing over the last 2 or 3 weeks here. So again, when it comes back to, what the outreach toolkit does, the row house how-to guide or the info guide for RCGs, incentives for making this go faster, getting time to market, housing built faster, and ultimately providing a liaison. This checks all the boxes that we heard during the housing strategy, during the debate about the rezoning, and I think the litany of all the other public hearings we ever heard. How do we get the DP land use and DP process in more informative? So with that, I'm happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you. Just to share a little heartstring story, Councillor Spencer, Ms. Popowich received flowers from a member from the other side of the city after her story. So that's how much it impacted people around the city, this whole process. So did it hurt? Yeah, it did. And it hurt everybody in Calgary that listened to it, I think, for or against. But thanks for bringing this forward. I think community engagement is absolutely essential for an effective city planning process. My preference, which incorporates the feedback we've heard during the public hearing, is for a major part of the engagement to be at the land use stage in front of this council on individual applications. And with this being approved, if it does get approved, that's been taken away. But if council does decide that that's the path it's going to take, then it's important that we actually look at our development permit process and respond to what the community's needs are. Right now, a lot of Calgarians believe that development permit process is just a hurdle that developers need to clear to check a box, that it's a bureaucratic process that isn't designed for everyday Calgarians to participate in, and that their feedback is pretty much ignored if they participate anyways. So I 100% believe we need to improve the process, and I appreciate Councillor Spencer bringing this forward and your efforts on this. But I do have some concerns, and I hope you might be able to respond in your close. I'm wondering how confident we are that this exact right combination of things that we need to actually improve this process, whether this direction is too specific. I'm wondering if administration has the capacity, and if we realize that there are other things we need to do instead, whether this could send administration down the wrong path. I'm inclined to support it because I do think we need to improve the DP process, but at Councillor Spencer, I really hope you can address those points and get some clarity on whether you really think this combination of changes can be directed.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Walcott, please.
Thank you. Knowing for the last 3 years or so when we talk about land use, so much of the discussion has always ended up being about development permits. One of the hardest, most painful conversations that I keep having over and over again with residents and constituents is has always been about the appropriate location for where we should be having these discussions. And especially because the appropriate location for these discussions, not knowing that in advance, produces some pretty intense animosity in the system. How many times do speakers come here to not actually vent their problems with the land use, but to use this as an opportunity to vent their issues with the DP process? And so from kind of the early days of sitting here and all the different land uses we've been in, this has been a huge part of the process, which is at some point, it is the development permit process, the collaboration we have with industry, and the education and understanding required from community, from neighbors, and from our community associations, FCC, and so on, that is what needed to be elevated, because animosity that I'm seeing rise up, and maybe this is just my personal experience, you don't have to agree with me, is about misplaced intentions. People come here wanting to talk about X when they're being told they have to talk about Y. And that drives animosity, whereas this actually helps people go to the place to talk about why they were supposed to talk about it in the first place, and bolsters it. There are some things that I obviously have questions about, but mostly those are satisfied by the fact that administration's being asked to kind of go figure this out. And when we've talked about like based on the feedback that we've received, this is kind of the key work, is that it allows us to kind of keep going with what we're supposed to do that's going to address the housing and affordability crisis, while also allowing us to be responsive to the community and saying, here are the things we need. In particular, the community planning liaison. Not only do we hear that directly from FCC, but in all honesty, I've heard that from my communities that are in LAPs. It's because the LAP was never the problem. They always knew the LAP would drive, there'd be redevelopment, it was okay. But the big thing that many of my communities were concerned about was their ability to interact with the development permit. And this is something that gives them that much more one-on-one nature that our current structure of having a file manager has not been able to do at the scale that it's required. A lot of it's optional, so that's good for administration to have an opportunity to explore. But the best part about the one thing that is directive is, of course, the row house how-to guide and infill guidelines. That's just something that we heard from the public that needs to be updated, and I appreciate that that one's directive and the other ones are explorative. Gives us some time to get it right. So, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start with admin, and perhaps the mover can add anything else in his close. When you number 4, no, excuse me, C, explore incentives for an expedited application timeline for those applications, etc. What would be an example of incentives the city might be able to offer?
Councillor Putmans, one would be timelines, the time to an approval.
Any others?
That's why it says explore. We would have to look at that.
Is this common in your industry? I haven't seen this
Explore or
before.
to create
The incentives.
Well, we have density bonusing. We also have priority streams for example, true affordable housing, for applications meeting climate. We call it the green stream. So we do have priority streams for certain types of applications, and this could, looking at A and B, if an applicant and the application checked some boxes here, maybe then they would fall into a similar priority stream where ideally the process is going faster than a standard application. There could be others. We haven't reviewed it yet.
Sounds promising. No, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Penner, please.
Thanks, Kate. I just actually have a couple questions for administration. I don't see in here that, what we devise from the outset is what has to stay forever, and maybe just some context to help. So the engagement that we currently do on land use changes, the signs, DMAP, the applicant outreach summary, I believe, if I'm correct, that's iterated over time, and some by council direction and some administration led. Is that correct?
The applicant outreach toolkit I don't want to get this wrong if it was council directed, but I believe administration, we ended up doing that based on what we were seeing and some of the debate at past councils and the expectations. Some in the past, not this council, but in the past, several land uses were referred back to administration for additional engagement. And so through that work and just what we were seeing at the local area plan level, we decided to define expectations for an applicant with an application for outreach.
But fair to say overall that engagement generally continues to change and iterate and become more robust based on conversations. So whatever might get designed through this initial proposal that Councillor Spencer has put on could still iterate and change and improve over time. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, Councillor Penner. Okay. I'd say our first iteration is on our website, and this motion is asking us to go and enhance it.
Yeah, thanks so much. So thank you, Councillor Spencer, for bringing this forward, and Councillor Wong for seconding. I do support this, and I do think it is part of that iterative process, and I don't want to say failing forward, but it is a little bit about that we don't always get things. We have to acknowledge that we're not always going to get things right 100% from the outside, and we need that grace, but that we are also committed to continuous improvement. And so I appreciate that this is part of that continuous improvement. I'm happy to support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot, please.
First question for administration. It says, review and enhance. So this is giving direction to administration to do some work. Have you considered the resource requirements to implement just recommendation A?
Not entirely, Councillor Chabot. There have been a lot of amendments that are being put forward. So one thing that we want to do is look at all of the amendments and figure out what that looks like. But we do have an applicant outreach tool kit existing. Our team in Engage and Comms helped us with that extensively, and it would be looking at improving that and looking at maybe other best practices that are out there. So I don't have a resource count right now, but I don't believe it's not asking for a full rewrite, so it's something that could be doable.
Okay, let's go to B. It says, create a row house how-to guide with input from interested community associations, residents, industry, that identifies like this quite a bit of engagement components associated with recommendation B here. We figured out what kind of resource requirements are going to be for that and the budgetary implications of that.
We're working on all of that right now, but no, we do not. And yes, this one is work.
Yeah, well, it says, and report back end of 2024 Q4. After the budget, doesn't even say consider this for budgetary implications, but it's asking you to do a whole bunch of work between now and then without having been given the financial resources to actually undertake the work, which is why I'm a bit challenged with this. This is, for me, truly a cart in front of the horse request. I'm trying to figure out how to vote on this thing without considering the financial implications of this initiative. Should this not be referred back to you guys to do a scoping report first so we can identify what the resource requirements are going to be to implement this?
Councillor, I believe there, if I may speak to other motions that might be coming forward, I believe there is a motion coming forward to look at the full resource requirements. This is something that we heard from the public when we were out engaging, and it's something I have committed to in speaking to some of the public members and community members that are keen to work with us on something like this, and industry. So we do have different committees and meetings set up, and it could be through there, but it will be work, absolutely. I don't have a detail on it.
I don't know, it just seems like a lot of engagement from the community when we've just undergone a pretty massive undertaking with RCG rezoning. I'm just afraid of fatigue in the community to actually undertake an engagement to actually make things better without first taking a bit of a pause, looking at what the resource requirements, making sure you got the appropriate resources to do a good job of this undertaking, for specifically as it relates to the outreach and the engagement component. I understand where the objective is. I just rather not see us plan to fail. I want to see us plan to succeed, to achieve what ultimately we want to do, which is better engagement, better buy-in from the community, better understanding of what is potentially being proposed. I just don't see how we're going to get to that end here without making sure we got appropriate resources for this. And for us to direct you without considering the budgetary implications, to me, is truly the cart in front of the horse. I would rather refer this back to you guys to bring back a scoping report on the implications of undertaking all of this work. So I don't have it typed out, but it's kind of the way I feel. So maybe I'll just vote against it then.
All right, let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I guess notwithstanding the comments by Councillor Chabot around resourcing, like these timelines are reasonable timelines in which you can deliver this?
Yes, Councillor Meehan.
And then is any of this like, I don't inherently have any issues with this. I see some aspects of it that are responsive to certain things that we hear, but is any of this ongoing already? Like, is this a duplication in any way?
No, I would say none of it is a duplication. There are some aspects in here that we've wanted to do for years. And there are also things that have come up through the engagement, like the row house how-to guide. A is continuous improvement, and I'd say probably C is as well, something that we would just continue to build on.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. I think I can support this. That's it.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer to close.
Thank you, Mayor. To speak to Councillor Sharp's concerns about this being too specific, really we're starting with a conversation in community. And these were recommendations, built out of the conversation over the 2 weeks and plenty of time ahead of that really guided the formation of these recommendations. The capacity in number 4, what we are doing is directing admin to come back with details. The business liaison working with impacted is a great example of what this could potentially look like, that business liaison working with people on main streets. Or another example would be the green priority stream that was highlighted by Deb just now. Like, these are real tangible things that could potentially help us in how we set up this conversation with community. Councillor Chabot, you like to use this evolution, not revolution. I do believe that what we are doing is iterative. We are at a point in time where we're having to take a pretty large step forward, and we need to do that with community. And for many reasons, community is really struggling with this conversation at this point. I really believe that incentivizing good behavior is going to be a big part of how all of this moves forward. If you think about the RCGs that we haven't passed over time, I would say probably 80% of them, a lot of the commentary around this horseshoe on those RCGs would be that there wasn't a great community conversation, that the applicant didn't show up, that there was no sense that a great conversation had already embedded in the community, and that awareness and a two-way compassionate ear had opened up on those applications. At least that's what led myself to vote no on some of the ones that were defeated over the last period of time. It's really rightly been pointed out that we as council are an important part of stewarding the community's voice, but ultimately we do that in partnership with administration. We are, each and every one of us, only here for so long. What we can do in terms of leaving a legacy of a good conversation is embedding that into how administration interacts with community on the long form, right? It's providing resources like this to make sure we get it and we get it right, and it lives past us as council. Council, I believe we're very united around this horseshoe and wanting a great conversation. We want better outcomes, and we want to give confidence to Calgarians. And I'd suggest this is a great step in that direction, and it's one that can evolve over time. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Madam Clerk, I voted wrong.
Would you like us to display the results and then you can look for general consent, or would you like us to recast the
We
vote?
could do that, or we could recast the vote, so whatever's easier.
We can recast it.
Could you recast it? Thank you.
Point of...
The vote has been recast. Councillor Pootmans, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? It's carried 10-5 with Councillors McLean, Chu, Dhaliwal, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. Let's go to the next amendment. This one is Councillor Penner.
Yeah, thanks. In many ways, this builds off of a bit of what Councillor Spencer was proposing. What this really talks about is using existing working groups that we have operating within the City of Calgary to do two things. One, to understand what are some of the efficiencies that we need to do internally within administration with regards to development permits, and those could be related to RCG or HGO or any of our permits. Again, work that we know that we could be doing for continuous improvement. I think the second part of this is that in order to do some of that work that Councillor Spencer just brought forward with Councillor Wong, is that we need to be talking directly with the people who are bringing forward those applications and understanding, what is going to work with and for them in order to be able to have those really robust conversations with community. So that's what's here before you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for this one, please? Councillor Spencer, thank you. Just looking to see who's in the queue. Councillor Sharp, over to you.
Thanks. I look forward to always supporting efficiencies. I think that's something that we could actually make a bigger difference in the issues we're trying to address rather than blanket rezoning would. I'm hoping that the mover can explain a little bit more in detail what groups she has in mind about administration will work with and if those groups are even inclined to do this. I'd like to ask administration these questions, if that's okay. Do you believe this work that would actually result in faster timelines? Is it something that the city's power or capability to propose that an industry bring more consistent development permits forward? So if someone wants to answer those questions.
Councillor Sharp, we have multiple avenues that we work with the Federation of Calgary Communities and various industry groups. So we would look to leverage those meetings and groups, and if there's others that are interested, we could look at that as well. And then as far as your second question around more consistent and standardized to create transparency and predictability, I think that can go back to that row house how-to guide as well, so that there is an understanding of what these building forms can look like.
Oh, I appreciate that. I'd have to listen to more debate before I can actually make a decision. I definitely support shortening timelines, but I don't know if this is the evidence that we have to start in this. And then I'm just kind of, I chuckle because some of the amendments coming forward seem to be adding more work to administration to get going on blanket rezoning. And so I'm just kind of wondering here what we're doing. We're adding amendments to add more work and expedite conversations with development groups and then, more engagement. So if our point here was to remove a process to expedite timelines and add more amendments so the administration can do more work on this, I'm not sure if we're actually achieving the goal. So happy to hear more people debate on this and the close from the mover.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan.
You know what? Councillor Sharp actually asked all the questions that I had, and so I listened to the answers and I will listen to the close.
Let's go to Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The reason I seconded it is because I do believe it's supplementary to what I just moved in terms of just adds another potential layer for a path forward on how to get the most out of this new conversation and process. To be able to have this committee reviewing the work that's being done by administration, pointing out potential blind spots, feeding in new ideas into the hopper. I see that as again, feeding into the evolution of the conversation to getting this right. So that's why I'm supportive of this amendment.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Putmans, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I'm intrigued by this. Could the mover, Councillor Penner, discuss whether or not, when she says community and industry working groups, would community groups include LAPs? Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chu, please.
Thank you, Worship. I always support efficiency and cut red tapes too. However, earlier, Councillor Sharp asked the question as which group we're going to talk to. And the administration mentioned there's some groups, they say they have group to talk to. However, this answer does not match why are we here today? Because the Housing Affordability Task Force, before they make all the decision, you would think they're going to consult the people involved, like BELT, the industry, or others. But we heard during the debate and the questioning, that's not the case. And I spoke to many councillors. None of us has been consulted or even asked what we think. And most of the time, and everything we do, task force or whatever, city administration, always come to councillors. And do you want to meet? Do you want to talk about it? And ask us for opinion. But in this case, it's nothing. So administration, I'm asking you now directly, what guarantee that you guys not going to be pick and choose the one you want to talk to? If that seems the case, that's what the public has seen. That's what the public has said. Everybody see it. So what guarantee do we have? You will consult the people you say you're going to properly.
So I said, Councillor Chu, the groups that we normally meet with based on the direction to utilize or leverage an existing community and industry working group. The previous motion spoke about those interested, community or industry members that would be interested community associations, residents, and industry. So I think there's a way, we haven't figured this out yet because we're just here today, but there's a way that we can look at, especially for the previous motion, on providing opportunities for others to be involved. I know for this one too, and for both, frankly, we could leverage some of our working groups in the local area plan process as well. So.
If I could just add as well, Councillor Chu, the Housing and Affordability Task Force provided direct advice, recommendations direct to council, so they didn't speak individually with individual councillors as they were doing that, just to be clear. Thanks.
Okay, that's the biggest problem, is that I heard someone's talking. Oh, okay, never mind. So that's the biggest problem, because it's supposed to consult with people properly. If we do a proper job, we won't be here today. If we get a buy-in from the public, and you see 5,000 something say no, and we have councillor that polling said over 70% says no. Why? We don't ask that, but we just say, oh, this is good, this is really good. And the general manager, and even the newspaper, totally left-leaning newspaper, is the first one saying that, oh, the general manager, what he said is basically defending the city. It's not what we heard. The public didn't hear that. I got so many emails, people are angry, say, recap. This is not recap. This is called defending our position. So, and what you said, I totally disagree. And it didn't happen like that. You're supposed to consult, not individual telling us what's going to happen. That's wrong, 100% wrong. Hopefully, the administration take this to heart. Next time we're going to do something this big, please do a proper job. Otherwise, we won't be here for another 15 days. Thank you.
All right, let's go back to Councillor Penner to close.
Yeah, thanks so much. So the reason nothing specific was chosen, working groups can be in flight and in flux over the course of the work that we do. And I say that having been on multiple actually prior to getting elected. So I don't want to so narrowly define for administration because that is their specialty. And I agree that we can expedite things at the expense of quality. So if this means, between this and the previous amendment, that we take a small slowdown to make sure that we're getting it right or getting it better as we go back into community, that's an important step. And it's a small step and a small sacrifice we make in the bigger picture of expediting housing in the long term. And I think that's, what I'm willing to do. I'm willing to say, yeah, you know what, if we're willing to make this change, then we still need to, start slow at the beginning in order to get it to go faster in the long term. But it is still better than the process that we have right now. So that's why. So I hope you can support this.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried 8-7 with councillors McLean, Winus, Chu, Demong, Dhaliwal, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. Let's go to the next one. It's Councillor Walcott.
Thank you. Perfect. I know we haven't had a lot of time to talk to each other about a lot of these things, so please bear with me on this one specifically. I want to just share with you quickly what a stepped program is, right? And so I want to be very clear. This is actually a part of the reason that came directly out of the public hearing and conversations with a member of the public who is a part of the building industry and who talked about some of the ways that we can get a better product out. So the important part is this. A stepped approach means that we start from a lower threshold. So you start from a threshold where the lot coverage, for example, is 45% and not 60. So you can build anything within that range if you fit within that 45% lot coverage, and you don't have to do anything extra special in what would be traditionally known as a stepped approach. 1 unit, 2 unit, 3 units, whatever. But let's say you do want to go up to 60%. What do we know that we can get out of it? What is the plan that we can ensure that there's an even better public good than simply just baseline housing? And that is something that comes in with a stepped approach where you can actually start looking at what can we ask for from a developer that gives them an incentive to do a little bit more. They get more of a lot coverage, more height, potentially setback, right, by reducing it all back to a lower standard. If they want to go up to 3 stories, if they want to go to X meters, if they want to go to 60% lot coverage, we need something. So there are 3 things that were proposed that are within our jurisdiction that we're able to do, to comment on at least at this stage, that should be explored. And one is universal design standards. One of the #1 things we hear is that the type of housing that's getting built is just not accessible to people of different abilities, right? And that's just all of us eventually. Let's just be honest, right? That's all of us eventually. The second one is units that are below market affordable housing. We've seen so many presenters speak, I want to build this development, I need X number of units so that I can get CMHC funding. Okay. Well, then let's talk about that before we actually guarantee you the units, so that we're not just giving anyone 5 units, where instead we're looking and say we'll give someone else 5 units if it happens to be a part of this program, as part of this exploration. And then a last example, because it's not limited to, is heritage asset preservation. So many communities have talked about wanting to preserve heritage in their neighborhoods, and we've seen developers do it in amazing and beautiful ways, but it's optional. Whereas now this is an incentive for them to just do the thing that we all know they can do, but give them some choice in what it is that they're going to get from it, so that we get a better product for the city out of this process. The reality is, though, that we have to do some work with the new zoning bylaw to get there. But the idea to really show the public that we were listening is to say, maybe we do lower the lot coverage in the new land use bylaw, but we can make sure that it can get to 60% if we get a better public good out of it. And that is just an example of a few things that are listed. And I'll address any more in my close.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Spencer to second. Do you wish to speak on it too?
Yeah, I'd love to quickly. This is a benefit of the 2 weeks of conversation. Certainly a plebiscite would have got us around that, but we also got some really, really great presentations, some fabulous ones. So Brendan David, he had just done his own redevelopment and had some lessons for council, that some observations as he went through the process. He engaged with Councillor Walcott and I, and Councillor Walcott, quicker than I could even thought humanly possible, turned his feedback into an amendment. Some of the other pieces, just to add to what he said, is this could potentially evolve into, when you talk about universal design standards, there's other things we could potentially put on if we actually have the tools in our toolkit to do it, in terms of urban canopy, public realm space. There's lots of different things that we could potentially explore. I know administration, when we talk to them, that we know this is something that you are looking at on your, so we know this isn't a brand new idea, but certainly felt like one that we wanted to put an exclamation mark on and make sure that we have a really robust conversation around as we head towards, as us or the next council head towards the land use bylaw refresh. So excited to second it.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp, please.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this amendment today, and not because I'm not necessarily opposed to the goals, but because I think it could introduce a lot more complexity and confusion to the change we're already considering. We already heard a significant amount of concern from Calgarians about the implications of blanket rezoning for their neighborhoods and the types of houses that would be allowed. I actually heard the opposite, that most people wanted a decrease in the lot coverage. But that's not going to be accepted as a friendly, so I'm not going to go there. I think the discussion we need to be having right now is how to address those concerns up to and including not proceeding with blanket rezoning. This would quite possibly introduce even more elements of the exact same nature that the community was already concerned about. I think there are a lot of benefits to encouraging the things that Councillor Walcott is proposing, but this is a significant scope, and I don't believe this is the right time to address it. It's something I would have been more, or may is the big word here, inclined to debate in more detail as a notice of motion or an amendment to the city building program reporting that we'll eventually receive. So today I will not be supporting this one.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I support it or not support it, administration, I'm not a technical guy. Can you please tell me what this amendment is all about?
Councillor Dhaliwal, the way I read this is it's for us to go and explore through the new land use bylaw different ways to incentivize the things that we want, such as units that are designed in a way that promote accessibility, promote aging in place, promote below market affordable housing, or even heritage. I think there's a number of things that we can explore and that we're already doing through the new zoning bylaw to look at ways to get better outcomes. At the end of the day, we all want better outcomes, and I think this is just a direction to explore that possibility.
If you guys are already doing this, why you need to do this again?
I don't think we need it to do it again, but I think what the benefit of doing this is to signal to Calgarians and to our partners that this is something we really believe in.
So keep Calgarians confused all the time. Sorry.
Councillor Dhaliwal, I don't think there's no confusion in this for me, but I would love to know from you where the confusion lies.
Okay. Just like Einstein said, keep doing something all over again. Okay, so there's nothing coming out of this technically for affordability and housing.
I think what this does is through the new zoning bylaw, it gives us more of that concrete direction and the firmness to say that this is something that's important as we move forward.
But your recommendations that you're presenting, isn't that more concrete?
Yes, the recommendations that we're proposing are to redesignate with current bylaw. What this is saying is through that new zoning bylaw, let's look about different ways. There's not a lot we can do in our current bylaw without messing everything up. The rules work really well together, but the minute we start to take those apart, it can be really complicated. But that's the joy of the new zoning bylaw. And yes, I say joy when I talk about land use bylaw. It is really fun to play with those rules and figure out how we can get different outcomes. And so if there are ways that we can leverage some of our planning rules to get better outcomes than what we're even seeing today, I'd love to explore that.
Okay, so it's leaving me confused. Imagine Calgarians.
Councillor Dhaliwal, what are you confused about?
I'm confused about this whole thing. Why are we bringing this amendment? And that's why I'm asking you. You're the technical expert. Sorry. We have a recommendation, original recommendation in front of us, and then I have this amendment in front of me. I have no idea what this means.
This is not our amendment. This is councillors' amendments.
But
And
as
so-
a subject matter expert, I'm asking you, what does this mean for you?
For me, it says to go back and look through the zoning bylaw work. So through the city building program, the new zoning bylaw that we're working on, through that to go back and look at our rules and see if there's different ways to incentivize other things that we currently want, such as universal design standards, affordability or affordable units, and heritage preservation. I think these are three things that we definitely heard through the public hearing. So these are three things that I think we can expand on as we move forward through the zoning bylaw.
Okay, great. Because earlier I heard that through public hearing, your recommendation stays the same, but now you're telling me that through public hearing, this is what we have heard.
These are some of the things that we have heard
Oh,
definitely.
okay. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Sorry, thank you, Mayor. If you can ask a question to administration, and that is when we talk about the word incentivize, to be able to achieve these three things as an example, what do we get back?
Off the cuff, Councillor Wong, I'd say better outcomes. So right now, we have really great outcomes to get to housing. I think our rules really get us towards a form that's really great, that a lot of people like, that's accessible for a lot of folks. But what this does is go probably that step further to say, now let's think broader than just housing. Let's think about some more of those outcomes, and how do we get some more of that?
Okay. A, B, and C. Would it be appropriate to add to A, B, and C, for example, things we heard from the public about tree coverage
Absolutely, Councillor Wong.
and landscaping, better landscaping, permeable surfaces?
What I would say is there's already a notice of motion out there that's looking at some of the tree canopy. You know this very well.
Yes.
It's the notice of motion you put forward. But absolutely, there's many things that we want to look at to incentivize through development that we currently don't do in our existing land use bylaw.
Okay. And again, we go back to the staged approach or step approach to get to move, making this better. And ideally, we get a better outcome, as you say, better product in terms of housing. And to what it costs to the developer then is that going to be to them? You know, what would they get out of this if we asked them to do all this?
Councillor Walcott, I believe, is making the motion to say, to look at how do we incentivize that through things like parcel coverage, building floor area setbacks, height, building separation. Like it's about being able to look at our rules comprehensively and say where we can give and take to get some of these better outcomes, and do it in a different way where we're still getting the housing, but we're getting housing that meets a wider variety of needs. So right now, I'd say getting housing is a great start. Like I said before to Councillor Dhaliwal, if the worst thing I can imagine is we get homes, right? The best thing is we get a lot of homes. And wouldn't it be great if a lot of those homes had a lot of those characteristics?
Okay. Is this similar to like a bonus density type of situation?
I'd be hesitant to call it a bonus density, just for many reasons. But I would say it's an incentive program.
Okay. And in some of those things, would that also, in addition to ABC, community amenities, would that be, not to say they pay for everything, but make a contribution to a fund for community amenities? Would that be?
No, I would say that is more akin to density bonusing, which really is not going to get us much when you think about the types of areas that this is in. Density bonusing really works in areas like the downtown or Beltline, where you have a substantial ability to incentivize that uplift.
Yeah, again, we heard many times, many times over, the more and more densification we put into population housing, the need for more amenities, the need for more, redevelopment of our communities needs to come in. where's the developer's cost in doing that? That's what we're trying to get at. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Yeah, my only question is, this is, I think, something that we should be doing. We hear that we're doing, and it's absolutely something we don't want to vote against because that sends a very weird signal that council would not support something that we're already engaged in. But is this not better put as a motion arising? Why is this an amendment? I need to, this seems like a classic motion arising, but I'd be very interested to hear. And we can't not support this because it's already something that administration's doing. And if we want to belt and brace that, it'd be nice to know.
Thank you for the question, Councillor.
Yeah.
Thanks for the question, Councillor Carra. So a motion arising is defined within a procedure bylaw where administration determines that the administrative effort to respond to the motion arising is inconsequential. The amendment was circulated with members of administration, and they did indicate that this would not be an inconsequential amount of work. Therefore, it was put forward as an amendment rather than a motion arising.
Okay, I mean, if it's okay. It sounds like we were doing it anyway. Does administration want to respond to that?
Councillor Carra, when this was shared with us, we determined that this goes beyond what we were currently looking at in the new zoning bylaw in terms of lot area coverage and incentives. So it is more work than we were anticipating, and that was in the original scope of the new zoning bylaw, and that's why we determined it goes beyond a motion arising.
Okay, fair enough. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Chabot.
Well, just to expand a little bit on that line of questioning. So this is more than a motion arising, so it's not inconsequential. It has obviously some resource requirements associated with it. Do we have any idea on what those resource requirements are going to be?
Councillor Chabot, the city building program is fully resourced, so it is something we're looking into and have that capacity.
Okay. And do you have any idea on where this is going to end up? How this is going to get back to us? Where is this reporting back to? How is it getting back to council? There's no direction here as to where it's going, how it's getting there. What's the ultimate outcome from this investigation? Like, what's it going to do?
It would be through the new zoning bylaw and the city building work, the program that's coming forward, anticipated for Q4 of 2024 of this year.
Shouldn't it have direction to do that?
I believe so.
It doesn't, though, does it?
To do this work?
No, as far as where it's supposed to go.
Yes, I believe we already have direction to come back through IPC to council for Q4 of this year.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand.
Councillor Chabot, the motion does refer to the new zoning bylaw.
Okay, so it's going through the zoning bylaw. When it's coming back is determined through that process. So no idea on budgetary implications. You think it's fully resourced, so it is obviously work that's beyond, as was stated, what was currently envisioned. So still, you have enough capacity within your budget to do this?
We may have to shift resources to add to the team. We would have to look into that. So as we've mentioned with one or two others, that we need to explore these to see what the full implications are. But we may be able to shift people internally to reinforce this.
So this was sort of, I guess, referred to as a potential of reducing the lot coverage, incentivizing other things to reach a maximum allowable density or maximum site coverage of 60. Could this potentially have an unintended consequence of increasing the amount of lot coverage? Because HCO is 70, RCG is 60.
Councillor Chabot, HGO is 60% as well as RCG. RG is 70%, depending on the lot size.
Okay, sorry, RG, yep.
I take this as an explore options, but I don't anticipate that we'd go higher than what we already have for lot coverage.
But it could.
Everything could change in the new zoning bylaw. There's a lot of work that's being undertaken right now to look at different options and different ways to do planning and to do a bylaw.
So building height might actually be increased rather than reduced.
There is no intention to radically increase height, lot coverage, or any of the other rules that are currently in our CG. We really feel like this public hearing and this discussion at council is going to set us on the path for what we do in that new zoning bylaw. So with this, I would take it as our height and setbacks and lot coverage as current are maximums.
Yeah.
If I could just add to that, I think the key here is actually resetting the starting point to 45% lot area coverage and certain things, and then looking at whether or not certain things are provided to actually get to things that right now RCG would already allow. So I think that's the major shift here, is resetting the starting off point.
Yeah, we had some discussions over the course of this to look at reducing some of those elements, i.e. specifically lot coverage, reducing it back down to 55 rather than 60. Did a little bit of math around whether or not that's something that could be achieved, depending on the size of the lot. Minimum amenity space, those kind of things are all things that we discuss about proposed amendments. Is that something that could also form part of this?
Councillor Chabot, I think through the new zoning bylaw, we're looking at all of that stuff. We're also looking at parking. I know I've said this before, but parking is one of the biggest detriments to how housing is built and how housing actually looks from an exterior point of view. So part of this would be looking at potentially reducing that lot coverage in conjunction with reducing parking. There's many options that we're looking at, all trying to see how to get to that best outcome.
One of the developers said that one of the limitations had to do with the building separation between the front and the back. Is that part of what this is going to be?
I don't think it's necessarily tied to this amendment, but it's something we're definitely looking at. I think through the HGO and RCG updates, when we did them in 2022, we did a full analysis of the direct control districts that were out there, and we looked at that building separation. Our recommendation was to put it at 6.5 meter courtyard between the two buildings for both HGO and RCG, but it is something we're still looking at. We're still looking at the applications that are coming in to see if that is appropriate or enough.
Okay, well, I know that there's a lot of good intentions, well, things that were paved with good intentions ended up necessarily not being a good thing, and contrary to what Councillor Walcott said about how we will all be at some point maybe not able-bodied. I plan on dying in a fiery crash, sliding with a Chardonnay in one hand and a cigar in the other. Wow. So, that's it.
What has happened?
Okay. No one left in the queue. Over to you to close. Councillor Walcott.
Yeah, I would like to address that in my close. Okay, so at a high level, I just want to clarify some very particular things. And one is that when this discussion started early, and it was something that was mentioned throughout a lot of the questions toward administration, is they were looking at something like this, but we weren't looking at this yet. And so at the scale at which we wanted to explore this, there was something that we could, hope that it shows up in the land use new zoning bylaw renewal, or we can provide direction to make sure that we're having that conversation in the way that is reflective of the conversation we've had here throughout the last couple of weeks. It doesn't change the zoning amendments in particular. Like that's not it. It's actually more so, and I'm surprised that more people wouldn't be so excited about the opportunity to reduce lot coverage and have it actually stepped up if the community is getting something that they demand. Now, what are some of those things that people have been asking for, right? And I know you've heard this, right? So let's say many people have come in and said this is not a crisis of housing. I disagree, but I understand the reference. They say it's a crisis of affordable housing. This particular opportunity actually helps us get to a point where it incentivizes affordable housing in a mixed market building like that for that reason at a lower scale. Now, can we guarantee that? Absolutely not. That's why it has to be in the form of an incentive and not a requirement. As we all know, the province took away our ability to do inclusionary zoning, but through all of the different programs that exist, that gives us one way of achieving this through an incentive rather than actually trying to force people to participate. It is the same story with heritage, and it's the same story with universal design. At any point, they could build affordable housing, they could build universal design, but the reality is we're just not seeing enough. And so we need to see more of the things that we need, and incentivizing it is one way to do it. The other, of course, way is the stick, and that's actually something that was mentioned by the public, is you can try and wave a stick around, but it seems that every time we want to wave a stick, the province takes that power away from us. So it seems that we're left with just incentives. Further to that, I actually want to go a step further to talk about something that you probably heard a lot in the last couple of weeks, is that this is for the developers. People have talked over and over again and said, this is for the developers get this. This guarantees that if this program is what I envision it and what we all have talked about in this thing and it works to its fullest extent, it actually just means that either A, the community gets a smaller project near them if the developer is not interested in providing a public benefit, or B, there is an actual incentive for the public to get something good should a building go up to that 60% that the public demands of us, that they've wished for us, that they've asked for us a million times. How many times have we heard a bungalow as being an accessible unit? That's the goal, is we need those universal design standards. And so this stepped approach is an opportunity to get there in the zoning bylaw, should it work out.
Thank you. All right, with that, you're closed. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gonta, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 7-8 with Councillors McLean, Winus, Chu, Demong, Wong, Dhaliwal, Sharp, and Chabot voting against. Let's go to the next one. This one's from Councillor Sharp.
Thank you, Mayor. And Council, the next 9 are mine, so we can stop at 9:30 and maybe reconvene tomorrow. I don't think we're going to get through all of them. And there's looking, no, we're not. Okay, so we'll put the motion up on the screen, or the amendment up on the screen. It's another repeated theme we've heard over the last couple of weeks are questions about what exactly the local area planning process is supposed to be doing if we're going ahead to making big changes like this one. That's a really difficult question to answer. Local area plans are supposed to guide development by suggesting what kind of development is most appropriate where. Crucially, the community plays a very active role in developing them. The challenge is that they're labor intensive. Administration doesn't have the resources to do an LAP level work for the entire city at once, even if, in my opinion, that's exactly what we need to be doing for a proposal like blanket rezoning. So what this amendment does is direct administration that administration should be focusing on its work on local area plans in areas that are most likely to be affected by the change we're considering today. We might find out through that process that RCG's intensity isn't appropriate everywhere. We also might find out that there's a lot of areas that actually can handle even more density that's what's being proposed today. We know from the applications we see that where we're likely to see redevelopment first. So let's focus on the LAP process there so we can give those communities a chance at the engagement they're asking for and maybe lacking from the process today. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder? Councillor Chabot. Over to Councillor, or do you want to weigh in on it, Councillor Chabot? Okay, over to Councillor Penner.
Thanks. Just a question for administration. I'm probably missed a phrase. It's my understanding that this is what we're doing already, so I'm not sure how this differs from the process that we're already following. So maybe could administration weigh in?
Hi, Councillor Penner. I'll start, and if there's anything to add, Mr. Fraze can add. Short answer, yes. More detailed answer, in relationship to, we look at and prioritize as it relates to the established areas growth and change strategy, redevelopment pressure, where council has been investing in strategic areas, and equity. Mr. Fraze, did I miss anything?
No, you didn't miss anything at all.
Okay, so just to follow up then, if this was passed, how would this change the work that you're doing, the sequencing that you're doing? Would it change it in any way?
I don't think it would change anything at all, actually. I mean, we have a criteria that we use, and it's everything that Ms. Hamilton referenced, and I think everything that this motion is trying to bring forward. I think what we do through the prioritization that we do is we look at it a little bit more broader than just what's happening from a development perspective. It's about equity, as Deb mentioned. It's about the strategic areas that we want to see local area planning done. So I think we do a little bit more comprehensive review of where our local area plans go. As you know, we've got 3 approved, 5 underway. We will start another 2 early in 2025 and another 2 later in 2025. So we've got a number of plans done, underway, in the books. We've got approximately 87% of our inner city communities already planned or in progress. So we're well on our way to dealing with a lot of the areas where we're seeing the greatest demand for local area planning and where we're seeing the greatest demand from a redevelopment perspective.
Great, thanks. So just to debate, I mean, this is work we're already doing. If this is like a vote of confidence to the public that we are following a process and that we are aware and cognizant of where the development pressures are and that planning is following development, then I'm happy to give a nod to this. Just to say, like, yeah, we've got a process. Council's reinforcing that we have a process. We're supportive of the process. But in some ways, it's a bit of a redundant recommendation. So I'll leave that for what it is.
All right, let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Sharp, just wonder if you can answer this in your close, and that is, when we talk about identifying areas of most demand based on the number of application, was that referring to within LAPs, particular communities within the LAP? So in other words, I'll take South Shaganappi as an area. There are certain communities that are seeing more RCGs being applied for. Therefore, are we prioritizing communities within LAPs or LAPs within amongst LAPs? That's, if you can close it, answer and close. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Question for Mr. Frazee, converse question of the one that Councillor Penner posed to you. So she asked if we don't, are you already doing this work? And would anything change if we supported this? My question is, would anything change if we didn't support this?
No.
Okay, then I will just protest vote, wasting council's time with redundancies.
All right, let's go to Councillor Walcott.
I humbly ask Councillor Carra reconsider, purely because it was actually just something that was said a couple of, like, I'm surprised you said that, because I was actually about to quote you, which is, it's not a good look to vote against things that we're already doing, just on the nature of just what message that sends. I understand the protest vote, but that's actually like something key. I look at this and I know 2 things. I know that it's redundant. I know that it's happening already. I know there's big changes. There's a couple of things that I heard from administration, but I really want to at least just emphasize in my debate, which is LAPs are not guided by only the concentration of development applications. And so it's a really important thing for me to not see things resequenced per se if there are other considerations involved, especially when you're thinking about equity considerations, when you're thinking about the need to get the established area growth and change funds going, to make sure that community amenities are active and supplied for, and of course, redevelopment pressures, all of the above, right? It's a collection of them. And I heard from Mr. Fraser that's what's happening already, and that's what's going to continue to happen with or without this. And so I guess for the most part, supporting this is just a reaffirming of your process, and I'm very comfortable with that. To Councillor Sharp, I do recognize that, again, in the similar way that many people commented on the last one, is that if we didn't need it, because it's somewhat work underway, then why are we here? I think that's still valid. I would have appreciated a yes vote on the last one. I will return the favor on this in this one, is because again, I don't believe that we should ever vote against work that we're already doing. Because if anything, it just reaffirms the support that administration has from us, even if it's maybe slightly different than what they're already doing.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Thaliwal, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I asked a question this morning, and I just want to ask again. Point A says identify the areas with the most demand based on the number of applications. Do we have a data showing us where the demand is?
Yes, Councillor Dhaliwal, that data is available to us.
Okay, so we have robust empirical evidence showing us where the demand is.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
Yeah, I don't, on first reading of this, like have anything against it, just given that it is a new recommendation that's being added and it really is directing work that's very much ongoing. I guess like my question to the mover is why you feel this is really important, and kind of based on your close, then I'll likely support, but yeah, interesting. Thanks.
All right, no one else in the queue. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. Just to respond to Councillor Wong, prioritizing local area plans amongst LAPs. So we're prioritizing that. That was the point of that. And then prioritizing doesn't necessarily mean we're going to be excluding the criteria that administration's already had in their way. So we don't ever want to throw good work away. That was not the intention of this at all. If council decides to approve blanket rezoning today, I think the public hearing has made it clear we need to double down on our community engagement. This would be a start, Councillor Meehan. We know which communities are going to see the effects of blanket rezoning first, or at least we have a pretty good idea. Those are the places where we should be prioritizing our planning for growth and listening to residents in those neighborhoods. There will be more we need to look at in the future, but this is another way that council can choose to show that we're actually listening, which is really, really important. So really what it is more certainty for Calgarians. Closed.
Thank you. E-scribe to vote, please.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is carried unanimously. All right, I think we can get through one more. Councillor Sharp.
Okay, I'll get through this one quick. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm on the right one because my notes are everywhere.
So the one I've got is reporting back no later
April
than...
30th?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. Okay, so we're in a housing shortage. Blanket rezoning is supposed to increase the housing supply and in turn drive housing affordability. But we've also heard some real concerns from the community over the last few days. One of them is a real concern that over time their neighborhoods will change into something completely different from what attracted them to live there in the first place. So this amendment addresses both concerns. Let's make this chance today for a period of time for 2 years. If after that time we will see that we alleviated the housing shortage to increase supply, then great, mission accomplished. We can return to our previous zoning. Calgarians may see some change in their neighborhoods in the time, enough to address the housing shortage we're facing, but not completely change the character of their community. Or we might find in 2 years that this did not produce the effect we were expecting. In this case, the experiment would be over, and it was time to return to the zoning that we had in place before this was approved. So this amendment asks administration to come back in 2 years with amendments to return to the zoning we have today. You think of it as a pilot, you can think of it as a time-limited measure to address urgent issue or a sunset clause. Looking forward to hearing your debate.
Second.
All right, it's been seconded. Councillor Walcott, please.
I'll start with the fact that in 2 years we won't have the same land use bylaw that we'll have today. So you are, with or without rezoning, what is being asked is actually to essentially threaten the land use bylaw with whatever happens to it in later this year, because at the end of 2 years, the direction will be to revert to a bylaw that might not even exist anymore. Because land use bylaw IP 2007 is being updated as we speak. So that's problem number one. Problem number two, and I know this one's maybe a little bit niche for everybody again, but it's the core of the work that we're doing here. which is time mixed with appropriate restrictions, or in this case, lifting of those restrictions, and allowing market mobility to start working requires more than 2 years. When you're looking at Auckland, right? Auckland was 2016 is when it started. Not to just like directly combat Councillor Demong, Minnesota rezoned their entire city. They just have different districts from 3 units to 4 units to upwards. That work started in 2009, right? They first started that work in 2009, and they didn't just go. They just finalized it with the Minnesota 2040 plan, Minneapolis 2040 plan in 2022. It takes time to see these things work, and so what this is a guaranteed setup to fail. It took us 2 years to get here, right? Just to talk about rezoning, and to assume that we were going to be able to solve the housing crisis that is 100 years in the making in 2 years, and then say, oh, if it's not fixed, we'll revert. It's not actually being honest with the academics. It's not being honest with the policy. It's not being honest with the reviews. Is that this is just an absolute setup to fail right off the bat. Because guaranteed, you will not have solved the housing crisis in 2 years. That is not possible in 2 years, because we're talking about creating a generational shift in our market. It takes time. And when you look at the other examples, it takes significantly more than simply 2 years. Frankly, it takes more than 2 terms on council to allow those numbers to really work in the market. Right off the bat, you'll start seeing dips in a few years until you start seeing stabilization. And it's from that point forward that we actually start to see the results. And that has been done through all of the jurisdictional reviews. Even when you look up north to Edmonton rezoned to R2 years ago. And in the space between when they did it and their most recent land use bylaw, take out economic factors, there's a $250,000 benefit to their housing affordability in Edmonton than here. It just takes time. 2 years is not enough time. And so those 2 reasons I can't support.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Meehan, please.
I do agree with some of the things that Councillor Walcott raised in terms of the time horizon and why you've picked it, and that maybe not being the best time horizon. I don't think it's ever like, council can always come back and look at something, and so I think that's always on the table. But to set that time horizon now and to also prescribe the solution, right? Like before you've actually looked at what happens is why I really can't get behind this. So no thanks.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Carra, please.
Well, everything that Councillor Walcott and Councillor Meehan just debated, but I have a question for law. Can a municipal council claw back an existing entitlement? Is that something that we can legally do?
Councillor Carra, council would always have the ability to consider redesignations. So it's not a clawback, I would say. It's just council considering amendments in the future. I hope that helps with your question.
I need to probe that a little bit more. So if you are allowed to put 4 units on a lot and you buy it with that intention, and then a council comes along and says, no, you can only put 2 units on that lot, that is something that was legally within the purview of municipal council?
Yes, Councillor Carra, you would always have the ability, council would always have the ability to consider redesignation of any 1 or more parcels in the city.
Okay, interesting. I think that you want to create carnage in the business environment, you go about doing those kinds of things. I can't support this.
Thank you. Let's go to Councillor Wong, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Administration, can you just articulate very quickly the land use bylaw rewrite process as well as the Calgary plan process as it relates, very specifically, as it relates to public engagement?
Councillor Wong, public engagement is a huge part of the zoning or the city building program for both the Calgary plan, the zoning bylaw, as well as the streets manual. It's something, I believe we're on our 3rd iteration of engagement coming up in the next little bit. and it's been a staple of that program.
And who's involved?
From an external perspective,
Yeah, public.
the list is enormous. I couldn't read it off all in this, but everybody you'd expect to see, all of our special interest groups, communities, community associations, along with our industry partners, everybody you'd expect to be at the table, I'd imagine.
Individual property owners, taxpayers.
Absolutely. We have public engagement for general public as well.
Okay. So what Councillor Sharp's putting forward, do you see conflict or coincidence in this?
I don't see any conflict or coincidence. What I see is direction to, in 2 years, come back with essentially RC1 and RC2 and add them back into whichever bylaw we have at the time, probably in whichever form. So if we had a new zoning bylaw, we'd probably customize those districts to look like RC1 and RC2 with the same language as the new zoning bylaw. But I don't see any conflict. I think it would take another public hearing in order to do it, but I think it's clear enough to do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Spencer, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Sharp, I mean, obviously, your confidence about what this change might, how it may impact the community is signaled in this. I'd like to believe that based on what we've seen in other jurisdictions, that in particular that we're looking at doing this across the whole city, we won't need to do this. That's certainly my strong hope, and don't want to signal anything other with my vote. But obviously, this will be very much in the purview, as we've just heard from legal, of future councils should disaster strike out the other side of this. But I do believe that is not going to happen.
Thank you, Council. I'm just going to get your general consent to finish this one before we break. Anyone opposed to that? Not seeing any. Over to you to close, Councillor Sharp.
Thank you. To Councillor Walcott's point, and actually Ms. Khan answered your question, because I was going to say regarding the new land use bylaw, this is why it says restore residential 1 to 2 dwelling districts, not specific names of those districts. So it would need to be added back in the new bylaw if that's the point. And we're putting a lot of administration's plate, so let's hope we see a new land use bylaw in 2 years. But again, I'm struggling to understand what our motivation for blanket rezoning is here. If we need to act now to respond to an urgent crisis, and this is supposed to be a part of a solution, we should absolutely see the results within 2 years, Councillor Spencer. But if this is a longer term issue, and this won't resolve it within a couple of years, then I have to question what the urgency of this measure is in the first place. If it's not urgent, Calgarians should be given more opportunity to have their say on how zoning changes in their neighborhood, whether that be through a plebiscite, through a local area planning process, or from a council that actually seeks a mandate to make these changes through an election. But regardless of what your position is on this, I hope you can all support this amendment. It'll give us blanket rezoning, and it'll leave it up to the next council to decide if it was the right decision. If you're confident on your vote, then it's the right decision, and you would have nothing to worry about. Closed.
E-scribe to vote, please.
Councillor Wong, your vote, please. Thank you. Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That is defeated 6-9 with Councillor Walcott, Spencer, Penner, Wyness, Dhaliwal, Putmans, Kara, Meehan, and myself voting against. All right, Council, we just have to put up one more motion before we break for the night, and that is to continue this meeting tomorrow. So we're going to recess it now, and we will carry on tomorrow at 1 p.m. So can I get a mover for that, please? Councillor Putman, seconded by Councillor Meehan. I don't see any debate on it, so let's just go to e-scribe to vote.
Mayor Gondik, all the votes are in.
Thank you. Could you display the results, please? That's carried unanimously. So for anyone who's attending executive committee, we will convene here at 9:30. For everyone else, we will be back here at 1 o'clock tomorrow. Thank you.